one. Strapped, I'm back like never before, taking my final form. Yo, it's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution. Watch. Waiting on an evolution. Yo. It's coming, coming. Yeah. If you wanna come and get some. Yo. Nothing we can't overcome. Running, running. Sure as we rise with the sun. Yo. We will arise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Just you wait, just you wait. Yo. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. Yo. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. It's getting wild.
It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. I got love for the sweat that I put in. Door with a foot in, proofs in the pudding. Things I did, all them said that I couldn't. Superhero bouncing like a villain. All y'all rooting, you the fan now. Yeah, you understand now what it took to be the champion that I am now. Head in the sky, it's about the time you land now. And let's see who of us has got the better plan now. Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? Who has got the better plan now? I'm just trying to understand. Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show.
Ain't nobody in my lane. Me and you, we ain't even playing the same game. Take my own credit, no need to drop names. Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody. More flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I've got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about dinner when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader, resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling up. Tell me you're feeling up. haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call with a vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling love. Tell me you're feeling love. You do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling love. Tell me you're feeling love.
Watch me go, you can't touch this, just peep my flow. Simon said, put it all on the floor. All heads turn when I walk through the door. They know I'm hot, better yeah, ice cold. Heart full of chrome, you can tell when it's on. They can't stop me when I get in my zone. I don't even answer when they call on my phone. Baby, myself, I ain't make no wrongs. Play with me, I don't condone. I'm way too up, but I'm so far gone. Play with me, I don't condone. The man down doing up, beating up the beat till it's blowing up, chewing up. Look at me, look at her, look at she, tickle me, wiggle me, looking good, got the remedy. Look at me, big boss energy, complimentary, they can never be jealousy. When they stay at me, they like legacy, legacy. Gotta leave them white when I feel like I'm lost. Watch me, you wanna taste like what you see, come get close. Watch me, tell me no, I got you on, what you gon' do? Watch me, I'm in the high, blow the spot, ready or not. Watch me, 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 do it, watch me slow. Watch me, make me feel it, take control, make me go. Watch me, tell me, watch me, with my legs, if you roll. Watch me, better than me. Cocky, you like a free. Watch me, who's better than me? Watch me, you like a free. Watch me, you wanna taste like what you see, come get close. Watch me, tell me no, I got you on, what you gon' do? Watch me, I'm in your high, blow the spot, ready or not. Watch me,
I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Yeah, we showing you the power. Make it loud. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the road, headed back to the throne. Cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone. Got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power.
You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang, tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang, tear it up. You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang, tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang, tear it up. One army, we unbreakable. Won't ever beat us, we too strong. Take a stand, raise all of your fists high. This is the one. We're fighting for our lives. Don't let the odds run up on us. We fight until the sun comes up. Don't try us, we the one. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
They working hard, we're working smarter. Where they're gonna go, we go harder. Hit every swing, roam like a king. Every dream in your head getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it time we start pulling the trigger? Shoot for the clouds, let there be no doubt. We're flowing without any drought. Baddest the baddest, just call me rolling. Playing with folks for the serotonin. Placing your best, yeah, we're going all in. There's somebody calling my destiny. Betting on me, you don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. vibe is the vibe before we rolling. Messing with folks with the serotonin. I'm betting on me. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist, taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist, taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist, taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates.
Guess who in the building? Born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? Born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking, I am one in a million. Yeah. I am back in the place, don't have to guess who in the building, cause I'm back in your face. Ready for anybody coming, I am here on my toes. Never was settled for defeat, cause I'm raising the stakes, yeah. And I'm not coming to play, I got my game face on and I'm ready to shake. You see my name will be known everywhere in the world, cause I'm a king, get it strong and I never will break. Hey, one of the chosen, going that's the illest, watch me kill it like a poster. Never catch me slipping on my pippin', I'm the coldest. The best I ever do it, I'ma show you how I know it. Notice I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. I am one in a million, you don't have to guess who in the building. Born of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? Born of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. And I'm at it again. I'm a bad man walking around and tell all your friends. And whoever wanna test me, I am standing my ground. As they come closer, I am focused as I smart with a grid. Yeah. Cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow their rules, never bounce to their principles, never choke when I move, never fold under pressure, never vouching to lose, yeah. I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. Cause I'm one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building. Born of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? Born of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking, I am one in a million.
买就该，都能是 chicken 买就该，买就该，不能错过。买就买就该，买就该，买就该，买就该，买就该，买就该，买就该，买就买就买就该，买就该，买就该，买就该。買就計，買就計，買就計，買就，把握機會買就計，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知，但係有人好運，有人無計。機會嚟啦，咪就雞；機會嚟啦，咪就雞。錯過咗，喊到無謂；錯過咗，喊到無謂。機會嚟啦，咪就雞；機會嚟啦，咪就雞。錯過咗，今日一世；錯過咗，今日一世。咪就雞，都能食 chicken 咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞。咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就咪就咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就計，咪就咪就喂。 你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，嚼到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份複習，個身份住好過要出盡力就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞。
Still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury, working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 2032. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like Brew. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June.
Stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now, blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome everybody to the Mobile Masters Snapdragon Pro Series, once again bringing you exciting action. The international before the international, the very first coming this year. My name is Gideon Q and I'm going to be your desk host for today. Well, there is no desk this time here at ESL. We are live in Jakarta to watch some exciting teams from across the world to show who is the true master of Mobile Legends at this point of time. Today with me, we've got two experts to talk about the games and to also cast your games. Coming in from the Philippines, it's Leo, and from Indonesia, it's going to be Miracle. Boys, how you feeling? And welcome back to the SBS.
Proud to be making history. This is the very first Mobile Masters in the run of this prestigious international league. And to be a part of this non-desk is going to be a treat. We got so many games happening in the span of a week. It's going to be a jam-packed run for Mobile Masters for sure.
It's just crazy how we get to see so many international events now, right? Where we get to see the level, the power level of each individual regions here. We got China, we got new regions coming in here to actually display their talent, and new teams on top of that to represent the region.
We're going to address that in just a little bit, but for the meantime, for those of you who are a little confused, what is this Mobile Masters all about? We've had series after series from across the world, multiple different locations to finally bring you the champions and their runner-ups from the Challenge Finals. These teams have worked so very hard to get to this point, and once again, this is technically the first international with professional teams before we make it to the real internationals of the M Series. Here, check this out, the road to Mobile Masters.
These teams here are performing at the peak of MLBB right now.
The best of the best, they're here. 我觉得这次骁龙大师赛抢赢的对手很多，然后我们主要是抱着学习的态度来吧。Harapan gue di SPS Master ini mungkin bakal juarain ya, karena di MPL kita juga lagi turun juga kan. Jadi ya mau bounce back-nya sih di SPS Master Mobile ini sih.
Turnamen terakhir yang SPS di Malaysia peringkat 2 sih. Jadi sekarang yang buat Master mau fight buat cari championnya lah.
Persiapan kita aja sih kurang matang. Mungkin sekarang kita udah siap lah.
Kita bakal bangkit kembali.
Kari pergi ke banyak. Sana kelihatan kawan. 3 lagi dicari. Winnie ditumbang.
I think Philippines is the best region right now. Dan Indonesia dan maybe Turkey.
SPS Master yang paling tangguh mungkin Falcon sama Onyx ya.
Onyx Philippines aslında kendini çok kanıtlamış bir takım. Onun hakkında çok konuşmak istemiyorum. Son turnuvalara bakarsak da her şey ortada.
Ito na naman tayo. Manalo na naman kami.
We are in Group B, and I think the toughest opponent will be Team Falcons. It's like the old friend roster and 5 winners, you know, great team, great synergy. And I think they will be a tough fight.
Huwag niyong kalimutan na nanalo kami ng World Championship, hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa.
Seolah-olah ditarik ke arah belakang. Namun begitu penalti zone baru saja dilepas kali Sanford tidak berjaya untuk melakukan tangkapan. Kaltizi terus mengunci luar kali ini Taufan Kasapi berhasil Marco menjadikan Sanford. Masih kecil untuk masuk ke hadapan JP dan ada free kendala di mana JP.
Kali terakhir kita melakukan kesalahan, tetapi kali ini dia tidak akan mengulanginya.
Me gustaría enfrentarme al midlaner de Onyx Filipinas porque me gusta mucho el estilo de juego y también me gusta los personajes que suelo usar.
Sekarang Yorong Mesta berhasil dengan mungkin balasan. Jaga hilang. Nyawa di atas tas ditumbangkan dengan mudah. Karena bukan setakat dapat 1 malah karena dapat 2.
This is the new era. 现在是我们的时代。
Ipapaalala namin sa lahat kung sino kami.
The world is watching right now to see who is going to be the best. And I think, you know, as SBS it keeps on providing us just a little bit of a taste of what an international is going to look like. And this time around, they're bringing in a lot of new faces here. Now, Southeast Asia has been powerhouse for a very long time. We're looking to see who's going to be able to challenge that right now. But for those of you just tuning in, don't worry. Let's talk about the format for just a little bit. For those of you who are very new to the Snapdragon Pro Series, this is going to be the group stage where 12 teams will be split up into 2 groups of 6, each one having to battle each other out, and the top 3 with the best score will move on into the playoffs, going down to 6 teams, single elimination bracket, and the top 2 seed from the group gets a round 1 bye. Keep in mind that the playoffs is a best of 5. Boys, this is very different from the M series altogether. It's a shortened series, but what are some of the things that you personally enjoy about it?
Very different, but just the same, especially since this is a mid-year international event. It reminds me very much of MSC, the single elimination brackets.
You're right.
It makes for such high intensity, high stakes action that, you know, having that 1 extra round win for top seed of groups A and B makes them almost, you know, living with 2 lives.
Yeah, and after seeing, you know, the grueling Swiss stage of the M6 World Championship, I feel like, again, it's a breath of fresh air that we get to see a normal group stage here again. It's a round robin, 2 groups, 3 teams go through, 3 teams get eliminated. And the single elimination works a bit different, right? When you top your group, you actually get rewarded by quite a bit. You get over the first match, the first bracket, to move on to instantly the semifinals.
Oh yeah, look, the top 6 race has already begun. Let's pull up the qualified teams already who's been split up into both of these groups, Group A as well as Group B. For Group A, we got Onyx PH, the current world champions, up against BTR Indonesia. Don't forget about TLID, with also Influence Rage, a new face coming in from Latam, Papada. Hopefully I'm saying this right. Papada Supermassive coming in from Turkey, and not to forget, YBin Gaming coming all the way from China.
Mirko, look, it's the GOATs, Onyx PH.
BTR?
No, Onyx PH.
Dear Lord. Dear Lord.
Remember, like,
GOATs.
King Kong was like...
He was that guy. He was trying to be that guy.
But BTR, man. I mean, BTR... Yeah, you know what? At this point, sure. Onyx PH are more of GOATs for the world, but for me, it's still BTR, man. I hope this season of SPS they could pull it off in Indonesia. It's back to Indonesia. It's back to when Moreno was in that mukbang era.
Look, brother. There's a good chance that if they even were in Group B, it would be an even bigger struggle. They got Onyx ID, they've got Team Falcons PH, Team Falcons Mina. Got to get both of them here. Both Falcons on one side. RRQ, not to mention, this is Aurora Turkey, not Aurora PH. Again, two separate entities altogether. And of course, A7 also from Latam. Now, speaking of which, Southeast Asia has had such a strong dominant force in the Mobile Legends esports scene. I'm really curious about the teams outside of Southeast Asia. I mean, Turkey was already mentioned in the previous video.
If anything, it's this group that is repping hard the teams outside of Southeast Asia. You got A7. A good chunk of the squad was RRQ Akira, the 2-year run, the Tyrants from Latam. And then you have the newly minted Aurora Turkey, who's basically another powerhouse team from that region that now is under a new banner. And of course, one of the biggest esports franchises in the world in Falcons MENA.
Hey, let's not forget that they've also had an addition of Sigaboom to their roster as well. So they're really just picking and choosing some of the best players to be part of this roster. Now, keep in mind, the prize pool is huge this time around. They're going to be playing for 80,000 for first place USD. Second place is 40,000. Third place is 20,000. Same goes to third and fourth. Everybody else is going to get less than that, boys. What are you going to do with if you had 80,000 in your pocket?
I would make another international tournament, man. I would put that all the way to from prize pool to the event again.
Just make it run.
Reroute that money.
Just run it back.
Run it back. Run back
until
the Mobile
BTR
Masters.
Over and over and
You gotta spin it. You gotta keep on spinning it until eventually you get that good gacha. That's what we're all looking for.
Amen.
That good gacha. Now, with the prize pool already at high stakes, Stream A is going to be the one that you're currently watching right now. The main broadcast, of course. There are two other streams happening at the same time, both Stream B and as well C. But for Stream A, our schedule is going to be this. BTR up against TLID as our very first match. Onyx then going up against Team Falcons, and then Onyx PH up against TLID, then RRQ up against Falcons Mina. So a very Onyx Falcons day today, and then kind of everybody else very Southeast Asian oriented. Let's not forget about Stream B, because we're also facing off against Onyx PH with YBing Gaming as their very first one. I'm curious to see how China plays out in that series. Not to forget RRQ up against A7, Onyx PH up against TLID, Onyx once again up against A7. You get the idea. 3 streams happening all at the same time. Boys, are you excited for any of these series, especially for Stream C? Because I think they felt like they had the short end of the stick initially, but no, they've got some banger games.
I'm gonna be honest with you, it's all about Stream A, Gideon. But Stream C does have some interesting matchups, all right? You're seeing a lot of the teams aforementioned from outside of Southeast Asia. You got a lot of Latam here. You got a lot of EMEA.
Got China.
You have, yeah, that's not Falcons versus Aurora PH. Like, that is Falcons PH versus Aurora Turkey, and then Aurora Turkey versus Falcons MENA. I wonder what that's like. What's that like for Aurora? It's like, Falcons again?
I mean, dude, it's so interesting to just see these rosters again, right? It really feels like, well, for some of these teams, we haven't seen them at all. YBing Gaming, we have not seen them in an international stage. We've seen different teams almost every event. We've seen XYG to DFYG to then again KBG, and finally to see one of the teams that we've been seeing in the top 3 a lot of times in the Chinese qualifiers make it to the international. I'm just curious. How strong is YBing compared to DFYG, compared to KBG, these teams that we've seen in the past?
Look, it's the GGG trifecta here in China so far, and the competitive scene there is continuing to grow. Obviously, we want to see their growth as time goes by, but we got to talk about the current meta as of right now. Now, both of you have, well, unfortunately for MPL MY, hasn't even started yet, but we're in the middle of MPL PH and as well as ID. We need to talk about the new hero, Kalia. Could be polarizing opinions here, but what do you personally think about it, Leo? Because Kalia could be, you know, the end-all, be-all of Kaja and maybe even Gaton.
She's a good chunk of everything. Healing, CC, peel, definitely able to scramble team fights, maintain a solid lane presence. Her kit is amazing. she's currently at what, 70-80% win rate in PH alone.
You mentioned this. You said just yesterday in the rehearsals, she's basically what Suyo is to the jungle, but to roam.
Same colors too.
Correction on the statistics, it's 50% so far. 3 wins, 3 losses.
There you go.
I don't know if that needs to be updated in just a little bit. We'll see. I'll get back to you on that one. But her skill introduction is a little crazy. I think that we're coming to a point with, I mean, first we got Suyo, and now Kalia comes out next. I mean, even Lucas was kind of a bit of a, okay, I think out of all the heroes, it's not the worst, but definitely the big standouts here. Do you think heroes are having too much of a kit, too much tools coming in the box?
Yeah, I do think so. I obviously here, you can see the skill introduction here, and usually heroes like this, heroes like a Cho, right? Usually with pick-off styles with Kalea, you usually kind of struggle when you're up against Purify, but you have so many other tools, the gap closer, the constant jumps, the healing as well. And honestly, how deceivingly tanky you are as Kalea really helps you cover up for those weaknesses.
And it's not just her who's tanky. She heals her allies nearby, so she's definitely a team player. I think it's not a matter of the kit. I think it's really how she affects the metagame. And we're in a place in the metagame where Revitalize is a legit threat. For the past 6 months, teams have been rocking at least 1 or 2 Revitalizes. Want more a hero that can do that, and then more healing.
Well, I don't know. Let's talk about damage reduction for just a little bit, because even with the patch updates, emblems have had a pretty significant change as well. But before that, let's talk about some of the heroes that have been buffed as well as nerfed. Some of them kind of interesting, others I'm not so sure about. Let's start with the buffed heroes first. Again, keep in mind that both Savannah and as well as Chip are not going to be played this time round for the tournament. They cause bugs. We don't like bugs. We're chopping them off of the block.
Get them out of here.
Farsa is the biggest winner of 9.64's buff. Her passive got affected, her ult now reduces the intervals on that, and she moves so much faster with Wings by Wings. That's the reason why she has such a high contest rate now. And she doesn't get banned. Who in the right mind would ban Farsa in the first phase?
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of power priority picks, but then let's talk about some of the nerfs then, right? Like things like Badang with the shortened range of his first skill. That Fist Crack can be a little annoying sometimes. You can't farm those Thunderbelt stacks as often, but it's still being picked up.
Yeah, especially with the nerfs. I think the Hanzo one really strikes as, you know, the big nerf for me. Because we've seen a lot of Indonesian players play the Hanzo, and unlike in the Philippines, we have found a lot of success with our brawl style with the Hanzo.
Y'all win.
Yeah, we win with that. And even after the nerf, we've seen players like Rin pick it up and still win. Hazel pick it up and still win. We won't get to see Rin in this tournament, but Hazel is still in for RRQ, and I think he will still be able to utilize this Hanzo together with just how messy but calculated RRQ plays.
5 games played on Hanzo, 60% win rate currently in MPL ID. I mean, even with some of the adjustments here, do you think the Jushin is going to be enough? Because now we're seeing teams kind of stray away from it. I mean, the what do they call it? The mana kappa of it being shortened down does hurt a little, but I still think there is a place for her in the meta, you know, draft-wise.
In the past couple of weeks, Super Friends of Onyx PH has actually been picking up Jushin, and they're currently on a winning streak. If I'm not mistaken, that's 5 or 6 series that they won, wherein for more than a couple of times he played Jushin. So I'm thinking it really is just an adjustment. It's not necessarily a nerf. She's not much weaker. It's just, I guess the teams are letting up on her because they think that they could.
The adjustment is basically a buff because it makes people let go of the juice and thinking it's weaker.
Well, I think that her early game is definitely significantly weaker. Speaking of early game, actually, the meta has kind of shifted a little bit with the emblem adjustments, and this is the big one that everybody's excited for. Killing Spree changed entirely, getting a free reset on the kill, but more importantly, getting the guy low gets you health back depending on how much damage you take. Temporal Rain, added bonuses, durations, and tenacity. That damage reduction, so good.
My eyes are on Pull Yourself Together. It turned into a stacking emblem talent wherein it affected so many other things. It affected Wind of Nature. It affected other battle spells. I think Pull Yourself Together is definitely a must-have these days.
Yeah, I've seen Eman actually go for both Killing Spree and Pull Yourself Together, and you won't guess the hero on Beatrix. Went for those two. Pull Yourself Together for the equipment, for the flicker as well. This really helps heroes who in the past, well, not in the past, even currently, can't go for Purify. They can only go for flicker. You have to Pull Yourself Together. That means you'll have flicker more time. So maybe the Brodies come in hand, the Beatrix that was just adjusted, but the Killing Spree is so good. We've seen King Kong go on Suyo with Killing Spree. I think Grangers have found a lot of success with killing speed too, because you get the additional movement speed while you're kiting away.
Oh yeah, so much good stuff. Now, obviously, there are some equipment adjustments, not the greatest in the world, especially for those who don't really understand how Pull Yourself Together work. Winds of Nature, obviously, going to have a bit of a change, but Rose Gold Meter as well, getting a little more expensive. However, Dire Hit is the real question here.
Dire Hit now requires a level of CC. You have to crowd control your targets for that extra damage to proc, so it's a more specific kind of roaming boots choice. It's no longer just I touch you, everyone else hurts more.
Yeah, the Rose Gold nerf is very, very good, right? I mean, it was already so broken. Most marksmen, even mages slash fighters in the jungle would go for Rose Gold over anything else as their first item. Julian would just abuse the heck out of it in the jungle. But I think the Lord, we can talk about that Lord.
Oh yeah.
Every Lord jumps.
Every Lord jumps, but they also changed those turrets. So in a way, if the competition is, you know, if your enemy or if you are better, so much better than your opponents, you will be able to capitalize on the new Lord. But if it's more even, then I think it's kind of like whatever, it's the same.
It is kind of, well, it depends. What do you guys think at home? We want to hear your opinions. Contact us through social media. Follow us on all of our social medias, whether it's the X Everything app at ESL MLBB or even Instagram or Facebook. We're everywhere. So please let us know your thoughts, not only about the show, but even about the meta. We want to hear you. Now, guys, as the games are going to go out, what are some things that are going to come to mind when we're not only seeing these teams, but the way that they're going to play the meta? Because we were already talking about the Lord helping to snowball the game, not to mention, I mean, things like Jushin, but now with the addition of Kalia, is it going to be more snowball-esque around the 8-minute mark, or is it just going to be like, oh-ho, let's play it slow?
I'd reckon it comes down to the draft. We talked about how heroes like Farsa come through. We talked about how Zushin might be, oh, maybe she can be played, especially with these two in action. BTR, the... what do you call them?
Best in the world.
Best in the world. Against, of course, the Young Stallions. The draft is where I'm looking at, what they're willing to let go in the gold and the jungle. And then I think they understand the patch pretty well at this point.
Yeah, and I think especially for both Bigatron and TL, we've seen them experiment so much in MPL ID. So it'll be interesting to see what they've finally been able to, you know, get out of all those experiments, because we've been seeing so many cheese picks, so many weird picks in MPL ID for both these teams, for E2 Max and SDL. We'll get to see very, very soon what they decide on.
Well, let's see whether those results are actually going to be worth it. It's going to be BTR up against TLID next. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more to discuss here at SPS Mobile Masters.
Oh, yeah.
showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. How I like my show. It's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. I got love for the game. I don't cash out. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Shaking all the city. This is how I like my show.
The road to top Top 6 begins live in Jakarta, Indonesia, where teams from across the world are going to be battling out to see who is a true master. With our very first matchup, our first best of 3 of today, it's BTR versus TLID. Now, before we get into predictions here, this is obviously going to be quite an exciting game. Mirko, tell us a little bit about the matchup between BTR and as well as TLID. You've had plenty of experience in multiple weeks of professional play.
It's weird because we haven't actually seen their matchup this season. BTR and Liquid have not met just yet. We've only gone through 3 weeks. We've had like a 3-week break, so maybe we'll see in week 4. But before that, we get to see it here. BTR versus TL. TL, very, very shaky. Same for BTR as well, but for TL, I think it's weird in a way because it almost seems like in the past they've relied heavily on just their mechanics, their individual skill, and maybe they've gotten complacent, maybe they've gotten too comfortable, but that's what we're seeing from TLID. They just look messy, very messy, and it's not working this time.
Is that how you describe BTR, by describing their opponents and saying, yo, this is just the best in the world going up against so-and-so?
Yeah,
That's how you do it.
Dude, you're talking about Luke, Annabelle, Moreno, Light, and Mon in a very positive light here. But Leo, let's play devil's advocate for a moment, because we saw this team during the Challenge Finals. And let's just say getting grouped was very much on the table.
It was close, it was close, but BTR is super reliable when it comes down to it, especially with Eto Max at the lead. I do think, I don't know if Mirko agrees with me, but they can still work on their chemistry. There's so much that they can do, because they've been a team for a while now, 2-3 months. With that on the table, I don't know if that has changed. Given the break that they've had, there's a lot of bonding that could have gone down there.
Interestingly enough, it looks like even on the Indonesian stream, they're saying that this is going to be the Slayers, the Filipino Slayers, maybe even all team Slayers. And that's a scary thought, because I do think that there is potential in this team, but we haven't seen that level of polish just yet. Is it too soon to ask? A little hard to say. But let's talk about Team Liquid ID. I'm really excited for this team, but as you mentioned, they have been looking really, really shaky. What about you, Leo? You've seen their counterparts in PH. Have you seen that little bit of that polish, that light coming in for TLID?
I've been watching from afar, and I don't like what I'm seeing. I'll be real with you. When I first met them at M6 in late 2024, I fell in love. I was like, wow, look at this team that can freestyle. Look at these young guns who are basically living the dream. Their first real season in the pro leagues, and they're going this far. Like, I don't know what it is that's put them down to, what are they now, number 6? In the league? And they're defending champions!
Dude, the thought of Aran, Fabian, Yeheskel, Witty, and Aaron Chiki already at 6, I want to build more confidence, but it's only week 3, like you mentioned, Mirko.
I think it comes down to, again, the individual flair and the confidence that they had in their first season. When they joined MPL, they had no pressure whatsoever. Aaron, Shiki, Fabian, they were both looking for beef everywhere. They were, constantly trash-talking their opponents, and that's the confidence that we saw in the Grand Finals, ultimately, to get the MPL trophy in Season 14. Where is that confidence, is my question here. Aaron is kind of like, he's a shadow of his former self. Fabian as well. They're going in for very, very weird plays a lot of times.
To be fair, much like their rivals in M6, Onic PH, they also had their dip. I'm talking Onic, right? So maybe this is ID's dip too. Maybe they also need to know what it's like to be at rock bottom and then build up. Again, it's only been 3 weeks.
I mean, we talk about rock bottom, but if we're looking like match history, TLID has basically taken out BTR 3 out of the 4 matches against them.
Stats.
Hey, I like the stats. I like the numbers. They tell me stories, and I like telling stories with the numbers. But Mirko, do you think that this is the time where it's really going to start flipping the script?
Well, I mean, for me, I hope so, right? For Bigatron, they have this new roster. They got Light. It could be Light and Annabelle, both of them joining this season. For them, it could be the last 2 pieces of the puzzle. But I feel like it could be another puzzle to solve. And that's what we've been seeing so far for Bigatron. They've actually been struggling more with Light and Annabelle, mainly because of the chemistry issue, the bonding issue. It doesn't seem like they're clicking together just yet in the first 3 weeks of MPL. I'm hoping with the 3 weeks that they got to prepare, the confidence comes back for them, for Light and Annabelle, and the team play starts to finally be visible, hopefully.
And that's the reason why I'm so cope with TLID. I know that they have been grinding together a majority of this squad from the ranked game ladder all the way to the MDL under Academy, and then now in the big leagues. I know that they are brothers. So even if the meta kind of messes them up and their mechanics are not, its peak and their confidence might be shaky, I think that's enough still for them to make it 4 and 5 now. It's 3 and 4, right?
3 and 4.
3 and 4. So maybe after this it becomes 4 and 5.
I'm thinking that.
I'm sorry, I'm light. I'm sorry, light. I'm sorry, Eman. Sorry, Etomax. Like these are my Pinoy bros, but
it's it's just facts. It's just the numbers that are looking not that great. You could, but he's not. He's not gonna take your side this time round. Okay, we gotta keep it clean here. Keep it clean here because you guys are gonna be taking us into the game very shortly, and I'm curious to see whether this is going to set the bar for the rest of Mobile Masters. If we see that high level of polish on both of these teams, I'm excited to see the rest of the series that are going to be happening here today. And obviously, there are going to be some changes in the meta, and whether or not they're going to be experimenting is going to be an entirely different story. But if they were to experiment, what would you take?
I don't think they do. I don't think they experiment.
Come on!
Because for TLID and BTR, I think they've experimented enough. It was all about looking for the right, right ingredients to finally show. And here, this isn't a random group. This is a very, very competitive group. 3 bottom teams get eliminated. I think there's no way that they risk experimenting here.
Hey, glass half full. 3 teams move forward. And if it's gonna come down to can we play Kalia or not, then I think you better damn well be able to play Kalia. Yeah. So the question is, can Light pick Kalia? Can Widdy pick Kalia? And here's maybe where I step a little to the red. I think Light could play a better Kalia than Widdy. I'm sorry, Christian, but... Right?
I agree.
Am I right? Because I know Light. I know Light can find these weird angles. He plays a mean Kaja when he wants to, especially with Eman. Yeah, Cho too. Widdy plays a decent Cho, but between the both of them, I think it's Light who can really play the little fish girl.
I actually think it's the opposite here. I feel the little fish girl might be better for Widdy, mainly because it's more straightforward, it's not as mechanically intensive, and a lot of the abilities just go press one button, you do a lot of stuff.
I think it depends. It depends. If we're talking about the healing factor, if we're talking about, again, just being there for the team, it's more of a Widdy hero. But if we're talking about the pickoffs, it's more of a Light hero.
I see. Now, let's go into the predictions. Miracle, obviously, you're going for BTR. You're going for BTR. Don't lie to nobody here. But, interesting. So only me and Miracle think it's going all 3 games. Leo, why a 2-0?
It's cope. It's cope. Because if ever I would see my boys in Liquid go back to their prime, M6 form, it starts now.
What happened to Prediction Master here? I've been watching your series, and a lot of your weeks have been doing pretty well.
Yeah, half of the forecast is cope. All right, so I just manifest what I want to see, and this is where we do it.
So it's not predicting; it's just manifesting that it would give you the most amount of points. Keep in mind that we're keeping a prediction score amongst the casters on all broadcasts here, so you could be a huge lead. You could have a huge lead right now, or it's going down the drain very, very quickly. I like our odds, Mirko.
Yeah. I just want to say, by the way.
You said Liquid too. What do you mean you like your odds?
It's 2-1. At least I got one thing correct.
Yeah. Wait, so you get an additional point if you get the scores right?
I'm pretty sure you do.
No, but wait. Do you still get the point if it's the wrong winner?
Oh, that's a good point. Actually, I gotta double check with Zipper on that one. I did not finalize the rules on this.
You know what? There's a fun fact here. Every SPS that I've casted for, I've gotten the highest prediction score up until Bigatron. Up until Bigatron. It happened in Season 3. I got everything right until the Grand Finals, where I had to go BTR. Onyx 4-0'd them.
That was a fast evening. We went home quick.
It was.
So I'm saying, maybe you take all the other predictions that I make, but not this one. But BTR, that's the story of my life too, Cope.
We had 2 full games of Magic the Gathering after that. 2 full games amongst 4 people. I'm telling you, it was a real quick day. It is going to be a little scary, though, with how the teams could be potentially positioning themselves here. But we got to go matchup to matchup as of right now. Let's start with the EXP lane and then start moving down the roles. Based off of your predictions, I'm just going to assume that the Cope of TLID is going to be good for you in this particular sect, but Luke's been doing good too.
Yeah, Luke a little more explosive. Aran, in my opinion, more reliable when it comes down to it. Maybe that's where the draft goes down. That's where you see what they end up picking. Hilda's pretty hot today, but from PH side, what I'm seeing, you got a good glue, you got a good start.
Yeah, I think for Luke, he's actually been struggling a lot. After the patch dropped, he started to struggle a lot because the Badang, that was his main hero. He always gets it first picked for Bigatron. It was nerfed quite a bit. We don't see him. We didn't see him pick up the Badang at all after that. Suyo for Annabelle as well has been kind of it's been very 50-50. He's always gone and opted more for like Joy. He likes Joy more. So
some teams do.
I don't know if the 3 weeks has changed this Bigatron to, again, get more comfortable with the meta, but if it stays like week 3, I think Bigatron will be the one struggling in the drafts.
Well, before we even get further in our discussion, let's quickly jump over to the draft to see how Bigatron Esports up against TLID is going to start off, with Bigatron Esports on the blue side up against TLID on the red, and the bans are already through.
Oh, there you go, SDL.
Yep.
SDL and Facehugger know what's up. They take out the Kalia.
Take out the Kalia and the Chusin with Lo Yi too, so a lot of respect to Moreno, who has really been the pillar for Bigatron Esports with Eman. It's interesting to see that the Granger isn't first picked. Whenever Bigatron Esports get a chance to pick up Granger, they would, over the Suyo, over the Joy, over the Jawhead. But this time, they've left it open against Aaron Shiki. I can't help but think, is this a way to say that, you know, Aaron, we've been seeing your performances and it hasn't been too hot recently, so we're going to risk giving you that Granger.
Well, that or whether or not Bigatron Esports is like, Annabelle's ready now.
Yep.
It's his time. With the next 2 lock-ins of both the Salmon Force and the Way of the Dragon, they've got some really good single target lockdown, and honestly, these compositions are starting to look a little similar. They've got like strong pick-off potential, and I think it's going to boil down. I'm going to make an early call here. It's going to boil down to the roamers.
It's amazing how they end up with these picks. Again, these are jackpot bonus round drafts that you got in the first phase. How do you give Light a Cho? How do you give Eman a Harith? And for Liquid, again, snowballing is just literally step 2. You got a Jawhead, you got a Joy, you got a Granger. And Mirko, to answer your question, I think there's a inkling in Etomax's mind, like, hey, he's getting a little more touchable. So let's give him his comfort and just beat him up.
Yeah, could be the case. Team Liquid ID, they take out the glue as expected again. The glue for Luke.
The Glook.
The Glook. It was his signature pick back when he was playing for GeekFam, and we saw a glimpse of that again. He came back to the glue, started playmaking the Hilda for Aran.
Hildaran.
Classic Hildaran.
Yeah.
Luke, Hildaran, I see.
I think banning out the glue is good, but also there's like a sub-theory that, again, they don't want the mid laner to just be, oh, you have to play Vixana, you have to play Farmis. Let's open up the options just a little bit more, and maybe we can actually have that mid-trio work together.
If there is a way that Liquid walks away with a Farsa here, oh, that is so much range.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the Farsa is a very, very good way to try to beat out the Harith as well. We've seen a lot of teams go for Farsa up against the Harith with the amount of dive that they have as well with the Joy and the Jawhead. It would basically just create a proper front to back for the Farsa to work here. So yeah, for Bigatron, I'm not sure here. Do Liquid want to take the Badang for themselves, or I mean, is Bigatron even comfortable on it? Again, week 3, we have not seen a single Badang from Luke, from Bigatron.
Well, I think at the very minimum, it does look like TLID are setting up for this Farsa. They're getting rid of the Gutbot as well. So I think that at this point, Bigatron will have to expose their entire hand. If they want to play Badang, I think that's totally okay. But it can only handle so many heroes at once. You're never going to catch both Joy, Jawhead, as well as the Farsa in one single ult.
Liquid only has 1 pick when the swing back happens, so I don't know. Does Luke have a Hylos? That might be one way to cut through the front to back. Yeah, just lay it down, let Eman get in there. Instead they ban it, because I think Liquid were willing to go like trade 1 for 1.
Yeah,
because they would be good with the Hylos too.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking, right, for Liquid ID, again, do they just go for the Farsa pick here? Is it still too risky considering Bigatron Esports could go for more dive? They go for the Farsa. There you go. So for Bigatron, yeah, it really just feels like they gotta go for dive, and I think the proper dive right now is Badang, right? You get those sets for your team, then Harith and Suyo take control, and for the mid lane, they might have to stick to what, like basic Vexana, or are they gonna go
Vex
for like
is amazing.
Yeah.
Badang Vex is
Badang Vex Cho. Right, so there are multiple layers to make that work.
So
exactly. Can really punish that Jawhead because, again, no escape mechanism whatsoever. You just kind of hobble around, shoot some missiles, and then die.
He's all in.
Yeah, he's very all in.
Punish him. There it is.
Good call. The Badang is in, but they're going to go with the Selena instead. Interesting solution here. I guess they want to be able to fight on a dime if they do find that initial pick rather than waiting for the longer cooldowns.
Do we like this?
Oh,
I would have preferred the Vex. That's just me.
Yeah, I think reliability-wise, Vixana does, fit better into this composition. But for Moreno, this guy, we did see him play the Selena once in week 3 after the changes again. He played it, he won. That was against Na'Vi though, right? So I think it was more experimental. I was saying maybe they don't want to experiment here, but maybe it's no longer an experiment. Maybe they have what it takes to actually pull this off, because they've set up for it quite well. They have enough magic damage with the Harith itself, physical obviously from Suyo, and they have that Cho to clear up mid. Ooh. But there you go. That's the additional dive that they could use to just go and steamroll through Bigatron if they snowball early.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if they don't see the Harith first. He comes in later. Hey, at least you got Lucas to buy you those precious few seconds to then re-engage into the fight. I think this is really 50-50 here, but Bigatron definitely has a more coin flippy-esque type of composition, which, I mean, I'm looking at Mirko's face, he's like, oh boy, I wish it was more reliable.
If you miss hard. While Liquid has a lot of allowance, they just have to actually watch where Witty goes. If Witty makes the right calls, the rest of the young stallions can just stampede through. So I love the Lucas pickup. Catches arrows like a champ.
Absolutely. Now the question is how the early game is going to be played. Because again, I feel like if Witty dies early on against Bigatron Esports, just gets hit by an arrow, gets blasted down by the mid trio. What are you going to do? So does that mean he doesn't help out with the mid lane and then goes off to try and cheese? How are they going to play this out?
I don't think they want to play defensive. That's the thing. Liquid has to always find a way to be pulling out threats, not answers. So it's going to come down to this. Game 1 in a best-of-3, the first on Stream A in Mobile Masters live from Jakarta. Bigatron Esports versus Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, for Bigatron Esports, it's much more of, I think, the waiting game, right? I mean, the early game, it really depends. If Moreno lands the Abyssal Arrow, then we will see those fights happen. But if it doesn't, I think they will relatively play it safer. Again, like you said, it's all up to Liquid to really push the tempo. Lethal 1. Lethal, going to be taken by Annabelle.
Yep, didn't even need the Retribution. Looking for that Queller.
That's also as Jikundo used up Life Force to flick around. Aaron Shiki doing a bit of damage over to Moreno, who walks up. The Queller missing onto Fabian, but Annabelle still wants to walk up. Goes for the Soul Sever. Fabian low. He will be zoned away from the green camp, and BTR take an early win.
The Usurper gets sent back. Mirko, that's exactly why. Annabelle, despite having a small preference to the Joy, is picking up the Suyo. Again, what they're lacking in the gacha 50-50 kind of engagements, he makes up for in the reliability in the jungle. Quick look at the emblems there. You see now confirmed that Annabelle is one of those killing spree Suyo enjoyers, which I think I am too. At this point, like, 80-90% of Suyos have foregone Impure Rage.
I think it really depends on the draft. I mean, sorry, on the draft of your opponents. If you are up against a squishier lineup, you can get them lower, you can get those executes, the killing spree gets tremendous value. But if you're up against tankier heroes, maybe the Impure Rage, serves to be the better choice. Level 5, 1 level lead already for Annabelle as he takes the XP crab too.
Yep, this has been symptomatic of the Usurper's downfall. Bigatron Esports, the Red Robots, go ahead, taking their turtle, catching Fabian. Oh, he's trapped.
Yeah, well played by Luke. Just flickers forward and pins Fabian to the wall. Again, the setup, we were expecting Team Liquid to be the ones, starting off strong here, but it is going to be Fabian in the bottom side, still on the purple buff. They go for Witty here. Not enough damage just yet. Iman walks up with the Synchro Fisher, unable to get the kills of Force and a flicker right. Annabelle taken out by Aran as he goes in with a Sacred Beast. Flickers forward, dives in, and gets a double. Gets traded back, but it's still a win for Liquid.
That is worth it. 2 for 1. Aran for Annabelle and Eman, the 2 cores. What are the odds? Aran ever so reliable. I was gonna say a win is a win, but did Witty just throw Eman backwards away from the feathered airstrike?
And we saw that, again, mismechanics happen here and there. It's a Witty classic.
It killed him still.
Oh, hold up, Light. That's a Shampoo getting out as well. Electrifying beats to chase him down, but he gets out with the Jikundo and a Shampoo reset. Fabian starting to really feel it here, despite that initial turtle take. Moreno forced a flicker in the mid lane.
All right, we talked about how Fabian was behind slightly, but let's look at this gold lane matchup. The untouchable one is actually out farming Eman. Again, that one death in mid really affected Eman's pacing.
For sure. For the Harith versus the Granger matchup, it is favorable for the Granger. especially early on when you don't have the instant resets with your Chrono Dash with the Zaman Force. So you're still going to be waiting for items, right? I think once you get the Starlium sight, that's when you really have a power spike to try to face off against the Granger. But other than that, you're just taking in the poke, playing it safe, and clearing up waves.
Yeah, patience seems to be the call here for Team Liquid. They got to pick their fights. Fabian just working to secure his purple. There's a turtle coming up in about 10, lower quarter of the map, and the red robots again are circling that pit.
Did we see a pull yourself together for Luke? No, I think it was an Inspire. Yeah? What he gone for? Way the dragon at the bottom lane. Aran gonna be caught on the fist crash. Still goes into the Sacred Beast. Will be able to survive. Now it's the Unstoppable Force and the Ejector over to Annabelle, who's still able to escape from that with Airstrike. Does a little bit more. Fabian almost got that assassination. The Abyssal Arrow whiffs, and it will be a 1-for-0 in favor of Liquid as they go for the turtle.
The early game is Aran's house so far. Catching arrows like a champ, taking down, chomping down robots. Would have thought that a big dog like that would eat metal. That does delay Bigatron Esports' time in taking the turtle. They're thinking twice about it. Look, all the way on the other side of the map is Annabelle, and Widdy and the Pixel holding it down. I wonder if Light knows. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He's just resetting. He's just playing the time again. He's trying to stop the Sake from Liquid ID. Fabian is actually trying to go for the mirror. He's thinking the BTR is setting up for the turtle already, but Annabelle was quick on it. There you go. Starlium Sight already built up. Look at the rotation with the Feather Airstrike being ready. Yes, Gil. He decides to pop it off up top. He does. But the Airstrike up top and Mind Force to flicker out. But this should be a free turtle for Bigatron as they go in for the Fist Crack. Annabelle wins out the Red Tree battle. Fist Crack coming down as the Dragon locks Mr. Man down. Widdy gonna be caught still. The chase over Annabelle. Picks up the kill with a killing spree. Now as Light will be chased down by Fabian. 1-for-1 with the turtle to BTR. Luxa walking up. Soul Sever over from Annabelle over to Aran. Yes, Gil and Aaron Shiki coming in. And it will be a disengage for now. They still want to chase.
They're not done. Holding the Y brush, checking range. Annabelle and Luke back off. Fabian still here, looking for a dash, popping those beats.
Queller coming down, electrifying beats over to Luke. Annabelle forced back. Moreno waiting in the flanks. Looking for a kill. Fabian doesn't read it out. That's the Abyssal Trap and the arrow landing. Fabian going to be very low. Moreno looking for the kill. Lethal Ignition. And it's Annabelle traded in for Fabian. Unstoppable Force. Moreno able to flick around in time. Yeskiel, wings by wings, gets caught by the trap. Moreno gets out.
The discipline by Christian Widdy, the de facto leader of Team Liquid ID, did not force the flicker and ejector. Now they're cornering Light. Great conversion by Team Liquid ID, up by about 500 gold. Trading out that tier 1 down bottom. Eman takes down the one up top, and that delayed turtle take changed the pace of the game entirely. These two teams are now playing MLBB for the streets, as our good friend Renma will call it. They're just picking fights left and right.
It's back to level on the board, right? I mean, in terms of gold lead. Kill lead is for Liquid, but the objective lead is held down by BTR. Playing the game slow, waiting for their initial plan, right? We were talking about how Bigatron will need to wait a bit longer and TLID will be the ones being the aggressors. They would want to go for the fights early on. But so far, I think BTR have held their own pretty well in the early game by, again, fighting for these objectives, actually getting it, but ultimately losing up in the pickoffs. Light walks out with the Dragon ready. Purify gets used up. Oh, and Bond gets thrown back by the ejector. That's an Abyssal Arrow landing and the shutdown for Moreno. That's a killing spree for him, as that's the Sacred Beast form from Aran. Walks up back again, gets pinned down to the wall. Will be able to get that CC immune. Fabian looking for the electrifying beats. Won't be able to find the full stack in time. Another Abyssal Arrow lands on Widdy. The pin down, and Annabelle picks the kill up.
That's the all-in nature of the Jawhead, biting it in the behind. More of a liability right now as Team Liquid ID fail to secure a single turtle in Game 1. Bigatron Esports able to clench it right before the Lord spawns. About 2 minutes until that major objective comes up on the map. Upper quarter, Fabian looking to correct this top lane situation. Despite dying more than you should as a Harith in the early, Eman has been recovering well. Look at this, he's back to protecting that tier 1 up top. Down bottom, Annabelle and Luke get a push. Team Liquid ID now definitely down 1,000 gold.
Yeah, they're down by quite a bit now.
It's a significant amount despite it being just, 1,000.
And it's the hit or miss we were talking about for the Selena. Once you land those, back to back, Moreno has been clinical with the Abyssal Arrow. Landing it well, getting those flanks as well. Flicker from Widdy doesn't catch him. Moreno flickers out as well. The Fizz Crack with a pin down. Unstoppable Force used up. Luke will be traded back. Eman jumping back and forth with Zaman Force. Fabian zones him away, and it's a 1-for-1 roam for XP.
Fabian was late, maybe a second or two. We've seen Fabian in the peak of his form do so much better, coming in from odd angles. So yeah, definitely his pathing has changed. Is it a communications issue? Are the members of Team Liquid not as in sync as they once were? They are up on kills, but the lack of conversion, the lack of cohesive movements on the map is not paying dividends right now for the young Stallions. Fabian here, look, he's staying there. It's like, dude, I didn't catch the last one. Maybe I should just stay nearby.
And that's the Oracle, actually, for Luke. Decides to go for the Oracle. Glowing Wand picked up by Moreno. Playing at this very, very slow again. Luke opening up, finding Yehezkiel. Light will be going in. Doesn't get the G-Kundo. Great patience by Yehezkiel. And to conceal out. Aran in the bush. Another stack for Luke with the Thunderbelt.
Yep. Besides Moreno's jumps, his dashes, his arrows, I gotta commend the Filipino mukbang enjoyers' trap late placement. Like, it changes Team Liquid ID's positioning so much, and it forces them to be more patient. It forces them to like, all right, we gotta sweep these traps first before we come in, because what was it now, twice or thrice that Witty got caught out weird, and he was forced to just sit there because of a trap.
And these traps, now it's used for vision, but oh my lord!
The blitz!
They just blitzed the lord out of nowhere. Bottom lane, Liquid ID set Aaron Shiki. And just like that with the trap and the arrow, I was about to say, the traps will be good poking tools as we get into the later stage of the game. We saw that glowing wand already for Moreno. And again, it will be a constant threat to these backliners. Yehezkiel, Aaron, once they take it, they're really going to feel the pain.
It'll be the death of Liquid's momentum, I swear. We couldn't see Team Liquid ID get a definitive Liquid Stampede. Light gets the kick, looking for one, setting up. Oh, he gets ejected!
Ejector over to the back. That's Luke with a pin down over to Witty. Now gets caught by the Feather Airstrike. Is able to flicker out to safety. Aaron together with Yehezkiel looking for the final shot. With Light down, Annabelle. Whoa! 2-level lead on the Suyo. Down below he goes for the tier 2. Aaron and Aran dealing with the wave up top. Will be able to clear it out. Mid lane. Oh, Eman gets the kill. Where does Zaman Force? Fabian caught inside of Zaman Force, and that's another for Eman.
Oh, across the board. I was just about to say that pickoff on Light was one of the few free wins for Team Liquid ID. And now in the effort to take care of the Lord, they got scrambled. They got taken out. Roll per roll 1 for 1, none for Annabelle. So deep in. Point blank. Shiki gets 1.
Punished. I wonder what stack Aaron Shiki is on with the Sky Piercer. He does have 4 kills, but I think he picked it up a bit late. The Sky Piercer, he's only gotten it once?
That's right.
Was it one stack?
May have died once as well during the build-up. So regardless, he is playing with 5 core items now, on his way to a BOD. Should be fine for Liquid ID. Again, they took care of the Lord pretty handily.
A big mistake, though, from Annabelle, right? Walking up. Luckily, there's nothing really to fully punish on right now. Witty has popped in the ejector, does have the flicker. Won't be able to use it, though. And a fun fact about Selena is her wave clear isn't too bad, funnily enough, when it comes to mid-game, right? Later on, when it's super minions, yeah, that's when you kind of struggle. But here, it's still all right. Put down those traps and dash.
Caveat, though. Don't take Mirko's comments in a vacuum. It's good wave clear, but it's high committal. It's not safe.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be in there and make sure the coast is clear, or else you're going to get punished. It's not like a Farsa, not like a Granger, not even like a Suyo.
It's a different type of clear, right? You got to walk up close, get up close, maybe even threaten some of the backline members from Liquid ID, like we are seeing here for Yehezkiel. He cannot walk up. He walks up a bit too aggressive. And a trap could land on him. A flicker from Moreno with lethal ignition.
Well done, team.
You can take a look at the builds later on, but Moreno is dealing a lot of damage right now.
And he hasn't died once.
Exactly. 3-0-4. Eman has gone to his item power spikes as well. I believe he is on the Holy Crystal. Annabelle is holding a 1,700 gold lead earlier up against Fabian.
And the EXP just got repaired between Fabian and Annabelle.
Yeah.
So now they're both at 15. This Lord here at 13 minutes, second of the game, should be as close to a retry battle as it gets. I give a slight advantage to Annabelle, given the Sever Retribution combo. Much cleaner.
Queller, trap, arrow. So many ways to poke, more ways than Liquid ID, despite the fact that, you know, in terms of range, they should have the advantage with the Granger and the Farsa, but in a way, the poke is also very commitment-based, right? They got to commit. Luke goes in, finds 3 on the board, forces 2 purifies. Iman still able to dish out some damage. Now with Iman force as well. Moreno zoned away, flickering out, but that's Iman with a mega kill.
Light goes down, so does Iman. 2 for 2 the current trade, and Anavel folds.
That's an arrow, a trap down as well. Fabian gets the shutdown, but Luke punishes him in the end. It's a 4 for 3 trade in favor of Liquid ID. Both damage dealers still up. Yehezkiel walking up, trying to deal some damage. Aaron's taking up the Lord. Luke goes in, pinning down Yehezkiel, taking him to half HP with a fist crack too. This might be a solo kill on Yehezkiel. Aaron looking for the kill. Luke finally falling, but the Lord got reset. 5 seconds on Aran, 1 on Light. He's respawning in. Can he get there in time?
It's just Aaron Shiki and the Lord. 1v1, and the untouchable one gets it for Liquid ID. What a clutch move from the 2 long-range damage dealers of the Young Stallions. That definitely could have gone wrong, though. That Luke could have just unlocked his clutch gene and said,
hey.
All right, we'll see the instant replay later, but real quick, remember, folks, it started with a, what was that, a 4-man fist crack. Yep. Disgusting. But Team Liquid ID recovered and landed on their feet, ended up with taking control of the map, turning it red, Lord marching down bottom.
And it's glimpses to the Liquid Stampede we have seen in the M6 World Championships, waiting for Fabian to come in to clean up, while Aaron and Yehezkiel just stay back. It's all up to Witty and Aran, though, to have that line. Style force over to Luke, still the fist crack coming down as well, but that's a big resource. Ejector coming in with a flicker, a pin down as well, and that's Luke, still able to survive. Light taking a lot of damage from Aaron. Shiki with the Rhapsody, and Mom pops in as Iman Force. That Lord will deal with a base turret down below. Anavel with the endless battle. Wave down below, dealt with by Iman. And they will be able to defend for now.
Historians and archaeologists are still figuring out how Witty did not die. He was literally at about 2 HP, stood at the cusp of the turret's range.
Got pinned down by Luke.
With a wall right there, like, please don't touch me, please don't touch me. And folks, at this point in the game, it is a base siege. If Bigatron Esports pick off 1 or 2 from Team Liquid ID, suddenly the map's equilibrium changes. Moreno gets caught out.
Flickers out, still going to be taken down. And Mom pops in his Iman Force. A bit late. Fabian still, though, going to be taken down. That's the late game damage of a Harith. You dive onto him, you're dead.
Le punish from Eman. This does turn into a steal, though. Aaron Shiki taking away the purple from Anavel. He's got 1 star. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid ID have recovered from what was seemingly a surefire hit from Bigatron Esports. But just the same, I gotta say what everybody's thinking. Is Anavel a little too forward? Is Anavel putting himself in places where he shouldn't even be?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of weird for the Suyo up against the Lucas, right? Whenever you do want to go in, you get shoved back by the Lucas. You get out-damaged by the Lucas in the Sacred Beast form. So it's kind of a lose-lose for the Suyo as we get into the later stage of the game. You will be poked down by the Granger, by the Farsa. If you decide to go in on the Granger and Farsa, you might get ejected, you might get punished by, obviously, the Jawhead, new passive, or you get shoved back by Aran.
And I'm asking because I just want to confirm. This does happen to me in real life. It happens to a lot of Suyo players. You guys have to admit.
In game or in real life?
In real life.
In real life.
So you have to know that Suyo's job as an assassin fighter puts you in weird situations. And I think Anavel just isn't ready for how fast Liquid is ready to answer to that and punish for the wrong decision he makes at the weirdest times. That's why Liquid is now in control, right in the pit. Anavel right in front of Aran. It's 2v1 in that Y-brush.
Sacred Beast form coming down with the fist crack as well for their airstrike as well. That's going to be Anavel walking up with the red tree, but it's still going to be Aaron Shiki who gets the kill. Iman. Late Zaman Force coming in to try to clean up. That's a shutdown from Moreno. And another for Iman. That's an immortality already, but Witty will fall to Moreno, who gets a double. 2 for 1, but the Lord goes to Liquid ID.
The Young Stallions on damage control. Aran with the flicker coming off of cooldown at the right time, flickering away, getting away with murder. 2 for 1. Again, the situation with Anavel. And folks, to the defense of the young jungler, it's mainly because he wanted to steal. Yeah. And again, that was his responsibility. That was his job, and he tried.
Aaron was able to get the last shot on the Lord. And that probably saved Liquid ID from now maybe having their base getting sieged. It will be still a Lord in vain, technically. There's no way they could utilize this to find any value. It'll just be cleared up before some of these members even spawn in. Only now
negative
has Witty spawned back in the game, and Bigatron have dealt with every single wave.
So at the end of the day, Anavel's sacrifice paid off. Yep. Despite sitting at 3-5-3, the Lord was scored by Liquid, but look, the map is still at 50-50, so the 2-for-1 trade, definitely worth it. Bigatron Esports should take that deal every single time, but again, the slow roll. You can take down the Lord, but you can't manage the waves the normal way. Look at how huge those minions are.
Especially the bottom wave there. It's still going to be the far lane. Lord will spawn up top in the map. Aaron's Shiki getting a bit more sustained to play with the War Axe. Definitely going to need that against the explosive damage of this late game Harith. But that's the thing. Liquid ID can never truly all in as we get to the later stage of the game here up against the Harith. You all in on a Harith with Zaman Force. If you don't get the CC down on him, he will shred everyone, including the front lines. The front lines are backliners to a late game Harith.
Yep, someone's got to lock down this young child or else he just tramples all over.
Cat child.
He's a cat child. He's a white-haired little menace. Bigatron Esports doing their best to secure what they could on their side of the map. So for the first time in a while, Anavel is going to actually taste a buff. Yep. That's the orange he secures here. And this is to Liquid ID's calculated approach. They're just controlling the map, freezing it, so that this next Lord coming up in about 30 seconds could be an easier play. There's a part of me also thinking, Mirko, could they be setting up for the long lane split push? Could they be going for some cheese right now?
They could, but they got to be careful. 18 seconds on the Lord, and take a look at the wave that Bigatron are building right now. That's a wave with 2 cannon minions already. And there's going to be, three. The first one just died there. It's going to build up to a 3 cannon mini wave. So it'll hold lights. Goes up the Jiku, no flicker combo with the way the dragon as well. Arang to be taken down by Moreno. Eman though caught on the bad spot with Zaman Force. Fabian electrifying beats. Eman taken down. Still Anavel with Moreno picking up the kill as Luke goes for the fist crack and does get away with the flicker.
And not a single member of Bigatron falls at the cost of 3 flickers. I'd say that's a good deal. Team Liquid ID, they did not see light with the 6th sense flicker into that brush, forcing a fight out of nowhere. Aran didn't even get the flicker away.
This will turn the tides, folks. We saw Liquid ID being able to control with the far lane. Control the light is walking up again. Doesn't have the way to dragon just yet, or doesn't want to commit onto it. Ejector over the light. Still gets the way. The dragon gets away from the last shot of the deck. Sonata and Witty is now zoned away. Light looking for the Jikundo one more time. Pinned down by Luke. Witty zoned away from the Lord. So is Aaron and Yehezkiel just by Moreno putting the traps down in these choke points. Yehezkiel and Aaron looking for the big steal. Can they do it? Anavel needs the retreat, and he will be able to get it. Witty pinned down one more time. Moreno does not commit. They back away, and this time they got an involved Lord.
Logically speaking, Bigatron Esports, despite their split up and their less than stellar damage profile from that range, they had the Lord. It was theirs to keep. And Team Liquid ID were just hoping for a dream to come true, a miracle. But the fact that Fabian wasn't there, that Aran wasn't there, really made it a 50-50, less than for them. So now with the Lord evolved as it is, marching through bottom, how does Liquid answer to this? Bigatron Esports suddenly back in control, and Light, almost single-handedly, Light got them to this point.
And this is the new form, again, of that Evolved Lord. You can play with the Lord itself. You can just get that damage reduction together with the team, and technically that's what Bigatron want to do. This is a team fight composition that want to stick together, aside from Moreno, and deal damage. So if they have enough damage reduction to deal with the poke coming in from Aaron, from Yehezkiel, and they just plow through these turrets, it'll be a concern for Liquid. And the way that Bigatron are building the wave up in the bottom lane too is just so well organized. They are waiting, slow pushing this as slow as they can, so that once they go in, they end the game. They're looking for an end angle. It's here, it's now or never.
That penetration is inevitable. And Liquid ID are hunkering down. They are bracing for impact. Lord down bottom. The rest of Bigatron Esports holding on for some flickers. Feather Strike already spent.
Oh no, Luke gets caught again. The ejector thrown back. That could be the angle, but Baby gets caught by the Abyssal Arrow. Moreno finds an angle again. It's going to be light with the way Dragon kicking Witty back, but he will be cancelled out. Immortality down. No, not just yet. He has skill very low by Annabelle. Still able to escape. Witty with Immortality. Lord dealt with. Liquid ID prolonged the game again.
An impressive defense by the Young Stallions, trading 1-for-1 and losing just that inhibitor. This, by all means, ladies and gentlemen, is a miracle. Any other team could not defend. What?
Ejection flicker. Annabelle gets a 3-man blade surge. Light dives into the back, and Iman gets through them all. That's a double as he goes in for the Zaman Force. Witty has finally got that immortality proc, and he will fall as Annabelle deals with the base with one cannon minion.
The dream didn't last, and Liquid ID thought they could get away with it, but Bigatron Esports puts a cap on it and takes game 1.
Game that we've just experienced. This is only the first best of 3, and it's not over just yet. 1-0 currently for BTR. Man, that was a banger of a match. What a way to start Mobile Masters here on Stream A.
A slobber knocker is what we call it in the business. What was that, 24 minutes?
Close to 25, honestly. Both of these teams were really trying hard to not make a mistake. 20 to 18, the final kill score.
I gotta say, man, you know, the pick that we were kind of doubting in the drafts, not as reliable as a Vexana, turns out to be just as, if not more reliable on the hands of the Maestro Moreno.
Oh my God, it's him or Eman as the MVP. Light had his moments, but you're right, never doubt Moreno, never doubt when Bigatron decides to pick these specific heroes. And come on, it had the blessing of their coach. Etomax is also a prolific Selena player.
Oh yeah. Huge coming in from Moreno. If his kill on Farsa is a trebuchet, Moreno is a crossbow. This man is able to throw these quick shots, and inevitably one of them is eventually going to hit. He is a volume shooter, as they like to call it in the business. But so far, I think this is something that TLID will keep into consideration, because I feel like the only downfalls of TLID is, yes, they caught him on, but Fabian just wasn't quick on the item switch.
It was the clutch moment as well in the later stage of the game when Luke got picked off as the Evolve Lord charged in. Oh, man. Luke got picked off, but Moreno found the clutch arrow to get Fabian. If that had that not happened, I feel like TLID would have been able to, again, force another Lord fight. It would have been more 50-50 because the far lane baser would be level at that point. But still, we got to see a crazy game here in Game 1. It was back and forth all the way from the start to the end. And ultimately, it did end according to our expectations, right? Early game, Liquid with those fights, with those brawls, definitely had the edge. But as we get to the later stage, with the arrows, with Lights getting the clutch pick-off too, that 6th sense, you called it, Leo, down below in the bush, over to orange buff.
Hey, give it up for MVP Iman on this Harith. This game didn't boil down to who could make the better decisions. It came down to who had the better hands, who had the better fingers. This man, 8-3 and 7, literally one-shotting Fabian if he ever stepped too close to comfort and didn't get the right amount of damage on him.
And take a look at the build. This is a very, sustain-based build, and it's because, he's up against more damage than tankiness. That's why he didn't need to go for the Divine Glaive. Went for the Concentrated Energy, the Oracle, sold the Boots for, and the Winter Crown. I think that was swapped over, Imo, Winter.
It's a jungle,
But, really good itemization from this genius.
Yep. Eman did die a couple of times early on, as you do with the range situation you have. But, again, the whole team converged to try and get Eman to this situation. Not just Moreno, not just Light. We talked about Annabelle. Annabelle made the right mistakes, could you say? The best sacrifices. Like, he put himself in harm's way. Again, there really is no true peel for Bigatron Esports. So he acted as that. He went into immortal form, extra damage reduction, a little bit of life steal, spell vamp from the Severs. And that was enough time and enough of a threat to make Eman the actual threat. I don't think Liquid was ready for that.
Despite the not-so-good KDA from Annabelle, we got to remember that final moment when he got ejected, he got a 3-man Blade Surge. That was what turned the game around to, again, BTR ultimately winning it.
I really hope we get that final moment once again coming in from Luke, because his engagements have been looking great. And I think the biggest takeaway from this match actually really boils down to the way that they trade against their opponents, right? Every single moment had to be crucial. And here we go, right? We see Luke's initial engagement, and they needed to do something to inevitably get ults out. Arrow comes through. We're going to see probably another arrow come in again to close this out. Gets it, 3-man bang. The follow-ups are so crisp from both of these teams. It's hard to say that that one team was lacking in one department and another team is excelling. I think both these teams are looking a lot more equal than we thought. And of course, my favorite part about all of this is the fact that Luke goes in, he dies, gets up. Yeah, all me, brother. High fives all around.
Yeah, I don't blame Fabian. In that moment, I saw how just seconds earlier, he saw an arrow fly this way. He's like, all right, I'm going to go in. I got full stacks on that electrifying beats. Folks, even at full stacks, electrifying beats only stops, slows. You are free from slowing effects when Joy starts dancing around there. So he did not expect the and then dies.
Just the stutter frames. You're right. It's a lot of things to take into considerations, especially considering that this match we thought would be a lot shorter than it eventually was. I think that this is a lot more even than expected. That 2-0 that you're manifesting right now, Leo, not coming into fruition. It is now either me or Miracle who's going to be able to get these full correct points. Hopefully we do get it. Either way, BTR in the lead. What are the adaptations coming in from Team Liquid?
You know what? You never lose unless you learn.
That's true.
So that's what I'm going through, and that's what I hope Liquid are going through. They got to learn that maybe you invest a little bit more in reliability than all-in early game snowballing.
Well, with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be another game between BTR up against TLID. This is Mobile Masters. We'll see you in just a short while.
Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud.
The top 6 road is still underway. Today's matches are looking great, especially after the very first point earned by BTR in this best of 3 series up against Team Liquid ID. Both teams are still looking to eventually win the series, but boys, I need to ask you, what are some of these adaptations? Do we need to get rid of this Selena? Because the way that I see it, Team Liquid ID, they've got a pretty decent draft.
You answered your own question. Get rid of the Selena. Maybe ban it out. Because if I'm not mistaken, there was an episode in Season 15 where... Is that right? Yehezkiel tried to play a little bit of Selena?
He played 4 games, he won 1. But even in the game that he won, he didn't do much.
See?
He kind of existed there.
He existed. Yeah.
A quick cameo in the episode.
He was definitely one of the Selenas of all time. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it.
I do think it needs to go, but we need to talk about Suyo because it remains to be a top pick here. And obviously, I think it's a little interesting with Bigatron's previous draft because, as you mentioned, he's the assassin fighter. It's a little awkward to kind of position him, but it's not like you're going to let Moreno do that job. Might as well him.
Yeah. Remember, when did you start picking up Suyo?
Yeah, I have. I haven't picked
when?
up Suyo. Oh, when?
Yeah.
When it got released, dude. When I figured out this man was a certain someone in the collab we're going to be getting.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Sasuke.
I have not stopped playing I have not stopped playing Suyo since M6.
Wow.
I'm at like 200 games now.
I'm close. I'm 178.
It's ridiculous, dude.
You guys remember your stats on your things. Holy, holy. Look, TLID has made the adaptation saying, you know what? Blue side may be the winning side now. Bigatron Esports still may be a game up, but at least they're second pick. Maybe they can look for some power picks this time around because they've already gone through the bans, and I'm not seeing Kalia banned.
Kalia has been left open by Bigatron Esports. We saw it banned out by Liquid on red side, so Bigatron playing a dangerous game, but maybe a game that they want to play. Maybe a game that they know, Liquid might not want to go Kalia. They might take it up. Ooh, no, they go for Suyo. Kalia open for Bigatron. But I have a question. Blue side or red side in the Philippines?
50-50 right now.
It's 50-50.
It's as close to 50-50.
I will double check.
There she is!
Oh, it's already in.
Wow.
First Kalia, a Mobile Masters paired up with a Harith coming in from Bigatron Esports on the red side.
What I say, I know my boy Dylan Katipon, Light, a.k.a. Pamela. He knows how to play Kalia.
Yeah.
That's his style, dog.
I agree. I think this Kalia pick was really not made for him, but it definitely catered to him, right? I mean, he has always been this kind of pick-off heavy player in the past, and with Kalia, it's the best of all of, his picks' world. So it's a pick-off with healing.
Oh!
And a Hanzo as well for Annabelle.
I think they're spicing things up here. They're one game up, and then now they're like, we got some buffer to play
Let's
with.
do it.
This is the Bigatron I know, man. When they win game 1, they go crazy in game 2. Sometimes it doesn't work out for them, but I feel like this is a pretty good level of crazy to go for, because these are meta picks. These are some really good picks, and it's comfort as well. We were talking about how Annabelle didn't really look too comfortable on the Suyo, but on the Hanzo, this is very, very Annabelle. Think of Annabelle when he was in EVOS, hyper carrying the team. It was on these kind of assassins.
Yeah, and also Hanzo is just one of those assassins that are pretty hard to punish now that they've kind of, reworked the way that his body in shadow actually works now. It's, you can't really pick and choose which to go for.
And now there's extra layers of protection. Again, the high, the low cooldown, the high amount of lifesteal he gets when the ult ends. Plus, if some way, somehow, Light is in the vicinity, oh, it's extra healing. So all the more, compared to game 1, Annabelle should be more comfortable.
Should be, but the question is, what is Aaron Sheik going to play? 2 marksman bans already, with Granger already out from TLID, and Harith already locked in for Bigatron Esports. Where does he go? He's going to have to go for, like, potentially even a Beatrix, considering they've already got a Jawhead, but that's the only synergy that I'm seeing.
Yeah. Beatrix, Irithel. Is that all it's left?
A carry? Technically, they could go carry. It's not the best.
Carry doesn't look good right now.
Yeah.
Dear God, help.
Yeah.
I mean, with the jawhead, technically, right? You see the combo. You see a combo.
Kind of like a carry jawhead, carry Kaja kind of thing.
Carry Kaja, carry Cho kind of thing. But yeah, it's not the best up against the Hanzo as well. That's a Sicilian as well. So actually, they're building up to a strange, like a mid-game composition. All of their picks, except for, everyone. Maybe the Kalia. Kalia does okay early, but Harith, Hanzo, Sicilian, especially Hanzo, Sicilian, they need the mid-game. They need those items.
And they got away with it in game 1. They got away with a mid-game power spike lineup game 1.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think they could still go for the Badang if they feel like it, just to kind of be like, hey, I may get like beat up in lane, but at least I can kind of keep up. And if we need more peel, that's your guy.
There's Vixana together with the Jawhead here. I wouldn't mind if Bigaton actually go for something like a Gato Kacha too, right? Like the Badang is good for engage, but maybe this time they just need a bit more. They just need a beefy boy up front.
Hylos open.
Hylos, Gatot, those dudes definitely.
No.
To mind.
In the XP, yeah. Because Light's definitely playing the Kalia.
Unless.
That's so good though. Either way, you pick a Hylos here, you can switch it. I don't care.
Yeah. And not to mention that Hylos has some pretty good synergy all across the board, right? I think the only exception being Harith when he drops the Zaman Force, but he can just pick when and where to do it. Either way, Team Liquid ID, I do feel like they're on the back foot here. They've got a strong mid trio, I'll give you that, assuming you find First Blood somewhere in the mid lane.
Yeah. And of course, we have to acknowledge that there's the Hylos. That Aaron Shiki is compromised. Like, this is not the best pick in the metagame, despite there being a lot of valid and viable marksmen.
Yeah.
Like the Irithel in the face of a Harith, in the face of a Hanzo. If you can even find the Sicilian, that's going to be a struggle.
I think the worst part is what battle spell do you go with? Do you just double down on the damage and go for sprint? Because even then, sure, you can get rid of the Hanzo, but you're going to get picked up by Kalia. And then if you take the Purify, you can't run away from the Hanzo, or even with the Glorious Pathway, the Zaman Force. It's too much of a struggle.
That's the force error we were talking about. I mean, when you go for the Kalia pick, you're not too good up against the Purify, but you can force the enemy gold laner, mid laner to not go for Purify with your other picks, and this is a great example of what Bigatron has done.
Boy, this draft is not looking good for TLID. I'm not gonna lie. If they're able to pull this one out of the bag, it's gonna be a strong snowball. But I think that Bigatron Esports, the way that I see it, have a really good draft. I'm going to give it over to our casters here, Mirko as well as Leo. Boys, take it away for game number 2.
The Red Robots are at match point. Given they have experimented a bit with their draft, it looks like they're going for the throat here as the Cavalry struggle to get things going. Game number 2 in the very first best of 3 in the group stage of Mobile Masters. Here we go. Mirko, I bet you're feeling so much better because I'll tell you now, I feel good about the draft for Bigatron.
Yeah, same here. But, you know, a lot of times when you think they got a good draft, the execution isn't, up to par. So we'll just have to see here, because Liquid ID, despite, losing game 1, despite not having the better draft, they're still really good. I gotta give it to Liquid ID. They have, in the past, been able to go with very unorthodox drafts and have done well, better than their opponents on, comfort picks.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the player emblems here. Pull yourself together.
I'm seeing a lot of PYTs.
Oh. A solid 2 on Kaleo for the Flicker and for Mr. Moreno up top, Witty.
Yep. So he definitely wants to stay on top and confirms it is light on the Kalia with Luke on the Hylos. And this is such a great combo of battle spells and kit. You have the Revitalize on Luke, then you double down on the healing with Light. Check this out. Kinjutsu already thrown out by Annabelle, and top lane, Emma's in trouble.
As the Purify will be able to pop it right now, as that's going to be the slam from Light. Not able to dish out enough damage or to CC anyone just yet. Gets a bit of healing, but it's not enough to keep Eman alive. 1-0 first blood for the trio of Liquid ID.
Great start. This is exactly what we were looking for in Liquid game 1. Sure, they eventually got to a point where they could be aggressive, but this is how Liquid does work. It's the Liquid Stampede. It's not the Liquid wait and walk peacefully.
They gotta try to get, force the issue, get that early game snowball with this kind of composition. They cannot. What would you think is the line that they need to cross? How much of a goalie do they need before Bigatron get their item power spikes to actually make it like even.
This figure is coming out of my behind, I'd say 2,000-3,000. But more importantly, I think Fabian needs to be up like a level or two. Now the turtle goes, Annabelle scores!
Wins out the rectory battle, Eternal Guard comes in, like gonna be locked down to death, but Annabelle finds a trade over to Witty. Now goes over to Aran, gets caught by the Sanguine Claws, but Reno still able to dish out some damage. Your Luke taken down as well. Turtle for 2 kills, +1 for BTR.
That's a score for Liquid.
Yeah.
I'd say Liquid got the better deal out of that one. Look at that, the rest of the map is going to correct itself. And that is Luke sent home, so that's a few chunks that Aran can take out. Oh no, but if only Annabelle could not play the man-to-man. Amazing instincts from the former EVOS jungler. Look at this.
Goes in, Soul Snatch, not enough damage to take Aran down. Not just yet, that's a tanky Hilda. Aran gets away, Hylos gets the wave. So they ended up still soaking in the wave here. But yeah, Team Liquid ID definitely still with that lead, that advantage in the early game, building up to almost, well, right now, 1,000.
I stand by that. Fabian has to be up on levels, and that's why I'm worried. Because Annabelle is up on him. He just turned level 7. Witty here catches a few, light very low.
Oh, the dive from Annabelle could be ready. The flicker forward, and now it will be Witty falling to Eman as Moreno flicker forward to get that last bad impact.
Team Liquid ID overextending there. I don't know what exactly they were going for. It seems like the was the orange stolen? Where did the orange go? I think that's what they were going for. Liquid was going for the buff.
I think Fabian got it, but might have to. Annabelle does have double buffs.
Yeah, but at what cost? Look, Annabelle is at level 8. This is costing Fabian. Oh no.
Not enough damage just yet. No, there's no way he gets to kill Aran there. But yeah, the orange buff is still taken by Fabian up top, light. Trying to go in, and Aaron, to answer the questions that we had in the draft, has gone for Purify.
Okay, so again, reliability, consistency. He doesn't want to coin flip his way to a sprint and damage. Team Liquid ID first to the scene here. That's a turtle getting bogged down. The Y brush in control. Aran here holding it down. Fabian scores!
They go for a kill instead. Now Witty pops in the ejector, but it's only onto the ghost of Annabelle. Witty caught it, gets 4, and Mon gets the kill. So it's a turtle for 2.
All right, this definitely is a win for BTR. This was a reverse trade in favor of Team Liquid ID earlier, but ooh, the range, you're seeing it now. This is still the early game, and Bigatron are already clapping back that hard.
And that's, again, great for BTR. Not too good for Liquid. They'll need, like you said, 2 to 3K gold lead by the time BTR hit their power spikes. And at this point, it doesn't look like it's
not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Bigatron have been able to, you know, keep things quite level for the first 5 minutes of the game. Harith already has a Sanguine Claws. We're getting into that mid-game power spike that we were talking about. Luke will be a great tank, even with the ejector here. Luke gonna be comboed in together. Light tries to go for the sustain, flickers out the safety. Now Annabelle walks back in and gets 4, and Mount Zaman force as well. Soul Snatch, but it's only onto Yehezkiel still, and Mon gets the kill. Fabian unable to get the kill back. Aran walks up. The Queller isn't up. Light falls as well, and there you have it, 3 for 1.
There is one of the weaknesses of a Kalia when it gets down to it. Your Tsunami Slam only really targets a singular hero and does it in such a small AoE that when the fight breaks out, no. Annabelle's Ghost. All right. When the fight breaks out, you can't affect as much of the fight as you wish you could.
Yeah.
So already Light spent the flicker there. He's already repositioned. Bigatron Esports made their bed. Team Liquid made them lie in it. And now the 2,000 gold up. Luke gets taken out, picked off. What was the play there?
No, Eman walks up as well now in a 1v1 against Fabian. But as Eman Force Light walks up, gets a slam down onto Aran, but not enough. Yeah, a good question there, Leo. I'm not sure.
What were they thinking?
What Luke was doing there, just opening up all alone. There was no objectives right there. It really looked like more of a mistake than an opening, and it will be a free turtle.
Maybe signs of that chemistry not being all there yet, you know? It's like maybe Luke was thinking something, did not vocalize it, and the rest of Bigatron had to, you know, correct the course, and now, oh, Yehezkiel gets chunked down to a 5th.
I thought it was going to be a free turtle. BTR able to pull back and actually, you know, force TLID back. Good Sanguine Claws over from Reno. Witty. See Luke trying to zone them away. Light Tsunami Slam and Purify's right there, and Annabelle gets read out by Weedy and Aran with the shadow form.
That is the duo of Aran and Weedy going head hunting. They found Annabelle, and he could not fight back. Like, there was nowhere for his real body in real life to switch up. So he just had to lay down and take it. That's 2 turtles to Liquid ID, and another turret scored down bottom. Conversion through the roof for the young Stallions.
Moreno's going to be soaking that wave in the bottom lane, and Man trying to get as much gold as possible up top. But in the mid lane, it is Liquid ID looking for the siege. So despite the fact that we were talking about that 3,000 gold lead not being possible to get taken, ejector again, Annabelle forced back. It was a slam down from Aran as well. But now Liquid have gotten it. They are in control. 3,900 building to a 4,000 gold lead. This is comfortable.
Comfortable is one thing. Actually dominant is another. That's why Team Liquid ID still have to choose their fights. Bigatron Esports now, truth be told, it's more on Moreno. Like if Moreno can find a way to get to a point of inevitability, get some stacks on him, then that changes things. That might actually shrink Liquid's gold lead and might turn the map a little more red. Slowly but surely, Annabelle's utility will go down, relatively speaking, in this game, because Liquid's getting better at hunting his body down. Look at this. Aran, oh, she's so chunky now compared to earlier.
Yep, even with the Soul Snatch, only able to get half of his HP, and that's a Hilda. Walk back in the bush, walk back in the bush, back to full HP.
He's photosynthesizing. Aran is buying time. Aran is holding down certain bushes. He's denying even Luke. That's an Amazonian woman. 6'5", 200 pounds, holding it down against a centaur.
Damn. This Hilda is tanky. Annabelle walks up. Weedy is the choice. This is more of just like an opening for him, right? He just wants to open up the map, wants to know where the Jawhead is. They don't have a Selena to do the dirty business that we saw, the dirty work.
That's the difference. That's the difference now. Eman being the MVP, sure, but the map was opened up by Moreno. So now it's switched up. Moreno is the core. Who's going to fill his shoes? Oh, Luke gets thrown out.
Luke is trying to fill in those shoes, but it won't be enough. Not tanky, not nearly tanky enough. Light almost gets himself into a tough spot by himself by going in for the slam. Liquid ID get a free Lord. That's the first Lord of the game. And remember, the changes to the Lord, it will start charging even here.
This always jumps. Luckily, there are still Holy Shields up for Bigatron Esports. They got about 2 minutes to make the most of that time frame before the Holy Shields go away. This is odd, Mirko. I didn't expect for these tier 1s to still be standing in mid. Is the Bigatron just doing a good job of defending that? Or is Liquid just choosing their fights? Because again, it is, like, logically speaking, harder to defend side lanes.
Yeah, I think Bigatron has really also just been sticking together in the mid lane. They have kept their mid lane alive as much as possible. NFL walks up, gets terrified, and you can see that HP bar, man. Yeah, you do get punished quite a bit now if you get taken down in the shadow form, and this will be a siege. Finally, if I can open a tier 1 in the mid lane, a tier 2 follows as well. Holy defense for Aman. He's keeping it alive up top, but in the bottom lane, it surely will be procced open. Great ejector from Weedy again. Right as he dashes in, this is a charge for the Lord into the base turret. The Holy Defense gets rid of the Lord. Now in the mid lane, another Holy Defense to help BTR defend. Eman has a Holy Crystal, by the way. He just picked it up.
Yep, so again, this might be the same story earlier. Eman just slowly but surely getting there. Oh, the collapse.
Tsunami Slam coming down as well. It's going to be Aran brought back under the turret, but he doesn't care. Taking so many shots and still being able to survive. Not the same story for Luke. He gets taken down very quickly. Soul Snatch, no damage for Annabelle.
So for 4 out of 5 members of Bigatron Esports, they're following the same narrative curve as was in Game 1. Sure, Team Liquid will find a mid-game power spike, stay in control for a majority of that, and then suddenly, this is what we're waiting for. Suddenly Light might find a Sixth Sense initiation and just jump in, Tsunami Slam the right target, and then go from there, but still, it's but a fever dream for Bigatron Esports. The red robots are still wondering how to do that. You asked me earlier for a gold lead expectation. How about a time frame, Mirko? When is Moreno ready?
But I think we got to take a look at the items for that. We got to see how many items teams got. Eman, Moreno, Annabelle, these 3 members. But You know, another factor is the front line. Light and Luke have just not been able to frontline well. This Hylos, 0 and 5 currently, so very far behind of Aran. And you can definitely see how much he's struggling here. Up against the Jawhead, you already struggle, right? But the fact that you're 0-5 and you're up against the Jawhead, that means your defenses are really bad right now.
Which has been an issue for Bigatron Esports this 13-minute bout and counting.
Yeah.
The heals from Kalia and the revitalize from Luke seem to be band-aid solutions to the surefire bullets that are thrown out by Team Liquid. Because the heals will do very little if the kind of damage Liquid is dealing is just so much. So now this is looking like a free Lord. Literally, this is a Lord wearing a Team Liquid ID jersey, and it's going to be marching down bottom. This is such a good position to be in if you're a fan of the Cavalry.
It is 10-5, 13 minutes in with the crazy goal lead that they've been able to get. Again, the goal lead that in the early game was held off by Bigatron Esports, but as we got into the 8th minute, I think it was, that goal lead went from 1K to a 4K goal lead, and now it's building up to, what, a 7,000 goal lead? Bigatron still have ways to clear. They have the Harith, a Sicilian as well, Hanzo, all really good at clearing, but they surely will lose a base turret this time around, and that will hurt their chances of contesting for the next neutral objective.
All right, before this crash, would be good to check up on items. Moreno does have a lightning trunch, so should help with damage dissemination. Oh, this is Fabian. All right, pops that ghost. Oh, Annabelle did get much out of that one.
Yeah, great move by Fabian. Holding in for the blade surge there. Able to dash in tower, blink in time. Witty caught all alone. I think the Tsunami Slap got him all the way back, and he will be taken down. Aran walks up as well. Gets caught by Moreno with the Sanguine Claws, and that's going to be the Soul Snatch to take him down. 2 base turrets, only 2 frontliners value for Team Liquid ID.
You know what? Bigatron Esports should still thank their lucky stars. They survived with 1 inhibitor. I'm pretty sure that one down bottom was going to go anyways, and they still took down a couple on the way out. Witty and Aran not here to help the cores of Team Liquid ID. Annabelle comes through, Ghost gets popped real quick, and the rest of Team Liquid are on recovery mode. I don't think they were ready to lose 2 that quick.
No, definitely not. It's still a great trade again for Liquid ID. They lose out on Witty, lose out on Aran, but it's all good. They got 2 base turrets. That's more than they would hope for.
It's a permanent trade. Like, you lose things that respawn compared to, like, your base being open.
Yeah, and it's a good trade in the end, right? Sure, Bigatron got a turret, but it's a tier 1. They have... Wow, I just realized Liquid, that was their first turret taken by Bigatron Esports.
That's how bad it was.
That was, yeah, I mean, right now, 6.8K goal lead for Team Liquid ID. They're just going to play the slow game. There's really no reason for them to put themselves in a risky spot. They will just wait for the Lord, play the far lane, and then... But I think here... Oh, man. BTR holding the wave once again.
Yep, freezing. Freezing, denying Moreno the resources, denying Eman another locked-in item. So this should be... This feels miserable for Bigatron, I gotta tell you now. Because even Annabelle can't touch his buffs. I can't remember the last time Annabelle, like, secured a safe buff.
Yeah, it's been like the orange buff, but even then he had to consume the orange buff to really get it here. You can see Fabian, okay, Moreno sees it, spots him out. Bad impact down. Purple buff should be taken out, and I think Eman should be the one taking it, yes.
Yep.
And it will be Eman, bottom lane slow pushing once again for Team Liquid ID. They go straight for the Lord.
Annabelle refusing to devour it. He has to give it to the hero who needs it. At this point, it's Eman, not Moreno just yet. Team Liquid ID already starting to dance, playing with range. Annabelle pops the ghost here, and they begin.
Light's dead in an instant. Luke walks in with the glorious pathway, but there's not enough damage just yet. Pops in to Purify, gets bursted down, forces him on forwards defensively. Again, 2 of Bigatron's front lines disappearing. Annabelle trying to go for that form, to go for the steal, but it's impossible at this point of the game.
In vain. Anything Bigatron Esports tries now out of the realm of defense is in vain. So they have 3 members here to hunker down. Luckily, Light will be back and Luke will be back for the Lord push happening in about 20 seconds from now. Lord should be coming through bot, and Bigatron Esports, they have to feel a certain level of frustration. Mirko, Annabelle's ghost does nothing.
No, it really doesn't. Annabelle hasn't been able to do anything. After, I think, past the first hurdle that he stole, that was it. That was the limit of what he could do. Because, again, for Liquid ID, they're just playing it so well, right? They're grouping up together every single time, and they are bursting through Annabelle every time he walks up. If it's not burst, it's CC. That ejector has been amazing from Witty.
And say what you will about that cooldown being much faster, it just does nothing.
Yep.
You're basically doing it over and over again. Insanity is what it is. The glorious pathway dropped down by Luke, and he gets ejected.
Uh-oh, Immortality going to be popped by Witty, going to be taken down as well. Zamanfor still down there as well. Good poke over to Aaron Shiki. They keep the base alive, but the turrets have all been dealt with, and you can see the discipline from Team Liquid ID. They're taking the base turrets. There's no reason for them to keep on going. Annabelle should be able to take this. He will. Bigatron, again, able to defend, but what cost now? 3 base turrets down.
Team Liquid ID, I think they made the right call here. Deciding that there's no point in forcing the issue. They definitely could get punished against. This is the same story of that push for bottom and mid. So now Liquid ID learning from that lesson. They can just play it slow again. Look at this Light jumping in. Looking for an engagement. Does not have a flicker. Look how deep Annabelle is. Ooh.
Good response from Fabian there. Aaron had to jump over. Does he have a win in nature, by the way, Aaron? Or is he just going glass cannon here, thinking that, again, his front line will be enough to hold off the Hanzo?
Folks, there is very little incentive for Aaron Shiki to build Wind of Nature. He's only afraid of Annabelle in that case. Everyone else does magic damage. So that should be a question we'll be getting the answer to in just a bit when we get the item check.
Should be a rose gold, right? Witty, no immortality, was popped just earlier in the team fight. Light has just bought that immortality. So far, Light hasn't really been able to get those big tsunami slams, right? It's really just been Witty, Aran, these frontliners. I don't even think we've seen Fabian get tsunami slammed yet.
Nope. It's very difficult. Again, it's the frontliners that you'll get those easy slams on. He'll have to commit the flicker to get the good targets like Yehezkel and Aaron Shiki. And that's even counting those battle spells. He has to watch out for the flicker, has to watch out for the purify, or else he put himself in his position that a Jawhead usually finds himself in. You know, just constantly deep behind enemy lines. Now that the Lord has spawned up top, Liquid making a beeline for it, and the concealed play coming in. Bigatron Esports looking for one. Light does have a flicker and a Tsunami Slam online. They find one up top.
Tsunami Slam over to Witty. Doesn't have the immortality. Goes to Projector. That's purified from Eman to escape. Witty going to be taken down right now. Zaran is going to be dealt with by Annabelle, who's dealing so much damage, but Luke will fall as well. Moreno trying to go for the kill with the bad impact and the flicker, but won't be able to find it. Light caught again. That is the Curse Blast together with Aaron Shiki to take the kill over. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of TLID. Only the damage dealers left alive for BTR.
Another 20-minute banger coming your way. Annabelle starting a lot of damage.
Jumps in over, Aran in the back as well. That's a big bonk over. Immortality bought by Annabelle. Moreno and Eman not going to be there to help him out. Moreno walking up finally, now pops into back fees, but Aran deals with him. Eman walks up now, up against Fabian. The Blade Surge going to be chained up already, but Segway Claws lands on him. Immortality for both, and it's a great synchro vision there. Wins the crowd, it's another big bang. Impact.
Eman the only one left. He's against 3, and he can't steal the Lord. Aaron Shiki secures.
Oi, Eman jumps back in, gets bonked by Aran. It's a double kill and a Lord with Witty spawning in. It should be over. Only the 2 frontliners left to defend for BTR.
This is not ideal. The red robots are facing down the inevitable. Game 3 is just around the corner. Luke drops the glorious pathway. Light and him are trying their best.
8 seconds on Annabelle. Light's trying his best again. Tsunami Slam in vain. Luke is zoning the man away, actually able to dish out enough damage, but again, the frontliners, they're all on the base with the minions. An equalizer from the Indonesian champs.
We're going all the way. Game 2 goes to Team Liquid ID.
Prediction points still on the line here. It's looking real good for both me as well as Miracle, but dear Lord, 1-1 with TLID playing a near perfect early to mid and a little bit of a coin toss at the very end. Got to keep it spicy here between both of these teams. Boys, how do you feel about that one? I mean, I already have a person in mind for MVP. I sure hope he gets it. But TLID, we were saying that they had the weaker draft. What happened?
I think it came down to comfort and execution, and the fact that we did not acknowledge that BTR did a lot of experimentation.
This is why I was saying, right, for TLID, a lot of times they go for these comfort picks, they go for the drafts that, again, may look weaker on paper, but they executed so much better. This is another good example of it, right? Leaving the Kalea open for Light to take, leaving the Hanzo, but then playing for what their comfort is, and it's the early game. Once they took over the early game, they took control of the game, really. That's what we didn't see in Game 1.
Yep, big shout-outs to Iran here. He played a strong laning phase, not to mention getting the first turret on his side of the map, always rotating a lot faster in comparison to Luke, and not to mention big shout-outs to Yehezkiel. 2-man, 3-man, completely stopping the aggression coming in from BTR, even with a glorious pathway. The linearity, the how straightforward BTR want to engage TLID became their biggest downfall.
Yep, plus their one way to cut through the back line was made null and void. TLID just said, "Nuh-uh, Anavel, no. No, this is a no-ghost zone."
Yeah, even with the item power spike, right? He got the item power spike in the end. Full items, by the way, from the Hanzo. You'd expect way more impact from the Hanzo in the later stage of the game, but we just didn't see it here.
And with much faster velocity.
Yeah.
It feels like Anavel at some point said like, "Oh yeah, I'm not enough." And then he just let that performance anxiety affect him, and he just gave up. He just started willy-nilly throwing that ult out. It's like, see guys, I told you nothing's happening.
Yeah, I mean, after looking at how the mid-game went, if your frontliners can't really open up the map for you, at least with Anavel, throwing out the Ghost Form out there is probably your best bet to get that information, right? I mean, it's a non-committal ult as well with minimal punishment, but just look at that graph. We see by the 15-minute mark, the substantial lead from TLID is what kept them alive until the item power spikes came online for Bigatron Esports.
It was just too much for Bigatron to handle. We were talking about the gold lead having to be like 2,000 to 3,000. They beat that by the time. We were talking about like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, they have to have a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, but they got a 4,000 gold lead. Out of nowhere, it was one big fight. 3 kills to 1. They took control, and the capitalization, man, of that lead of that team fight. That's where TLID get to shine. When their individual brilliance translates over to objectives, that's when they get the snowball, and we saw that from Fabian.
Yep, Objectives is his middle name. And in this game,
Objectives.
What?
Usurper?
Fave Objectives Usurper.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way the team takes advantage of that flow, that momentum, leads to Liquid just not allowing the opponents to do anything. If you'll remember, what was that? Just one single turret that BTR got to touch.
Tier 1 mid.
20 minutes into the game. And that's because Fabian, our MVP, sure got 5 kills, 9 assists, but he also was playing man-to-man defense on every single thing on the map that he believes is his.
I think that the punishment coming out for TLID was what's so good about them this game. Especially, like, we're just seeing, oh, off of that first blood on that top side translates to a whole bunch more kills, inevitably getting the tier 1 down bot side. And not to mention, coming up to that very first Lord, they got max value. They got it to push all the way up to an inhibitor tower to get that extra bit of damage. Coming in towards like the mid to late game, I wish we saw a little bit more from Light on this Kalea. I was really thinking that it was able to kind of, you know, mitigate the early game damage we were expecting from TLID.
Yeah, the sustain was just not present. I think it was due to, again, the Jawhead, right? Every time you go for the ejector, that new passive, the more damage the whole team does, and they have a lot of burst, man. Together with Aaron Chiki, who also has physical def shred, by the way, right, in the second skill. So it ultimately became a battle of burst, and Team Liquid ID definitely had the advantage there. Whenever anyone walked up forward, they would just get shredded so quick. Even the Hylos. We were thinking about a beefy boy for BTR. We saw the beefy boy, but it wasn't a beefy boy in the game. It was a very squishy boy.
Actually, the one thing that we didn't touch upon was how much disruption that TLID actually has across their entire roster. Their draft alone was able to, like, if you got 3 people with a good amount of, well, quote-unquote peel, just mini stuns, raw stuns, displacements, that was ridiculous. Ghost Form, null and void. Hylos, null and void. Kalea, even if you do pick somebody up, null and void, bringing the score to 1-1, which begs the question, who's going to take it away at the very end here in this best of 3? We're going to be going on a short break in just a little bit, and we got a bit to discuss here, but when we come back, oh boy, the conclusion of our very first series here on Stream A. We're going to be back after a short break. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll be back right after these messages.
It's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. I got love for the game. I don't cash out. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Shaking all the city. This is how I like my show. How I like my show. It's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. I got love for the game. I don't cash out. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Shaking all the city. This is how I like my show.
Nobody in my lane. Me and you, we ain't even playing the same game. Take my own credit, no need to drop names. Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody. More flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about dinner when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, this time fit in best. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader.
Part 3.
Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be our very first series, the very final game of this series to conclude who is going to get some extra points here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. My name is Getting in Q, and once again, we've got our casters, our professionals at the desk to keep you guys entertained throughout the game. It's going to be Mirko as well as Leo here. Boys, we talked about adaptations initially, but we need a deeper look, a deeper intake of what BTR needs to do to win out this game, because I think compared to game number 1, game number 2, there are some clear flaws.
Just don't experiment.
Don't experiment. Stop it.
That's one.
Just experiment. But not so much. I feel like it was a bit too much. The Hanzo plus Kalea. Remember in game 1, it was just the Selena. But even that was an experiment, technically, because
Moreno's good.
Moreno's really good on the Selena, but we've only seen it once, right? So it's still kind of a gimmick. Whoa! We got a B stream update.
Yep, that's Onyx PH taking the 2-0 against Vibin game.
And it was devastating. It was a what was 16 or 17K gold lead by the end of it. But last time I was watching it earlier.
What's the time? What's the duration of the match?
Oh, that I don't know. I didn't stick around for the post games. It was it was a brutal beatdown, to say the least. A BB, some may say.
Beloyski.
Look, the way that I see it right now, I think that both these Indonesian teams are going to be bringing their A game because, again, to be fair, they had BTR had a buffer game. Now there's no buffer game, but they are going to be short on some points if they don't win. If we're talking about adaptation, we didn't see the Selena ban, and the Clea did get to go through. Do you think the Hanzo is going to show up once more?
No, I don't think we're going to see the Hanzo anymore. I think we're going to see the Joy plus the Suyo more times for Annabelle. I think it really depends though, right? Because I feel like the Kalea, the composition works, but the front line didn't.
Ooh, the front line didn't. We got a Stream C update here. It looks like Papar Supermassive has taken a full series 2-0 up against Influence Rage. Interesting to see how this is playing out for some of the other streams here. They're finishing way too quick. I'm feeling kind of jealous.
No. This just shows Stream A is bang for your buck. Like your time here is well spent. We respect you.
Best stream.
And these teams want to put on a great show for you. That's why we go all the way here.
We're so Asian. Have to be keeping an A, keeping it a stack here. The best possible grade as we go into game number 3. Let's look at the draft. BTR going to be on blue side, Team Liquid ID on the red.
Oh, look at that statement from Liquid ID now. We saw your Kalea. We're not impressed.
We don't care.
Do it one more time.
We don't like the Harith though. So does this mean Shiki's gonna pick up the Irithel again?
Probably the Moskov actually. He's opting to go for Moskov more than Irithel.
Moskov Open, yeah. But they get the Jawhead Suyo. There it is. JHS.
This is what I expected Game 1 to look like. Bigatron with the first pick Granger, and then Suyo Jawhead for Team Liquid ID. But for Bigatron, this should be a Joy pick. There you go. And then
Joy Selena. Are they crazy like that?
Probably gonna go for a safe pick like Badang or Cho again.
Oh, wait. It would make sense if they do decide to do that. But tell me a little bit more about TLIDs, especially Witty the Wise picking up this Jawhead. We saw it since last year, coming into this year.
That's all Witty wants to play today.
Yeah, it's all what Witty wants to play today. And it feels like he isn't the most, how do I put it? He isn't the most snowbally on it. He definitely feels a lot more responsive, more like defensive Jawhead. Yeah. I am the protector.
He's definitely more calculated. We do get the Cho, by the way. Yeah, he's definitely more calculated on the Jawhead. It's not a key boy kind of crazy, unstoppable force, flicker to the other side, ejector type of playmaker. He's more, safe. We play for objectives. Yep. We play for my calls. And that's what you get. I think it's the same way he plays the Cho.
It's a utilitarian Jawhead.
Utilitarian Jawhead.
Pragmatic. It's not explosive. It's not high impact. It's pragmatic. Like he'll make the most of that kit.
He'll do it for charity. That's right. What he's looking for.
It's for the future.
It's for the kids.
That's right.
That's why he's wise.
That's why the wisest amongst the young stallions. Coming into the second phase here, this is where it's going to get real scary. We've seen strong openers from both of these teams, and once again, Arang going to get his hands on the Hilda. I wouldn't be too surprised if Bigatron decide to go for high loss once more. They've got composition that kind of makes it work, I suppose. But are there other options we're missing out?
Huh.
Yep.
Badang, I guess, right?
Yes, but also a mid laner. Like, what is BTR gonna play?
I think
because I could have sworn they were gonna go for the Selena again.
Yeah,
it hurt Liquid so bad. Never mind.
Yeah, it gets banned out. That's a good read by Liquid ID. They know how scary it is to go up against Moreno when they have a Cho to help the Selena to open up the map.
It's just too perfect. You don't lose, man. You learn.
Exactly.
But they've also made the question of what is the final ban going to be for BTR? Are they going to get rid of the Farsa like we saw previously in game number 1 picked up by TLID? They're going to go for the Moskov instead, which means Farsa will fall into the hands of TLID.
What does Shikster play then? Claude?
Carry Claude.
Still sound like the carry dude.
Yeah. I'm with Leo on this one. I'm not a big fan right now.
What else? Like Beatrix is even worse against the Cho, right? So
he's always just reverted to the Claude, man.
Yeah, I think the Claude will probably be the last pick coming in for the Liquid ID. They do go for the Farsa. This time it's a bit more risky because you have a Joy on the other side, but again, it's the same kind of formula that they went for in Game 1, but just better. They have dive, enough dive to create a safe space for the far side to just feather airstrike.
Man, I find it so strange that TLID is now reverting to, hey, instead of like playing around our two big cores, Aaron Shiki now takes a back step and Witty has gone up in priority in terms of the draft. I'm so used to seeing jungle, marksman, let's go.
Yeah, and then the mid lane later, like a Xavier, like a random pick.
Yeah, his skill cries in Indonesian. Now, Bigatron Esports going to be lucky at the high losses as well as, ooh, the Yiv this time around to kind of keep it within the box.
Okay. So still a high-lows, despite the fact that, again, the high-lows didn't do well against the Hilda, the Jawhead in game number 2. They still go for the high-lows. Maybe this time, Luke has taken a learn as well instead of a loss. He's learned from that mistake of walking up with no one there to back him up.
Yeah, he's got better support now. Like, the draft around this high-lows feels so much better. And, yeah, I'm gonna say it. This is a clawed game for Shiki. Especially since we confirmed the high-lows and the Eve.
Yeah.
He has to protect himself. He has to pick a very mobile hero.
I've got to blink out.
Yeah, he's got to blink out. It's got to be MI here. All right. You guys called the draft so far. Which team are you favoring at this point based off of their drafts?
All right. We say it on together. 3, 2, 1. Liquid.
Yeah.
Ooh, both.
Wait, are you cursing? Are you Do not do this, Mirko.
I'm not trying to curse.
Okay.
Listen, Leo, I try to curse for Bigatron's opponents every time. It doesn't work.
All right. Okay. You just like this draft.
I really like the draft. This is game 1 draft, but better for Liquid.
I agree. I agree that it's a game 1 draft, but slightly better. But I think that Bigatron, this is more within their play style, right? At least they have a couple more options in the way they can actually engage and play from multiple different angles here. But that's just me playing devil's advocate at this point. As we are going to start heading into game 3, I'm excited to see how this is going to play out one more time, because this is a repeat of game number 1 with the big difference being, hey, we got Eve, we want to keep it in the box rather than throwing out random bolts and praying that it mixes. Now, take it over, our casters. It's going to be Mirko and as well as Leo taking the mic.
It's time to get into the Land of Dawn and finally settle the score. Who gets the dub here? Is it Bigatron Esports with the momentum snatched from underneath them by Team Liquid ID with a draft that, again, we would argue and admit takes some cues from both Game 1 and Game 2.
We got to remember, though, Leo, in Game 2, we did also say that we like Bigatron's draft a bit more, right?
Oh, no.
It's a thing for Bigatron, really. When they don't have the stronger draft, usually they execute the game plan a bit better. And when they do have the stronger draft, they don't. You know, it's just a Bigatron thing, man. You know, I've been a fan of this team for so long. I know their patterns, and that's been the pattern for the longest time. And whoa!
Excuse me?
In the bottom lane, Eman just...
We'll put him in that corner. You see that corner?
I see him. It's almost like he got scolded by the teacher, told to just stand in the corner.
That's right. Oh, my God. Time out. Time out, Eman.
What?
That is a free first blood down bottom. Up top, though.
Oh, yeah. Skill going to be caught. Annabelle puts in the beats a bit rough. Fabian's still able to claim it. Annabelle gets level 4. Now jumps back over to Fabian. Soul Sever coming in. Annabelle electrifying beats to escape.
So far, Team Liquid ID, they're playing to this tempo, their tempo, the Liquid Stampede trademark. Team Liquid up by about 500 gold, and the first turtle will be spawning in the upper quarter in about 20 seconds. So we saw that the gold lane definitely is a win for Aaron Shaky. Great start for him. How about that mid lane? What's that mid lane like?
I think it should be favorable for the Eve. It really comes down to the roamers to turn it around. Ejector Luke pops in revitalized, and that is the Jawhead we're talking about. High-lows shredded down.
Witty waking up. His investment in this Jawhead paying off, saying, Coach, I'm playing Jawhead today. You can't stop me. Team Liquid ID scores a massive early game objective in that turtle.
Not even Bigatron can stop him from picking that Jawhead, man. The Jawhead and the high-lows pick up. Eman in the bottom lane for the airstrike, locking him down. Another kill onto Eman with Aaron Shiki picking up the kill.
Another one down bottom. 2 of the 3 kills for Team Liquid ID in the early game is on Eman, and Aran here just bothering Annabelle, living in his personal space.
Down below, Aaron still able to escape Jeet Kune Do from Light. Man, that's a lot of gold that they were able to soak in down below, and that's a lot of gold Eman will be missing out on, by the way. Gold Crab completely denied away from him. So Aaron's probably sitting on like a 600, 700 gold lead early on. Fabian also has a big gold lead with a kill. There you go. We get to see the gold leaderboard.
Big money.
Oh.
Oh, Emma's trying. Emma's catching up.
Wow.
He took a cap. You see that? He took a small cap. Oh, Glorious Pathway.
Wait, the Dragon locked him down. That's an Annabelle walking and dying over to the Feather Airstrike. A kill over Aaron Chicken with the blazing. To win over to Luke coming down as well. Iman. So kind of way Aran falls under the real world manipulation, and it will be a kill. Annabelle, Luke traded for Witty.
All right, there's one way to counter the real world manipulation. Number one, force it out of your opponent. And number two, walk up to it in a way that your opponent regrets putting it in that spot. Aran here gets flushed out by Eman. Dude, 3.5 minutes in, Liquid is unrelenting. They are making Eman's life a living hell.
You want to shut down Eman on the Granger. It's a great move.
They're oppressing him.
This has been a way for Bigatron to, you know, get wins in the past. Even when the team loses, they can always just rely on Eman, on the Granger, to carry in the mid game. But this time, it'll be a bit later, I think, for Eman to get those items. And even then, Aaron in the bottom lane. Oh, Witty coming down as well. Unstoppable force. Flicker out from Eman. Goes in for a bit more damage over to Witty, who's going to be very low. Aaron should get the blazing duet coming down as well. 2 members down below. That means Bigatron have a man advantage up top.
That is huge. It's a 3v4 there, but Light still goes down first. Yehezkiel pops him.
Retribution. One out by Annabelle. Moreno taking low, still able to cut away. Aran walking up again. Annabelle looking for RW. Went for the shielding. Aran bypasses it. Luke will revitalize a Queller from Fabian to take Annabelle down.
And Aran gets away with murder. Who'd have thought by diving 2 turrets deep, jumping onto Moreno, getting the kill, getting out would be passable. And this whole time, Witty and Aaron Shiki do not get punished. That was a 3v4, man. Called 3v4.
Whoa. A win 3v4, 3 kills to nothing. They only got a turtle out of that.
Liquid is so back.
They are angry. After that game 1 loss, BTR now in a tough spot for the airstrike coming down as well. And Mom might just be taken down by the Feather Airstrike. Light able to provide backup in time, but man, they are really shutting down Eman.
Oh, I said 3.5 minutes, it's on Eman. 5.5 minutes still on Eman. And yeah, you're right. Light is doing a good job playing an enforcer, a bodyguard, an escort for Eman, but it's not working out. Like, this means the rest of the map for Bigatron is passive, is defensive.
You can see it again. Even taking this orange buff is a problem. Aran is just taking those shots like a champ. The cannon minion with a trade up top. Orange buff still being held on, but Fabian wants it. He's a level ahead of Annabelle. Revitalize from Luke. Get a bit more HP. Eman's over there as well. The retribution will come through from Fabian to steal this orange buff away from Bigatron.
Perfect timing. No turtle coming up for about 20 seconds. Annabelle's been busy. Annabelle worked out that trade up top, a tier 1 takedown. But there is their own tier 1 who's like, what, a breath away from going down as well. Turtle spawning in just a bit. And look at this, very sneaky. Team Liquid ID know that they're so ahead that they can still win the 3v4s, 3v5s. They keep Witty and Shiki down here.
Conceal. Over from Witty. Eman's going to clear out the wave in the mid lane. Unstoppable force. Eman with a flicker out. Oh, that's a flicker. Also responding. Overblazing duet from Shiki.
Yeah, Yehezkiel gets taken down. It's a man advantage for Bigatron. Make that too. Shiki falls.
Oh, Annabelle looking for the kill. Fabian able to dash away again. Eman with that Sonata. 2 for 0 in favor of BTR.
The biggest of all clutches, suddenly, what seemed like an engagement initiated by Team Liquid ID turns into a 2-man pickoff for Bigatron Esports. Amazing response from the Red Robots.
Great read from Annabelle on that Joy. Coming in late to the team fight now, tickling Aran with that damage. It's really not taking any. Back to the bush, back to full HP. Annabelle, retry up in a bit, but he will not be able to contest. They will be happy just by leveling the lead just a bit more.
Yep, taking it down a notch from about 4,000 approaching to just 2,500 gold, 7.5 minutes in. Final turtle going over to Team Liquid ID. Still in control of the game, and they're taking control of mid. I do not know what's next for Team Liquid ID, honestly. They could snap any moment. Bear down on this buff down here. Light shoved out of that bush.
Luke walks back in. Luke trying to get control over this. Annabelle, level 11 to Fabian's 12. All right. TLID won't force the issue. They'll go straight to the mid lane, poking Light out. Orange buff taken by Annabelle without using Retribution this time around. And both teams are just playing for the waves at this point, waiting for the next neutral objective to spawn.
All right, looking at the item check here, that's a gold lead across the board, the most massive one between the junglers, Favian and Annabelle, just a Starlium Scythe on Annabelle, while a BOD on the way here for Favian. Does Shiki know? Did he see Annabelle here?
No.
Oh, sneaky. Oh, cancels it. He might go for the kill. Does he want to go for the 1v1?
They don't know where everyone is. They only see where the Suyo is.
Oh, look at that cut.
Annabelle walks up. The PMI gets placed down. Annabelle will be able to clear it out. Unstoppable force all the way to the back. And that's the big bong. Annabelle taken down by Aran. Lu walking up as well. Moreno looking for the damage again. Really able to flicker out as Iman goes for the Detonata. Fabian. Blade Surge just to threaten them away from that tier 2.
The commitment and the patience by Team Liquid ID. Impressive. The fact that it took a while for them to actually see where everyone else was, and they're still committed to getting at least one takedown. And how fortunate it is for the Cavalry that it's a jungler, that it's Annabelle. It's a key pickoff. And here they hold their ground. 10 seconds until the Lord spawns. Lower quarter of the map. Team Liquid ID relentless. Like they're not letting Bigatron Esports breathe. They're both freezing the lanes and making sure that if Bigatron commits to something, somewhere else on the map cracks.
Well, there you go. Back to where they started. Not really where they started, but it's closer, right? It was 5,000 gold lead when Bigatron got 2 for 0. Team Liquid back to almost a 4,000 gold lead. Witty in the bush. This time, Immortality. Oh, Amon gets chunked down for the airstrike, forcing him to flicker out. Light goes in for the kick, but Yeskiel is able to flicker out. Now Luke gets brought back in the blazing duet there. Way the Dragon canceled out by the Purify. It is all clean from Liquid ID.
A lot of ults and battle spells spent there by Bigatron Esports, only resulting in a takedown. So they're a man down. Luke is out. There's ill intentions from Favian and Witty. They see Annabelle.
Oh, that ejector over to Fabian. Annabelle will have the dashes. Can he escape? Yes, he can. Turret taken by the minions in the bottom lane as Annabelle pushed it earlier. Yeskiel in the bush. Looking for the stun. Moreno with the flicker out. Almost catching him. Yeskiel wings by wings out of there. No Purify for Aaron, but he does well. Stayed patient with the BMI. Did not rush to it. Forced Light out of the cooldown of the Jikundo.
Impressive spatial awareness by the Ghost of Jakarta, Yeskiel. Died only once this game. How he claimed that moniker. Every time, in this single fight alone, he has dodged so many frontline, backline hunters from Bigatron Esports, and now he's back in the fight. Again, this is what you get with that buff on Farsa. The wings by wings gets you there so much sooner.
And this is what you get when you put Yeskiel on a signature high ground hero. Witty, unstoppable force at the ejector. Luke able to sustain out of it though. Light not going to. Feathered airstrike. Used up. Annabelle walking forward now. Goes for electrifying beast. Retreat battle. It's Fabian who claims the Lord. Aran stops Annabelle in his tracks.
Flavor Fave with a big ticket win. A lesser jungler would have panicked when they see a fully charged up, stacked out electrifying beats Joy. Fabian, not that kind of jungler. 404 errors not found for Team Liquid so far. They've been playing clean, man. Sure, there was a 2-man pickoff in the mid game, but now at 11.5 minutes, a Lord on their side marching through top. They're clean. They can take this slow. Again, the same cadence they had in game 2. They can make that work again.
Oh, Melfic gun for Aaron Shiki. Leo, this is what we call a stompy stomp.
This is a Liquid stampede to the finest. TM.
Race to the power of 5.
Cubed.
See Halberd for Eman. A bit more firepower for BTR to play with, but not nearly enough to deal with just the front line alone. Aran, this game is still the untouchable. Oh wait, no, that's Aaron. Close enough.
Wait. All right, they're pushing in. Every wave synced well through, and Bigatron Esports have to deal with this right now. Luke drops the glorious pathway. They're trying the feathered airstrike.
Oh, Aran's just playing with BTR. Look at the way he's zoning. No damage taken for Aran. BTR don't even want to use their resources on Hilda.
Some no bush gaming Hilda. Like, he was literally inside the base.
He was running laps.
Wailing on dudes. Like, I'm not even healing. How are you not hurting me? That is how dominant Liquid is right now. This is, folks, in case y'all don't know, Aran is one of the pioneers of Hilda in the modern metagame.
Best Hilda XP for sure for me.
His signature hero became a highlight pick. Oh, wow, the finesse! Liquid ID, those minions were wearing jerseys. They were blue. I saw them.
They're on red side, but those minions are certainly wearing blue today.
They got that 25th anniversary jersey.
They got that as a special logo. By the way, it looks slick, clean. For Liquid ID, they're back to playing a slow game again. For BTR, they do better in these very cramped spaces where they can actually utilize that box. But as long as Liquid ID played slow, go for the neutral objectives, attack from these different angles, utilize the poke, there's not much Bigatron to do. Bigatron can do to keep the box alive. The box is a cardboard box that has been beaten up and torn to shreds, man.
It's a concept.
It's a fallacy.
It's an abstract fallacy. It's a myth right now because, say what you will, at 14 minutes, Team Liquid ID, time is still on their side. Sure, Eman is stacking up, but look, they can freeze the map. They can make sure that the waves don't cross the river as much. So Bigatron Esports have to crawl out of their base for resources. Look, Luke is a walk-in sentry, man. Like that's a mythical beast used as a sentry. Like that's a huge waste of abilities for. Oh, he's trying. See, he tried again.
Oh man, that's a free lord to TLID as Aran just stood in the bush, giving the information to the team, and then walking up saying, "What you gonna do about it?"
It's man-to-man defense. Like, no, sir, you're not allowed here.
No,
sir.
And to make things even worse for BTR, that's Aran. He's already untouchable. Has the immortality too now. So even if you get to touch him, it's not gonna do good for you. It's gonna be pretty bad for you.
There'll be a lot of wasted ults. There'll be a lot of wasted battle spells, which we've already seen.
Oh man, you have to go for Wind of Nature. That's when you know it's tough, right? You have to go Wind of Nature. Good damage from Iman, but it's on Yehezkiel. You see the damage on Aran and you're like, what damage?
And that sucks. An Expilator threatened you that way. Aran chunked down a half health here.
Oh.
Ejector on the Luke.
A big bonk. Oh my lord, the shred from Aaron Shiki. Say goodnight to Luke. 2 games on the Hylos. First game it was I think 1-7. Now it's 0-4. Back in the defense again. Iman doing damage this time. Gets the Sky Pierce to proc over to Aran. Now is that gonna be Fabian? Locked down in place. Fabian giving away the shutdown in the bottom lane. A mistake, but not the costliest of mistakes yet. They can still recover from this. They did lose an immortality on Aran, and BTR is starting to deal damage.
That's one step back in what seems to be a sprint. Light dashing on through, trying to find that kick on to Aaron Shiki. Luckily, Shiki got that BMI perfectly on time. Has yet to press the Purify in a while.
There's no one to force the Purify outside of Light, right? So it's very different to game number 1. We had the Badang. The Badang could be the one to start off the engages, bait out the Purifies for Light to then get a pick off 30, 20 seconds later. Now it's just Light. He has to do everything himself, baiting out Purifies, opening up the map. I'm saying that because Luke cannot open up the map. On this Hylos against the Jawhead, you open up the map, you dead.
The best thing you can do is just stand in a bush and say, they can't cross this line. But that's it. It's a small time gig. He's not going to buy a house and a car out of that.
Is that another concept?
It's another concept.
It's a theory. It's a game theory.
It is just something that he can think about but not do anything about right now. That's what's happening for
It's part of the late night talks of the boys, you know, something you just think about.
Yep. It's not giving. It's just not giving.
1,000.
It's an L he has to take right now.
He does have an L in his name, so maybe it's from there, right? He just takes the L from...
Yeah. Well, we've seen them come back from worse. Remember, game 1, they had 2 lanes pushed in, like 2 inhibitors lost, and they still came back from that. Who's to say, right?
But they had the opening. They had the... Oh, Iman on the bottom lane. Kites away.
Oh!
Witty, unstoppable. Oh, reads it out. Witty the Wise. Well played. Iman got read out. He gets taken down by the Usurper. And there goes the opening that Bigatron thought of.
All the way in. As many concepts and theories as Bigatron Esports can play with, them being programmed to win is not in the books for Team Liquid ID's Stampede. They ran through Iman, bro. They threw so much at him and eventually found him. Down goes Annabelle. Shiggy touched everybody.
Winter Crown immortality to Luke Fallen as well. The robots are crumbling. You cannot out-concept, out-theorize Witty the Wise.
And this was all this while we had an absentee jungler. Fabian was taking the Lord alone, and now it's an end angle inside the base.
The Cavalry looking for the charge in. Fabian gets locked back in, but gets injected to Aaron Shiki. Light going to be falling to Aaron Shiki. Fabian takes the damage, goes for the immortality, and gets out. And Mon baited away, taken down with a Fender airstrike.
Inside the base, and Winter Crown popped on the Yeskill. His immortality down.
It's all over. Liquid ID complete the reverse sweep against Bigatron Esports.
It went all the way. But at the end of the day, the defending MPLID champions take the win. 2-1.
GG, well played for TLID. 2-1, the final score line here in our very first series of the Mobile Masters Stream A here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. My goodness, what a game. I have never seen a team absolutely shatter the confidence of the Red Robots like that, and the amount of resources they put into making sure Iman and Annabelle did not get to play this game. Let's look at the post-game stats. 5-19 in one of the, well, out of this series, one of the shorter matches that we've seen so far.
And they say robots have no feelings. I'd reckon BTR felt pretty bad. Like, they didn't get to play. Like, this is the one game in this 3-game series that they really didn't get to play.
Zipper, could we save the clip of Moretto freaking out when they lost their top inhibitor?
Yeah.
Guys, what are we doing? What's going on here? The disruption of communication, the shattering of confidence. I gotta give it a TLID here. I feel like there are a couple of elements that's really making this team kind of figure out how BTR actually click, and I think that Iman is pretty vocal about, I need help, please send help, dear God help me.
Since minute 1, they're still here, guys. Guys, they're still here.
I gotta say, man, Luke, this is why I just don't want to see the high-lows on Luke. He needs playmaking heroes. He needs heroes. He needs those, you know, it's the attention span, man. He's got the Gen Z attention span. Let's be honest here. He needs a hero that needs that goes in. APM needs to be through the roof.
Give him a
if
fidget
it's a
spinner.
horse that walks up and just pops in Revitalize, he can't do it. He tried to do it, and he got ejected. He got wittied.
He got wittied so hard. Oh man, it sucks to see him in this type of position because I totally agree with you. I think he needs to be on those big playmakers. However, it's not like the Hylos as a draft pick as a whole for this team is a wrong option. That Glorious Pathway is such a powerful tool, but they couldn't take the initiative from TLID. And I was telling some of the talents in the back while we were watching this game, hey, Bigatron just need one really good fight in all of their inhibitors, and then top inhibitor exploded, and I'm like, man, this game's pretty done.
Yep, the closest to that was the 2-man pickoff, the free 2-man pickoff that happened in the mid-game. But that aside, there was nothing that BTR put on the table. They were just playing with heroes and concepts that they weren't comfortable with, especially against MVP, Fabian, and the rest of Team Liquid ID, who were feeling themselves. Like, they felt so comfortable.
Oh, yeah. The fact that we saw Yeheskill go Flicker instead of Purify up against Light, I mean, that exuberates, hey, we know what makes this team tick. And I think they've conditioned them so hard. Oh, I hope that they have the play. The witty prediction Flicker play, that was hella nasty. But once again, here's the destruction of Iman down on the bot side of the map for the next, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, just absolutely hammering on him.
Liquid wanted to liberate Iman of the responsibility of his hero. You can put your phone down, it's fine, dude.
It was a tough watch, I'm not gonna lie. As a goal, especially for people who play the gold lane, that's where you know when the opposing team has a vendetta against you.
Yeah. That's what people would say nowadays. Cooked. That's cooked. Yeah. Right? He was completely cooked in the bottom lane. Unfortunately, again, I have no idea how he got to that position where he just stood there. All right, just kill me.
Just take me.
Get it done with. You know, I don't want to flicker here.
Let me put myself in the corner. Let's make it easy for you.
Holy Week is coming just like, it's around the corner. I'm just waiting for that time. I need to cleanse myself of this nonsense.
Yep.
It was brutal. And I think, you know, one of the we've already talked about two proponents that we saw. Oh, the prediction. That was so good. We talked about the two big proponents that TLID did to get this game in the bag. Number one, Luke not doing too well on these tank utilities. Number two, shutting down Imam. But I think the most important part is actually in the draft locking in this Jawhead, because I've noticed that mid lane has been such a hard contest for Moreno if he doesn't have the right hero. Prior to that, even with Vixana, right, it's not like we're seeing the mid trio really trying to push out from the mid lane. Well, other than TLID, but BTR, they have a more spread, more default control over the map.
Yeah, I think it's just really tough, I feel, for them to utilize the early game when, again, this game in particular, this is the reason I said, I think we both agreed Liquid just had the better draft. The trio mid, it was what they were lacking in game number one. In game number one, they got the Jawhead, they got a great mid laner too. I forgot what it was. Pharsa. So Pharsa, Jawhead, but they had Joy. Takes a bit longer for him to get going. Suyo, level 3, you're there, you're ready. Level 3, you can go and follow up with whatever the Jawhead wants to go for. The mid gear is great with the Pharsa together with the Jawhead. And they took control so early. Hylos was locked in by the ejector into the Suyo, and that was it. Turtle was free. After that, it was a complete snowball.
It was the Magic Shop coupons. You know, he's free to go at level 3, cashing it in big time. But that being said, though, with this 2-1 victory with TLID, we actually have somebody on the phone with us. Say hello, everybody, to TLID's very own Fabian that we have on call. Hello, Fabian! Good to see from you. How are you feeling after that win against BTR? Reverse sweep, might I add.
Easy game.
Oh! That's what I want to hear.
That's what I want. This is what we.
Sorry, Mirko.
Hey, you know what, Fabian? It's fine. If you regain your confidence just like you had in Season 14, it's completely fine. And has this game regained your confidence, or did the break give you the opportunity to regain your confidence?
Apa tuh bahasa Indonesia?
Jadi season 14 lu pada pede banget lah semuanya. Dan season ini kayak season 15 kelihatannya lu pada kayak nggak sepede lah. Tapi apakah dari breaknya 3 minggu kalian bisa balik lagi jadi pede, confident?
Maybe Team Liquid will bounce back in SL Master Mobile ini.
Okay. That's what I said. If Liquid will bounce back, it has to be in Mobile Masters. Fabian, congratulations. Amazing work. Your performance in this series reminded me of M6 Fabian. Okay, compare. I want to ask you, Fabian. Compare M6 Fabian to Mobile Masters Fabian. Which is better?
Still M6.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, not at the peak just yet, Fabian. I'm really interested to know from your perspective. What did your coach tell you guys after game number 1? What was the advice he was giving you guys?
My coach maybe tell the Suyo series. Suyo. If pick Suyo, will win.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
What's up with the Jawhead, by the way? Witty picked Jawhead 3 games in a row. Is it just Witty being comfortable on the hero, or is it just a team strat?
Witty has confidence in Jawhead, yeah. So, yeah. Suyo Jawhead, OP.
Okay. OP. Look, we're not going to hold you for much longer, Fabian. Do you have anything you want to say to the fans out there who are supporting this? Hey, the whole world is watching TLID right now. Any words of encouragement?
For the cavalries, thank you for supporting us. Don't forget to supporting again and again until champion.
That's our 2-time MVP of this series, Fabian from TLID. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Makasih.
I love Fabian.
This guy, such a character.
Such easy game, and then sorry, Merc. God damn it, man.
he knows you were on the other end of the call.
God damn it,
you should have seen it come in here. But Fabian, once again, doing a phenomenal job. TLID. Hey, I don't know. We were talking at the beginning of the show. Oh, I don't know. TLID's not doing too well in MPLID, so therefore they could be bad. They're coming back slowly for Mobile Masters.
I told you the cope hit.
The manifestation.
Not 2-0, but you got it done.
I'll take it. You know what they say about a negotiation, right? If both parties don't walk away with feeling like they lost something, not a good deal. So, just...
worthwhile. It is worthwhile. But the fact is, the coach is telling them, we get Suyo, we win this game. And they did it. They were like, okay, let's bench that joy. It's not doing God's work just yet here. But with that being said, with this 2-1 victory, we've got another series going on. Actually, the rest of Stream B and Stream C is already done. We'll double check it in with the results that are coming in for the second series of that day. But up next, it's going to be Onyx ID up against Team Falcons. And this is going to be a big one here. We're going to see some ID versus BH all over again. We're going to go on a short break here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll catch you later after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage.
It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild.
Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth is, got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strapped, I'm back like never before. Taking my final form.
Yo, it's getting wild out here.
That iconic line from the Sky Kings during the previous challenge season, right? During the challenge finals of the SPS, we saw Severo actually come into full fruition on that Onyx ID roster. But of course, he's backed up by the household names. We have Kyrie in the back, and now Severo has come on that gold lane. And will he fulfill his destiny of reaching that gold standard? Well, we'll just have to see.
The competition heats up here at the SBS Mobile Masters. We're on to our second series of the day after a very short break, and we have Onyx ID up against their very own team, Falcons. And ID versus PH here on Stream A. Finally, an exciting time. But with that being said, let us introduce to you our professionals and casters and analysts who will be taking care of this game. We've got Leo and as well as Eterna here at the set. I gotta stop saying desk here. It's a change of mind. How you feeling? And welcome to the set.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. After that win in that first match, I'm like, yeah, those are my boys.
Yeah, the gas is there.
Maybe only the second most prolific Team Liquid ID fan. Eterna's happy. I'm #1, by the way.
That's not fair.
Ask Fabian.
That's not fair.
Fabian and I.
Tight.
Besties?
Yeah.
We were besties too.
Were besties?
Okay, I don't know about that one. But welcome once again to the set here. Leo's all warmed up this time around, especially sitting on that chair real comfortable. But for this upcoming game, it's going to be some exciting stuff. We had the longest series by far, so far, amongst all three streams because they finished fast. What do you think about this one when it comes down to Onyx versus Team Falcons?
Honestly, I think we have the best stream. And I'm not saying that because of the people, but I'm saying it because of the matches. Things are going to be so tight. We saw that reflected through match #1. And in match #2, I'm not going to be expecting anything less. Sure, Onyx ID are on a little bit of a slump, especially seeing their performance in this seasons of MPL ID. But like TLID, it feels like they found their rhythm. Maybe we're going to be seeing new faces in the lineup for Onyx ID, and I think they do have a chance against Falcons.
You know what? You're right, but only partly right. It's because of the matches, it's because of the teams, but also because of the people that makes Stream A the best.
I didn't want to be biased,
in all of Mobile Masters. Don't be too humble. But also, you're right in that Onyx ID is struggling, and that Team Falcons are slowly catching up. You mentioned how Onyx ID are right now in a better spot than they were when we started Season 15, but for Falcons, it's actually so good. They're currently number 3 or 4 in the standings and have secured their playoffs in MPL Philippines Season 15. So we're bound to see a great match. Again, we're calling this the never-ending rivalry.
The never-ending rivalry. They faced each other so many times, but let's first talk about Onyx here. Because again, as Eterna mentioned, they are currently on the slump with Ryota, Sans, Keyboy, Severo, Mr. Breaker of Change, Mr. Steal Your Girl, Mr. Hide Your Sisters. It's Kyrie Targaryen here. And I think that so far, what is the slump? Because again, we had that talk about Severo. Can he fill in the shoes? And we're seeing another EXP laner swap places coming into the new season?
Yeah, it's been tricky for Onyx because I think among all the teams, we have 9 teams in MPL ID. They were one of the only teams that were sitting at a 3-match lose streak, and that was alongside Navi. So that's not the best of comparisons, understanding the accomplishments as well as their experience that they've had so far. So as we got into the second week, we finally saw some changes to the roster. No longer Rez, we see Ryota coming back into the fray, and then we see Severo, who has been a good replacement to CW.
Hey, good is an understatement. Severo, in his debut international tournament right here in this very tournament series, Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, he went all the way to the grand finals. What were we saying about then? He compressed what CW experienced in the first 6 months of his career in the span of a weekend.
Yep, in a span of a weekend. That's all they needed. Because the fact is, Onyx has been here for a number of seasons of the SPS. Onyx secured their first victory over Falcons since the M5 Grand Finals at Season 6 APAC Challenge Finals. That's another fun fact here. So I don't think Falcons are the kind to hold a grudge, but at the same time, considering that they've done pretty well for themselves coming into having some pretty tight games in the MPL PH, let's talk about Falcons for a moment here. Because again, it feels like, I mean, a team that sticks together for a long time does bring up a couple of questions. Chemistry definitely going to be there, but the meta has been something that they mentioned was something they couldn't comprehend first, but now it feels like it fits like some nice shoes, some cool kicks.
Yeah, what you're talking about right now are the best pure athletes in the game. Falcons, once known as Falcon AP Bren, once then AP Bren. These are the M5 World Champions. They've gone on multiple world tours, and yeah, compared to every other single team around the world, they're the most consistent. Like they've been together with this 5-man lineup for the better part of 2 years now.
But that's a double-edged sword, wouldn't you say? I mean, like, being
together
for so long. I mean, there's a lot of information that all the other teams are looking at, and that's not the same problem that Onyx ID has. Because sure, there's rivalry breeding between these two. We've seen them go head-to-head on multiple occasions, but that wasn't against Ryota plus Savero, and that I think is the main change that we're seeing from Onyx.
I mean, if I have to play devil's advocate, isn't Few getting old? Like, I'm reaching for straws here.
You know what? I get it. If against a team like Falcons, all you have to say is, yeah, but they're getting old. Like they gotta be getting tired of each other, right? But I get it. That's a valid opinion. A lot of people would say, especially in the first 3 to 4 weeks of MPL Philippines, people are saying, oh, they're cooked. They're has-beens.
They're has-beens. But we have a surprise interview with Flaptizi, with Rose, as well as Coolios live in Jakarta. Let's give a listen to what Flaptizi has had to say.
Snapdragon Pro Series as well, and you guys lost. So how will today's matchup be any different?
We came more prepared and we want to take revenge against Onyx Indo.
Wow, jadi di pertemuan terakhir mereka di Johor Bahru beberapa bulan yang lalu ketika bertemu dengan Onyx Indo, mereka kalah. Namun kira-kira apa sih yang udah dipersiapkan sama mereka sekarang? Dan kali ini Flap menjawab bahwa mereka udah siap dan bakal balas dendam ke Onyx Indo.
Yes, that is right. Okay, before you get tired, because this post seems very tiring, is there anything you want to say to Onyx ID?
Good luck to us and let's give the audience a good fight.
Oke, ada yang ingin disampaikan nggak ke Onyx ID? Terus dia bilang, ya semoga beruntung buat kita dan kata berikan pertandingan yang terbaik.
Thank you very much, Flap.
Thank you, Flap.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
Yes, good words from the man himself.
It's not tiring.
An absolute Chad of a man, a person who has gained quite a bit of muscle over his time after the M1, ever since M2, sorry, my bad. But generally, the way that I'm thinking about it, I thought they didn't hold grudges. I take it back. He's an EXP laner. He knows what he's out for.
Yeah, no, Flap is right. He has to be prepared. They have to be prepared. And I was going to say, the only way that Falcons holds grudges is against themselves. So it's more, I believe, the fact that they can't forgive themselves for losing to Onyx. Then they beat Onyx in M5. So how could it happen here in Snapdragon?
Man, the P90X and as well as the Pilates are working out for the both of you here. Eternal, what do you think about this? Because again, it's one of those situations where, hey, we're going to have to start comparing junglers once more. The Kyrie versus the Kyle TZs. But the Suyo has been such a prolific, quote-unquote, problem here. 75% win rate so far in MPL PH Season 15, while Onyx has a 68% in MPL ID.
I think it makes sense, right? I mean, we saw the Suyo really find success in our first match of the day, and this is after the changes towards the patch. So I think one of the main reasons why it has a lower win rate in MPL ID is because there's so many different junglers that we're seeing for MPL ID. We've seen the Hanzo pop up, we've seen Ling pop up, Hayabusa. I think there were even weird games where we saw maybe the I forgot, but there's just so many options. Dude, I'm getting really tired. This is actually kind of tiring. How long are we? 10 minutes?
Forever.
10. You're alone. Yeah, like Pilates not doing it.
It's not designed for this type of work. Not like the P90X, man. That's some hardcore stuff, or even the CrossFit. Either way, let's talk about our predictions here because I feel like I have a very polarizing opinion. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it right now.
Who did this?
I'm just going to say that Leo, as a very prolific Onyx ID fan, why the 2-1?
Wait, what? Is this
Who
real?
did this? No, somebody did us dirty.
It's a swab. It's a swab.
There it is. All right.
Oh, okay.
Wait, is this? Why would you do this?
Same questions, though. Same questions.
Notice mine did not change.
Hey, I'm just saying, you guys are clearly Team Falcon fans here. What are we looking for? And I'm going for an underdog. I'm going for the underdogs. 2-0 going for Onyx ID. This is my quote-unquote hard gut feeling about. My cope. This is my cope. This is my manifestation. But what about y'all?
Hey, I can't say that I'm a Falcons fan. I'm a Onyx ID fan till I die. But if we had to look at it on paper, if we had to look at the stats and the data and what we've seen from both of these teams so far in their own respective MPLs, I feel like Onyx are still a little bit inconsistent, and I feel like they're still looking for their footing. And it's a very different story what you mentioned Falcons is on.
Yep. To be honest, a part of me wants to maybe believe in your prediction that maybe Onyx will score one, because there are bouts of, as Mirko would put it, experimentation from Falcons. Coach Trevor, the whole squad sometimes would get these weird ideas like, let's try it. Why not? And then they would gloriously fail. Like, it's happened in Season 15, and many times I've confronted them, like, very, you know, laughingly and lightly. It's like, guys, what was that draft? And that's what happens sometimes. So some of their stumbles in Season 15 were caused by that. But today here, especially since Flap already said, we want to get Onyx back for what happened in Johor Bahru. That can't happen on a stage like this, not at Mobile Masters. I'm thinking they're locked in, they're focused, and Coach Treb will whip them into shape and make them draft clean.
To be fair, I will say at the very least that Team Falcons are notoriously good at group stages. Like, absolutely demolishing teams here compared to Onyx.
Monsters when it comes to these fast-firing best-of-3.
Yeah, and we don't talk about Onyx ID in group stages.
Hey, look.
That's not something that we discuss.
Since 2022.
But I like that he mentioned the drafts coming in from Falcons, because it's kind of a similar story with Onyx, especially now with Adi alone solo coaching for Onyx ID. That thing that he has, the ego draft, it's still there. It's still there. And it has been a problem for Onyx, especially this season.
I don't think it has really changed here. And I agree that Adi definitely has those ego draft moments, but it doesn't come without some fundamental concept that is correct. And that I can get behind at the bare minimum. The fact is, I'm just going based off of feeling. I'm hoping that my Delulu is going to be made manifest here today with a 2-0. That'll be a very shocking 2-0 victory here, but it also means that Falcon will be put in a really awkward position and making the groups even more exciting, especially for Group B. Because again, the Group B roster is already stacked with teams that we expect to move on to the playoffs.
Okay, Gideon, here's the thing. If some way, somehow your Delulu does manifest in real life, I think that means Falcons will be better in the playoffs.
That's I'll take that. I'll take that.
Good deal.
I think that's totally fine here, but the draft is going to be where it's at. After seeing our very first series and the performance level of the teams, I don't think Falcons is going to crack. I feel like it's more likely that Onyx is going to crack, but at the same time, I do feel like the Suyo ban might just be necessary. I want to see that Nolan coming in from Falcons. Just to show us like killing spree Nolan, just to be cool.
That's what we call back home the run and gun. They somehow draft these super fast, high velocity drafts that no one has the answer to just yet. So it's possible.
Oh, but we're getting spoilers.
Don't worry, but don't
We're getting
talk about the spoilers just yet. That's
I like
just
the
for
spoilers.
us.
Draft is ongoing, by the way.
I love the viewers. I'm gonna let you know that
All right.
Jushin was left open.
Okay, no more spoilers. We're going straight into the drafting phase at this point of time. Team Falcons on the blue side, and Onyx is going to be on the red. Jushin first picked, while we have the Suyo as well as a Harith locked in hard for Onyx.
Alright, so the Jushin does finally get open, and we're gonna see few on it. And the interesting thing is Onyx have gone for the Harith as well as the Suyo, understanding that the Joy was still left open. I mean, technically in MPL, we've seen a Kyrie go for different flavors, but more so we've seen the Suyo over.
I think Suyo is just so reliable. And honestly, before, well, when was this argument happening? I think all the way up till M6, we were still wondering whether or not the Joy or Suyo was better over the other in the matchup. But I think recently we've seen it really boils down to just mechanical skill. You can chase down the Joy. You can dodge the damage as well. And if you got a team centered around diving, maybe Joy could be a little bit better in certain scenarios.
Yeah, Joy just has higher highs. Suyo is just better in most scenarios. Like 4 out of 5 times you would rather the Suyo, especially if you're on the losing end of things. But now going into the draft, it seems like Onyx cared for the Suyo even more, which I think is the right call. And then they're playing with range. They do pick up the Sicilian to close off the first phase. Oh, look at this. Coach Adi is on the Flap Teasy. He's taking away that glue.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot because you don't necessarily have an answer when you lock in your mid lane super early in the draft. Speaking of which, the nerfs did come through onto Zushin. Her early game isn't that great. When I talk about great, what I really meaning is that you can't continuously pick up somebody 2 times in the row at level 1 all the way up to like roughly level 3, level 4 is when you get that, is when you're starting to be able to pick people up multiple times and with a couple of items, of course. Do you think that this is going to hurt Team Falcons, or are they designing a composition that's a little bit slower, but they're going to use Mr. Flapteasy himself to kind of initiate something, to get a response from Onyx?
I think maybe later on, right? Which is why I think the Sicilian into the Jushin is actually a really good pick. Understanding that the Jushin can't be as oppressive with the reasons that you mentioned, the Sicilian with the range should be able to clear a lot quicker. And for Onyx, I think the mid trio is going to be very important. So hopefully the mid trio is a lot stronger. We're waiting on who the roam will be, because right now we are looking at only the Sicilian and the Suyo. And hopefully that can be a way to combat few in that mid lane.
Speaking of which, we also need to make sure that high loss is gone, which has been done by Onyx, to make sure that this Jushin doesn't get added support to the mix, while Team Falcons got rid of the Phobias alongside with the Gatot. Kind of interesting here why they wanted to get rid of the Gatot.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the Gatot is very good. It compromises the Granger. It changes possibly how the Jushin positions herself, because you only have one way in most of the time. It's just a Crimson Beacon. So they read into that, and Onyx then picks up a Hilda, most likely going to go to the hands of the new general, Ryota. And Team Falcons, they still need an XP laner. Again, the question is, what is the Filipino going to do? Or the Filipino Cannon going to do? And it's a Badang. It's got to be the Badang. I would rather it be Badang XP than Roam.
It's fist cannons here. That's what we're hoping to see. He wants to go for that quick 1-2. He was doing the pose with those iron hands, and it looks like it's going to be Khalid lock-in just a little bit. I mean, what else can they go for at this point, right? Because they need something that's a little mobile. They need something that can actually initiate, because Hilda isn't that sort of initiator. She kind of likes to poke at the beehive, the Falcon's Nest at this point. Sorry, the Falcon's Nest. Sorry, I'm still thinking of their previous iterations of past lives.
It still is the Falcon's Nest.
It's still the Falcon's Nest, yes. Poking at the Falcon's Nest, looking to get the babies. Hopefully they get a response from it.
Do you have Sixth Sense?
Do I have Sixth Sense?
How did you know the Khalid was gonna pop up?
You're the one who was doing spoilers earlier. Yeah, don't try and gaslight me into this.
I wanted to make you look good on broadcast.
No, please, thank you. I appreciate the good works here. But with that being said, with 6 seconds left on the clock, what draft do you guys prefer?
Okay, looking at Team Falcons, and again, that pitfall of theirs to pick weird and experiment. Not here. This is a powerful Falcons draft, so I'm feeling it.
What about you, Eterna?
I have to agree. I think one of the main reasons is also being I've never seen the Khalid on Ryota in MPL ID, so it is. Oh wait, there you go. That's why.
It's a switch.
Okay, so Khalid for Keyboy. Oh man. I'm a huge fan of Khalid Keyboy.
Oh boy. Well, with that being said, our casters is going to be Eterna, and as well as Leo. Give it up for them as they take you guys into the Land of Dawn.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, match number 2 of the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. And we're going to kick things off with game number 1 between, two amazing teams that we've seen so far in the Snapdragon history. Team Falcons already has a championship under their belt, but so does Onyx.
This has been dubbed the never-ending rivalry. For the better part of almost 3 years, these two teams have been going at it. And non-stop, they've been delivering banger after banger. Keyboy here, catching few. Oh, Idle Among Kids in trouble, forced to flicker away. Ryota looking to finish the job. He does get it done, but he's traded out for Kyle scores 1.
Yeah, we did mention about how aggressive things could be. You see Ogwin getting caught quite low at the moment. Meanwhile, Flapteasy and Keyboy are still going at it. Should be able to get out just fine. But this is what we were talking about, right? When Keyboy gets his hero, when Keyboy is getting his hands on a hero like the Khalid, very aggressive, it can be oppressive, especially in the early game. Kyrie, though, that's a forced flicker already in the first few minutes of the game.
It's a technical knockout, I'll call it. For at least a couple of minutes, Ogwin will not be getting that flicker kick combo. Flapteasy up top, Bear down by 2. Keyboy gets stopped in his tracks. So far, it looks like mid has Team Falcons on lock, while, hold up, Flapteasy looking for push back there. What was Sans thinking? Was Sans trying to get that level 4 up top?
Probably, right? As he gets at level 4, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but I mean, when they start going and corralling around the neutral objectives, it should help him sustain through. So that is most likely what was going on, and here we're seeing it actually all unfold. Keypoint not yet level 4, so that is something that we do need to take into consideration, as it looks like, though, Onyx have the better footing.
Oh, that's 3 in the pit, playing in the paint, in retribution range, Kyrie scores. Flapped easy pushed back. Ryota doing amazing work. The Ryota army goes wild.
This was the hero that he debuted MPL ID with, the Hilda, and he's used it a couple of times already since he first performed in MPL ID, and he has been doing work. I don't know what it is with, you know, Indonesian teams and the Hilda in the EXP lane, but it has been working out so far. Meanwhile, Team Falcon still looking for that clapback setup going on, but again, Onyx just really stepping up on the gas.
Oh, Kyle Teasy compromised, jumped on. Keyboy scores 1. It might be another on the way. Owen gets popped by Sans.
And MPL ID, this is what we call the brawl server, right? So Onyx RD are like, you know, welcome Team Falcons. This is how aggressive our gameplay can actually get. And so we're looking at 3-1 already in the first 3 minutes of the game. However, Super Marco has still been left untouched on the Granger, and that could still be a potential problem that Onyx will have to deal with.
Yeah, that might be that one spot that Onyx has to watch out for, where Team Falcons finds their comeback. In mid, though, it's impressive. I dare say maybe a little even stubborn that Team Falcons continue to pressure mid. I get it, though. I understand. It's because you have a Jushin, and there's a Sicilian there that is slowly ramping up. You gotta apply pressure.
Absolutely. That Sicilian will become a problem. We've seen it in the hands of Sans before, and, you know, at some point, he's been able to get so much stacks even before minute 15. So that is one of the, I would say, problems that, you know, Team Falcons needs to deal with, considering that they can utilize that to the later stage of the game as a secondary carry.
You know what else is a problem that Team Falcons has to deal with? Why does Onyx have a 2,000 gold lead? Where is that coming from? Kills have been scarce, map has been quiet, but where is all this money coming from?
I mean, technically, they were also able to take that first neutral objective down, and they do have a few kills under their belt, so maybe that's where it has been coming from. Economy Vice, we'll take a look at the, you know, comparisons later on, because right now, both teams are looking to secure this next neutral objective.
Turtle at a third of its health. Kyrie holding his ground. Ryota keeping away too. Savero firing away. Wall put up by Flap Teasy. The Filipino can only do so much as another turtle is secured here by the handsome future of Kyrie. Few gets jumped on. Oh, there's a crack coming in from Flap. The kick from Ogwin, isolating Keyboy. Savero holding the back line. There's not enough damage. Where was Marco?
Yeah, that was so well played. I don't know, the follow-up just wasn't there in time. But luckily, Team Falcons, they do have a little bit of a trade going on. Kaltiza was able to pick up that tower in the top side. Meanwhile, Keyboy should be fine.
Yeah, he gets kicked out of that bush, flushed out. And I don't know, is this right? Am I reading the map right? Team Falcons is investing in the long lane. They're farming out for Kyle TZ anywhere else that Onyx isn't. And so far, you know what? If this happens for a solid 2 minutes more, this should equalize. This should shrink that gold lead.
It should, but if we're looking at the comparisons right now, it looks like Onyx are holding on most of the economy. I think the closest one is in the gold lane. Only, you know, 20-30 gold difference. So again, Team Falcons, what's the clapback, right? Because we usually see them play the opposite lane. We usually see them find maybe trades in picks, trades in objectives, but it's been really quiet. Is Team Falcons waiting for a particular power spike? And if they are, what power spike are we looking at? Because Super Marco should get that power spike early.
And what does it do, right? Does it kill? Does it just suddenly take the map? Is it a turtle steal? Could it be this last one? Spawning about 20 seconds. Ryota gets hit with a Crimson Flare. Gets the wall put up. So many things thrown at Ryota. Finally, he goes down. Super Marco gets the kill. Ogwin down to a 10th of his health. Ney at 20th. And that's a whole lot for just one. I'm not saying Ryota's life isn't worth anything, but still, Team Falcons are taking this really slow. They did pull out a flicker from Ryota, so I guess a part of him did think he could get away with it.
I mean, I'm going to play devil's advocate and say that was worth it, especially now that they have one man up on the neutral objective, despite Ryota coming back real soon. But there it is. Kaltizi.
Okay, this could be the clapback you were looking for, Eterna. As the kick catches Keyboy in the air, down goes one. And slowly but surely, Team Falcons getting in the position of power, dominating these small skirmishes. Again, they're not 5v5s, Eterna. They're just like 3v2s, 4v3s, leading to like a single-man pickoff and then a conversion. This is the clapback we were looking for from Falcons.
Absolutely. 7 minutes in, and we can already see Super Marco picking up 2 items. Was that kill before Skypiercer or after Skypiercer? I think it was after.
Timing-wise, yeah. What's it worth? 0 stacks or 10?
Exactly, because that's what we're looking at. As now he has the Sky. Oh, wait a second.
Few forced to use a Crimson Beacon, dashing backwards, threatening a choke slam. They let go. You were saying?
It's A-okay.
All right.
It's A-okay right now. And yeah, back to this. With the Skypiercer already procced in, and now we're going to have to look at Super Marco because that damage is going to be piling up, especially if they play the slow game like they are right now, right? They don't risk too much for Team Falcons, but they get the kills on the right people, and that can add up into the mid game that we're almost in.
Yep. All the more, I am waiting for one more key item pickup for the Bulletproof. That Sea Halberd. He's on the way. There it is, built up. Should make these pickoffs on Ryota, on Keyboy. Hell, if you find a way to take Savero down, that would be great for Falcons. Now, Few gets caught out. The Sanguine Claws plus the Feast of Blood, putting him down to a 10th of his health, forced him home. This is a fight Team Falcons is not ready for, and I think Onyx can smell blood. Here comes Kyle Teasy walking through the pixel. River controlled by Onyx, and no one pulls a trigger.
Yeah, I think Onyx have to be careful, right? Because with with Super Marco on already 3 items, Savero is not there just yet, right? He only has 2 items right now, only with the Starlim Scythe as well as the Feather of Heaven. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on that Holy Crystal, and so this is where the power kind of shifts over to Team Falcons, I would say. And
the slow transition.
Exactly. Especially now we're hitting the 9th minute of the game. We see the Lord already spawning, and Kyrie's actually very quick to it.
He's holding his ground. He doesn't want to let go. I think Onyx believe this Lord should be wearing a yellow jersey. Team Falcons might have a different thought right now. Kyle Teasy taking that north brush. I wonder if Kyrie knows. Ogwin, what about half health? Doesn't matter. All he needs is that kick. And Keyboy also looking for an amazing jump. Wow! On that sandwalk, Keyboy flushes out that space to the left. The Lord dance continues.
This is so patient. This is so patient by Kaltizi. MPLI, we don't see stuff like this, but look at the Lord health going in. Oh, wait a second. That's a jump. That's Few taken out.
They take out Idle Demon Kids, and Kyle compromises Savero, forcing out that Salmon Force. And Flap TZ moving out of the way. Still has that flicker. Still that has it. Old Kyrie secures the Lord. And it all falls down for Team Falcons. Not a single body, nor objective scored. All they could hope for is Super Marco to take down Ryota. That's happening off camera. And Onyx are happy with their win. That's a number for Skypiercer.
Man, that's 3 members taken down, plus a Lord now for Onyx ID, the Yellow Porcupines, the Sky Kings, in an era where everyone was questioning them. This is against Team Falcons. This is no pushover team either. And now they have the Lord control, they have the map control, and you saw the tower as well, just dropping up in the top lane, and they're pushing on the tempo. What's Team Falcons to do?
All right, I guess it's back to square one. Like re-engage that transition phase. Find a way to close the gap in gold and then get more stacks on Marco. I hate to say it, but you play the same movie twice in a row. You find those little details and then you go, ah, I get it now. That's how that happened. Memento, directed by Christopher Nolan. Zaman Force, dropped in by Savero, down bot, and he looks like he really wants to take it down, but there's not enough of a wave there. Flap TZ, I'll tell you now, Eterna, I think took too long earlier on to pull the trigger. Super Marco down to 10 of his health. The crack, the kick, and the takedown. Kyrie falls.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful defense coming from Team Falcons. Not a single inhibitor touched. And meanwhile, Team Falcons are still holding on to their 2nd tier turrets. So, man, again, you can't count them out just yet. Ogwin as well with the pick was amazing onto Kyrie. This is what we're living for.
Yep. Again, I did say the way Team Falcons could win is if they once again go for those singular pickoffs, work on the map, and then get Super Marco back on track is how they're going to win. And they're doing it now slowly. The remix, we're seeing it now. Slow push down bottom. Tier 2 going to get cracked here by Team Falcons. And suddenly the gold swings once more. Oh, man. Now I get why they call it the never-ending rivalry. These two teams know each other way too well. And this is with the shuffle in Onyx roster. The young Sky King in Severo. The new General in Ryota. They fit in like puzzle pieces.
Yeah, so even despite all of that, this is still the read that Team Falcons has over. And we saw the interview coming in from FlapTZ, right? He means business. He wants to find his revenge here. And it looks like they're on their way to it. Remember, we were talking about Super Marco from the early push of the game. He's already sitting at 3-0-1. So that's at least 2 stacks. And wait a second, Onyx are going for it.
Oh, they want to bear down on Ogwin. He still has a flicker. Not enough range from Onyx nor lockdown to finish the job. So Team Falcons, they win and live another day for that engagement, but the rest of the map is still at deadlock.
KyleTZ, meanwhile, already at level 15. We do see Kyrie at 15 as well, so that's kind of an idea of what we're going to be looking at in the next neutral objective take. However, as the game progresses, again, Sans is going to be stacking up, and that damage should be able to be felt. We can already see that Onyx are already on the Lord. Oh, Ryota on a pickup.
Might be a late entry here coming from Falcon. Severo secures the Lord. The quick 3-man knockup from Ogwin and the collapse. The 3-man punch, the crack from FlapTZ. Down goes Ryota. Flap traded out for. Keyboy does flicker out of the way. A less than ideal trade for Team Falcons. 1 for 1, but Onyx gets the Lord. That's an L, bro.
Oh, but they could be getting this turret. So, right, I understand. The trade was not as great, but look at the pressure that they're still holding on to. KyleTZ actually goes in 1v3, deals some damage, and in the grand scheme of things, the fact that they were able to get a permanent structure, if they can hold off this Lord, I think it's still okay for Team Falcons.
You're right. There is a point of counting your blessings and being optimistic about it for the Green Falcons. But look at bottom lane, Eterna. That is a chubby wave that Onyx have led up. And Falcons are for sure going to lose that tier 2. And if Onyx won it, I think they can even threaten this purple. All right, but KyleTZ is lucky enough to secure it, and they have to deal with the rest of the map. They do take down the Lord, but the map has irreversible damage onto it. Look at that, like tier 2 up top. Onyx just blows on it and it breaks.
And now the clock ticks for Team Falcons, right? We're already in the 14th minute of the game. Like we keep mentioning over and over, Severo is actually already on his power spike. I think the next item would be maybe Divine Glaive, because he already has the Holy Crystal
and
in his
concentrated
kit.
energy.
Plus, he has the concentrated energy. There you go. Those are the item builds, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you wondering back at home, seeing the progression. And things get a little bit worse, seeing how far ahead Sans is in that mid lane. He already has 3 items under his belt, a little bit more, you know, magic power to work with, but also a little bit more sustain in his kit. He has a lantern to boot, so he can actually deal with the frontliners coming through from Team Falcons. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why FlapTZ hasn't been able to be as aggressive with the fist cracks.
Yeah, that right there is a clear sign that Team Falcons should put a huge green target on Sans. Not a single shutdown, not a single kill on this young man. Gilak Sans getting away with so much. Yeah, we're ready for that. Team Falcons right now still doing their best. Again, say what you will about them being crazy sometimes, experimental, flubbing engagements as they have a couple of times in this game, but they know their fundamentals, they know their macro, they know how to take control of the map so they don't lose as much as they could. And now look at this, they're punishing Onyx for even checking on their purple. Kyle secures.
Huh. FlapTZ doesn't have a single magic item defense build up at all.
He doesn't. Yeah,
he doesn't.
It's Brute Force Breastplate,
Oracle,
Thunderbelt, Oracle. Yeah, he does have toughness.
Okay, so that's a little saving grace. But I mean, as compared to Sans right now.
Yep. Who should have like somebody? Oh, the king from Ogwin collapse onto with the Rampaging Sandstorm. Down goes Kyrie. Ryota flickers away to safety. 1 for 1. That's a winning trade for the Falcons.
Absolutely, and now they're going to be able to get their hands on the Lord. So just a second ago, we were talking about the advantage coming from Onyx. Wait a second, now Kibo is caught in a precarious position. Still has the Immortal. Luckily, he's still able to get out, but this is it. This is the turnaround that we're looking for from Team Falcons.
A successful hunt for the best pure athletes in the game. Team Falcons get one over the Sky Kings in that exchange. Now there's a Lord marching down bottom for the Filipino champions from M5, Season 5 of SBS. The collapse from Keyboy takes out the Filipino cannon. Severo gets hit with a Crimson Flare with the Zaman Force on cooldown. Do they pick the fight here? Do they force it? Here comes Kyle Teasy, looking to dash through. It's a fully stacked up electrifying beats. He dances through, but he understands that it's too much to dive into Tier 3.
I think they stood there a little too long. They were being too overzealous with it. They didn't have to lose Flap Teasy there. They already had the Lord. And now they're going to have to push with only 4 members for the side of Team Falcons, as Onyx, they have all the range as well as the clear that they need. Look at that damage.
Oh, they have the inevitability in Sans too. Again, still untouched. He is never died this game. 18 minutes and counting. Kyrie picking up the Queen's Wings here. This is a utilitarian Suyo. Like he knows that he has a switch between assassin and fighter, fighter and assassin at any given point. So that, folks, that's why you gotta understand the 0, 2, and 5 line.
Oh man, what do they do now?
Yep.
Altizzi looks like he's looking for an opportunity right now. This tower does fall in favor of Team Falcons.
It's slow and steady.
It really is. It really is. But again, Onyx still have Sans. Look at his KDA right now. We're looking at him on screen. He's super locked in, you know, in the bottom right corner.
Yep.
He's standing at 405.
He's got enough KDA to share with some teammates to make it positive.
He has 100% kill participation.
That he does. Again, a singular Sanguine's Claw just changes the face of a team fight entirely. That's the fact of the matter. So you gotta also appreciate how he's just running on a flicker, Eterna. He's not rocking Purify. So he's been so good at reading these engagements that even when he's at the cusp of death, he's able to out-mechanics himself.
But on the other hand, that is an opportunity for Team Falcons, right? They do still have Ogwen. They do still have Flap Teasy.
It's like a little piñata.
To look for these engages, and that might be the weakness point that Team Falcons need, especially now we're entering the 19th minute of the game. Can you imagine how many stacks a Sicilian has in 19 minutes?
Yes.
Right?
A lot.
Like 200-ish maybe at this point, maybe more, 250?
I don't like counting stacks because this is Sans we're talking about. It could be a Gilak amount of stacks.
That's true, that's
All
true.
right.
Oh, wait a second.
The kick catches Keyboy, does Raging Sandstorm away, so that is one resource that Team Falcons could count out short term. Lord spawning in 10.
But remember, Ogwen burnt 2 for that, right? He burnt out the Flicker, and he also burnt out his own Way of Dragon. So a 2-2-1 in terms of, you know, a resource trade.
Math doesn't check out. Math does not check out, folks. And Keyboy kept his Flicker, mind you. So now, this gives Onyx all the more the incentive to start up the Lord. Kyrie, again, deep in the paint, holding it down, slashing away, severing at the Lord with Keyboy by his side.
However, Team Falcons have built up a slow push in the bottom lane. So now it's pressure onto Onyx, and Team Falcons can actually buy their time because that wave is going to be crashing really soon.
That's what we call in the business long lane control. Key, essential, fundamental in any good Lord dance. That is Keyboy with the concealed play. Flap Teasy smelling something is afoot. Few controlling the pixel brush. Forcing Ryota into weird range. Does get a few beads off from Super Marco. Pushing away Keyboy. I'm wondering what's going on in Severo's mind. Like, where does he drop the Zaman Force here? What angle?
I don't know, but it looks like the first order of priority for them earlier on was housekeeping, right? They had to clear in that mid lane. Now the bottom lane...
You're sending Sans!
Exactly, exactly. And this is information for Team Falcons to press the gas, understanding that the main damage dealer, Sans, is not there.
All right, well, not there for just maybe 3 or 5 seconds more. And here now comes the Gilak from the east, coming through. Severo, right by his side. Few looking for a good Crimson Beacon. Finds it on Keyboy. This is a non-starter. I don't know, we've been watching the same sequence for the past minute.
It's okay. It's okay. We have to be patient with these things. And
No.
both these teams are patient with it too. Remember, this is high stakes, right? This is a revenge story that we're looking at. This
the build-up.
Flap TZ wanting to get the revenge on Onic ID, but that's a Lord. Already really low.
Oh no, this is the point of no return. Look at the crash back and the collapse. Oh, Ryota's very low. Kyrie secures. Down goes Kyle TZ. Savero with the Zaman Force zoning out Team Falcons. This is a no-fly zone. Say the Sky Kings. And Falcons get nothing.
This is a disaster for the Filipino reps here in this match. Ladies and gentlemen, they punched the gas, they looked for the opportunity, but unfortunately, Onic did not let it slide, and Kyrie on the Suyo is still able to take control over that Lord. And that's why even in the beginning, in the drafting phase, we were talking about Joy versus Suyo. And again, Suyo has a little bit more of an edge as compared to Kyle TZ right now with that additional damage. And that neutral objective take is a lot easier and a lot smoother for Onic.
Oh, Few here compromised, forced the flicker back and used the Crimson Beacon. Now Winter Crown, Lord still standing, down goes Few, and the base will follow through. Onic ID take game 1.
Wow. Wow. I don't know, how are you feeling about this?
I mean, objectively, I have to say, Onic has an amazing lore dance. Onic has amazing resource management, and when clearly you see Team Falcons forcing things out from Onic, they just don't budge. And they win out on trades.
Boys,
wow.
I'm surprised.
Mr. G-Man.
Hey, look, I was surprised that game went the way that it did. There's definitely a lot of back and forth, and this is why it is the eternal rivalry, the eternal struggle between two sides of the world. Falcons, unfortunately, dropped the ball in game number 1 with Onic ID taking it away 7-11 in this 22-minute battle of the borders. Because my goodness, both sides were trying to disrupt each other's anchors. I mean, Few got a lot of punishment there. Sans played a really, really strong game. But overall, it all depended on the engage.
It felt a little passive for Falcons, though, in the early portion of the game, considering they were the ones who had the Granger, they were the ones who had the Jushin, they had the Cho as well to boot, but they weren't able to find a way to give Super Marco the edge that he needed to carry through into the mid-game.
All right, I got a treat for the fans who watched the first series today. Fuse Zushin today felt like Anavel's Hanzo in game 2.
Ooh,
like
ouch.
it's a high prio pick, right? Like you're supposed to have done a lot with the kit, but watching it over and over again, you gotta admit, it did nothing. It's like
Yeah. It was underwhelming.
It was a little underwhelming, but I gotta give it to Onic because, again, they saw this pick come right at the very beginning.
They let it through.
They let it through, and then they designed a composition around him. Every hero that you're expecting to quote-unquote get caught has means of escape. The only exception being Keyboy, and that's assuming that he whiffs his Raging Sandstorm. And I think we saw 1 or 2 punishes, and I think Keyboy was like, okay, that's fine. Next time I'll have Flicker, and then I'll get out.
Yeah, we've seen moments for Ryota too. He gets, punished quite a bit, but at the end, it felt like sometimes there was a little bit of disconnect to Team Falcons, right? We saw Flap TZ picking up a really good moment with a 3-man fist crack,
Oh, yeah.
but there was no one there to follow it up from Team Falcons either. So technically, that should have been where Few had a moment to shine, right?
But in hindsight, there is a disconnect, not just in execution, but even in the lineup. You're trying to get these dudes lined up so that Kyle and Marco can finish the job. But that's so much easier said than done. Conceptually, you're trying to catch not just Sans. You're trying to catch even Severo. You're trying to take down, maybe, if you're lucky, Kyrie. But Sans alone was enough of a threat. So if you can't catch Sans, then this whole setup, this whole shebang wasn't worth it.
And that's why I said that this game is a battle of borders, right? You really need to, kick the anchor from underneath them every single time. That's why there was so much priority in making sure that Few doesn't have his flicker, maybe sometimes doesn't even have his ult. Sans on the other end, the times that he did initially get caught, was able to escape because, again, there's not enough damage or reliable damage coming out from the side of Team Falcons. I think the job was supposed to be Kyle TZ's job, but it's not exactly the easiest. I will admit that Onic, they grouped up as 5 super early on into the game. They became a convoy so fast.
And that understanding. That one-track mind allowed for their ultra-hyper core in Sans to really propel out of control. Even Severo, to be honest, I don't think Severo died. Did Severo die? I don't think Severo died.
Severo, let me just double
Did
check
not
this.
die, sir.
He had a perfect game.
He was bulletproof. So here's the thing. I figured it out. The reason why I think Fuse, Zushin did not feel as good as he could have. Onyx front line are built to be punished. Like, they actually enjoy it. Look.
No, but it's true because you're looking at the Hilda and you're also looking at the Khalid.
Right.
Who technically don't take as much damage.
Oh, yeah, aren't as compromised.
Exactly.
So it's
because
like,
there's always ways for them to rejuvenate back to their initial form.
or even enjoy being thrown into the front line.
Which is so weird to say.
You've got, I mean, it is a little masochistic, but I think Leo's got a really good point here because keep in mind the Team Falcons only have a limited amount of bullets in mag, right? Because they're depending on the electrifying beats, they're depending on a resource here coming in from the Granger as well. If they run out of those resources, there's nothing they can do, not to mention that even if the Khalid and the Hilda just disengage from the fight, they can heal back up to full and then come back in.
Yeah, so at some point for Falcons, I could imagine, it's like, why are they enjoying this?
Why do they like it? Why do they like it so much?
Phew, why'd you bring him closer?
Which begs the question, adaptation. Because again, these are two powerhouses, and we did get to see Onyx kind of play their own game this time round. A bit different from our previous series where we saw blue side having a little bit more of an advantage and then it swapped over to red side. What do you guys think? Is this more red-sided meta? Is this more blue-sided meta?
I think it's worthy trade meta. Because here, I think Falcons, rightfully so, like this is not wrong to overvalue a Zushin. They really played for that blue Zushin, that blue Shin, right? But Onyx clapped back by saying, yeah, we're going to make that Zushin not worth it. So the rest of the draft kind of fell through. So here now, I'm guessing Onyx will still want to go blue.
Onyx still goes blue.
Yeah, game 2. If it's their choice, Onyx will go blue.
Okay, we'll see how that's going to play out. I feel like the red side is already pretty good from what I see. I do feel the Kalia ban, the Kalia bans for the red side makes sense, especially since they are coming from MPL ID. What about you, Eterna? Do you think that, that's going to be the adaptation? Are they like, stick to the game plan, it's working well, if they want to go back to an anchor, we just clap them real quick?
I will answer after the break.
That sounds good. With that being said, you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters Series number 2. We'll be back right after these messages.
I am a leader resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling up. Tell me you're feeling up. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling up. Tell me you're feeling up. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone cool with a vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling up. Tell me
be a feeling.
Watch me go, you can't touch this, just peep my flow. Simon said, put it all on the floor. All ears turn when I walk through the door. They know I'm hot.
And the series continues here at the Mobile Masters between Onyx Esports up against Team Falcons. It is going to be a tough day if my predictions are going to be correct, and really going to shake up Group B if this does come into fruition. But before that, we have game number 2 between these top-tier teams. The eternal struggle continues as we T-pose on this next upcoming one. Boys and girls, of course. Eterna, adaptations that we were talking about earlier. Lee was mentioning that Onyx is going to take blue side this time round, but what about you? Do you think that there's going to be a bit of a change here for Team Falcons?
I mean, there could be, but honestly, I think whether it be on red side or blue side, they both have like an equal say. What I'm looking at more is just, you know, overall composition and their synergy and their chemistry with one another. Because what was the idea for Team Falcons with that composition? Did they want to play for the Granger? If they did, they didn't really have as much of an underlining on the Granger in the gold lane. What they want to play for pickoff? Because Jushin is not as great because her damage isn't a burst type of mage. She's more, you know, DPS, I would say, in a sense.
Yeah, no, we were kind of cobbling together what the concept was as we were going, and it seemed like just line them up for Kyle, line them up for Marco, and if it didn't work that way, then they scramble. So yeah, I think I agree. It's just, it doesn't matter what side, and there it is. Onyx does end up on blue. It's more of like, get a clearer concept. I'd say chemistry and execution aren't much of a problem for Team Falcons. Just,
yeah,
if it's not clear, then they just suffer.
I think, I don't know. I think it is the ideas coming in from Trevor, coming from Team Falcons, that there are some, I don't want to say anti-synergy. There is somewhat of a concept of being able to kind of peel very, very slowly against a composition, but I don't think that they were ready with how resilient that front line was coming in from Onyx. Because with no real burst, it's like, oh, I get you down to 50% HP. That's not enough.
It was so resilient. Oh my God. I truly believe something came out from these players' mouths. Like, why are they not dying? They're enjoying this.
And we saw that even from like the first few minutes of the game as well. So, and they did not stop.
They threw like 16 ults. It's like Rehota's like finally dead.
But Badang banned by Onyx.
I think this is a good ban, because again, it did give them a couple of problems. It made the engages really hard, especially if you want to kind of, you know, leg sweep them, get to their anchor straight away in few, but that's under the assumption that they want to play a composition designed around few being the one who kind of stands tall. In the meantime, though, let's see what this first pick is going to be. The Kalia, the Jushin, as well as the
Fanny's open!
You're right! Fanny is open, and Onyx happily obliged. The Falcons, they could just go for the Cho here, or look for that, you know, mid-prio EXP, invade, insta-take blue.
Yep, no. Despite the Granger and Harris being open, Team Falcons, they don't pick the best heroes, they pick the right heroes. The heroes that will compromise Kyrie's cable swing in, and they do so in 2 roles, in Roam and in the Gold. Because look, how often does this happen? That the Harris and Granger open, you don't pick them? It's because of that singular hero that disrupts everything, that forces you to pick something else. It's the Fanny.
It's a lot safer. It's definitely, I think, the right pick. But guys, I just want to like put it out there once again. We have not seen Fanny Kyrie in a long time. Being first pick, there are so many ways to work around it, and I'm fearful for that, and I'm concerned for that.
I have no doubt for the Breaker of Chains, the Hydra sisters, he will kiss your mother on the lips, Mr. Kyrie Targaryen. He is a monster in the jungle for a reason, a superstar import, and I still think that he can hold up to that name, even if his hair changes any other color. However, I am surprised that Onyx did not want to start locking in their marksmen a little earlier on. I guess they don't want to, you know, double down on getting rid of both the Granger and as well as Harith, or maybe put that as a question for Team Falcon so that Sans could have an easier time.
Yeah, so here you see another round of not the best hero, but the right hero for Onyx. you're right. They could have picked one of the more high-prio gold laners, but instead they go for the heroes that support Onyx overall strat. This is what we want to see. This is what they did in game 1 that trumped Team Falcons, and now Team Falcons close off with the first phase by picking a hero that's just good overall. There's a Suyo. Now banning out these pain points, Team Falcons take out the Sicilian. I'd reckon Onyx are going to crack down on mid as well.
Yeah.
And it does make sense, right? The Sicilian being banned out, because technically Team Falcons, if they want to pick it up for themselves, it's not as safe, especially with the Fanny now in the picture for Onyx. So still something that Onyx could have picked up. And they want to also underline that they have already that early game pressure, right? The Jawhead and the Hilda is going to be very aggressive in the early stage of the game. Mid Prio is also going to be a problem. So I'm expecting another mid lane ban coming in from Team Falcons.
So they would rather let Onyx kind of decide on what their marksman is going to be. I mean, Team Falcons only has so many bans to go with. They could go 1-1 here. I think at least for the early Moskov pick, it does make the Harith kind of like, ooh, gotta be a little careful in lane in comparison to things like Granger, for an example. And there's still cross-map plays, which is accessible for Team Falcons, which they're so good at.
Yeah. That's one thing that they learned the hard way from game 1. They're investing in the map. They're investing in macro. That's why they picked up the Moscow first aid. They're saying, hey, Granger, Harith be damned, whatever. And they're now investing in range. And still macro, like you're still flying across the map with the wings by wings. So few ending up with the Farseer, definitely a good amendment to what happened in game 1. Again, 0 burst. So now it's all the burst.
Yeah. I get the range. I get what the Farsa is capable of, especially with the changes to her kit. But that's a vulnerable mid laner.
She's soft.
Soft, and she just stands there when she ults. You know, that's just prime target, I think, for Onyx at this moment. Especially when they have so much dive. They have the Hilda, they have the Jawhead, and we're not even mentioning Kyrie right now on the Fanny.
Some tender love and care is going to be needed to be invested into Few if he wants to stay alive and get those early rotations. However, let's see what Onyx is going to do to finish off their composition here. To kind of wrap things up, it's going to be oh, wow! They go for the Veil as well. Interesting options here. Whoa. It's not really zone control, but they've got Burst out of the wazoo now. And even better yet, when it comes down to the Lords, the Turtles, these objective fights, it's going to be interesting to see how Onyx is going to play around it, with the final pick being in the high loss. Boys and girls, what are your opinions? We'll start with you, Eterna. What do you think about the compositions, and who are you favoring more?
I mean, technically, there is a lot of CC coming in from Team Falcons, with the high loss now being picked up. It's good peel for the Farsa, and also they do still have it with Ogwin on the Cho. That should be a problem for both the Fanny and the Harith. So I do see a version of this composition where it can work, but
I guess,
yeah, but you know,
I feel like the priorities have shifted. Now it's like, yes, we still are going for Few, but we also have to keep in mind Flapteasy, because the previous game it could have gone really bad for us. With that being said, I'm gonna pass it over to your casters here. Once again, it's Leo and Eterna heading into the game.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring you into game number 2 in this best of 3 for our second match on Stream A for the Mobile Masters here, Snapdragon Pro Series. As you can see, both teams are getting ready. Remember, we're at match point, and we saw earlier what Flapteasy was able to say in the interview, how this is such a high-stakes game. It's a revenge story through and through, and we're going to see whether or not Falcons can force a game number 3 over the Sky Kings.
From JB to Jakarta, Team Falcons have a chip on their shoulder, and it's not looking good. Oh my lord! Ogwin with the first blood drawn on the Suns. Damage reduction, allowing for Ogwin to survive. Few looking to punish Kyrie. Where'd that come from?
And Kyrie doesn't even get the hit either, so there's no trade back. That's Angie. That's Angie Ogwin.
Team Falcons is, I'm going to teach you a Filipino word, Tagalog word. Say gigil.
Gigil.
Yeah, they're gigil right now.
Oh man, all right. So the early game pressure that we were thinking from the side of Onyx has been kind of overtaken by Team Falcons, and we should have saw it coming, right? Farsa and the Cho in the mid lane, really fast clear, really heavy engage as well, high mobility as well with the wings by wings. As we're also taking a look at the player emblems, we do see a lot of emphasis on movement speed coming in from Team Falcons, and maybe that's the change that we're going to be seeing from game number 1 to game number 2. They want that mid trio prio.
Yeah, a little more mobile, get into the fight even before it starts, get better positioning. That is Team Falcon's resolution here. Keyboy gets an ejector on a Kyle Teasy, intercepted by Kyrie. He gets one down, revenge kill 4 earlier. Now we're sitting at 1-1.
1-1, but that previous death was on Sans. So technically, Team Falcons has a little bit more, leeway to work with. Technically, it should help Team Falcons be able to get to a better EXP lead. Meanwhile, Owen already trying to punish Kyrie in the purple buff. Does he get it? Is a problem, but it's enough time for Team Falcons to set up for this neutral objective.
Yep. Falcons, first of the scene. Sans and Ryota answering back. This is turning into a 4v2. Not unless Kyrie has something to say. Feathered Airstrike already popped by Few. Soft reset on the turtle. Secured by Kyle Teasy. He gets out of dodge, dashing through that Y brush. Survives. Down goes Kyrie. Ogwin gets a kick and a kill. And the rest of Onyx back out.
Oh, it's
Sans gets taken down by Marco nonetheless.
This is an amazing start for Team Falcons right now. 3 kills on the board.
That was an SOD entry.
Exactly. Neutral objective take as well. And that's the beauty of the Moskov. Not only is it a great way to kind of hold your ground against assassins like the Fanny that's on the hands of Kyrie, but also the fact that you have a lot more global pressure to work with. And finally, we get to see Super Marco actually have an impact in the game, unlike what we saw from Game #1 when he was stuck on the Granger.
Early too. I think that's what's key for Falcons is they want to move fast. They want to impact the map and get their game plan going much sooner than when the opponent can react. And now Ogwin forcing a kick and a full combo, taking down Keyboy. I don't think Keyboy was expecting Team Falcons to let out that much of a response.
Absolutely not.
That was punitive.
It's disgusting, right? The damage again on the Farsa is immense, and if they work around the fact that the Farsa is so vulnerable, but they play it in a skirmish like that and not in a pure 5v5, Team Falcons will be able to get a lot more value with the Farsa being picked up. And now we already see some rotations happening from Team Falcons into the top side. Savero needs to be careful. And here it is, that pressure in the mid lane back onto Ryota. So Ryota, Sans, and Keyboy, not as aggressive as we saw in Game #1.
And that's mainly because Team Falcons are so proactive. 3 kills up, a turtle up, 1 spawning now in the upper quarter. What's this Fanny to do, right? The next thing you know, I'm going to say now, is he's split pushing. Kyrie is just winning the long lane, and then he just jumps in, and, it puts Onyx in a weird position. Oh, speaking of weird positions, Few bursted from 100 to 1 and forced to wings by wings out. Ouch.
That's definitely the potential of the kill pressure that Kyrie has. Wait a second, that's a flicker used. And they don't go for the engage. Now Few's caught low.
Yeah, Few knows his team needs him. Hides in that brush, asking, can you guys hold out? I have a feathered airstrike. There it is. Popping it onto Ryota. Glorious pathway by Flap Teasy. Deterring the entrance of Onyx. Savero takes down Ogwin. It's a man down, and Kyrie scores 1 for his team. That's a turtle and a kill for the Sky Kings.
That's the clapback here in the 5th minute of the game. Just by Kyrie dishing out the damage onto Few because what?
Down bottom!
Oh!
That's what! Oh.
There it is!
Super Marco gets caught out by Kyrie. A free kill down bottom. Super Marco was just working on the turret. Come on!
That's a good break. That's a good break for Super Marco. Now caught in 1-1-1 in terms of that KDA. And this is the kill pressure that we were waiting for the Fanny to have.
What do you mean a good break?
Getting to that power spike as fast as possible. I would say, oh man, they didn't see that coming.
No, Keyboy here holding that orange brush. And Kyle Teasy, that's too much burst even for Suyo.
All right. Kyrie is actually holding on to only 1 item right now. So that's the damage he's already having just with the Heptases alone.
That's right. No, and that's how much Marco took to the face. And now he has to recover from that. And he's still holding on. He's still pushing it. Look at this down bottom. Marco falls again. And now Kyrie had some help. Ryota was there as an accomplice.
They're not letting it slide at all. They're going for more value. And look at Ryota being able to assist that, maybe a boost of confidence. Look how aggressive they are.
Oh, Glorious pathway set in by Flap Teasy. Kyle Teasy gets out of dodge. Feathered airstrike. stopping them from retreating so fast. And now Ryota in trouble, looking for that passive proc. No slows, no stuns. Ryota gets away.
They were able to take Keyboy down in that, re-engage coming from Team Falcons, but they were already able to trade it with a tower up top. Severo gets it.
It's a good deal.
It is. And it looks like despite Team Falcons holding on a lot more control in the early portion of the game, Onic are definitely looking for opportunities too. They're not going down without a fight.
That's right. They won't have to wait till Kyrie can just farm the long lane. Keyboy picking up the Antiquitas here definitely should do some work, especially since he's going against Kyle Easy. Feather Airstrike, compromised here by Severo, pushing Few out of that brush. Now Ogwin forced the flicker out, down to about 1 HP. Flap Easy, Glorious Pathway, getting out of the Zaman Force, survives, but only for a second longer. Gets out of dodge. No kills for Onic. Team Falcons happy with the final turtle take and a turret off cam.
So again, they're trading back and forth once again. A turret for a turtle, a kill for a turret. And Team Falcons were able to get the better out of it in this particular engage because they didn't waste too many resources as they took that objective take. And that was information as well that Onic had, which is why we didn't see Kyrie going full ham into the members of Team Falcons. Despite them being on a relatively low amount of HP, we do see Onic trading it for a turret in the bottom side, but that gets instantly traded back by Team Falcons there, as we saw earlier up on screen.
Wow. These teams are so in sync with what they're trying to do. Their cross-map plans that they're willing to trade for, that it happens within the second. Bottom lane for top lane, tier 2 for tier 1,
yeah.
Rotation for the buff, holding down these bushes. Look at that, Ogwin kicking Keyboy out, flushing him out, and Ryota backing up as well. This is a Lord spawning in the lower quarter. Question, is Kairi getting his purple? Is Falcons not attacking his purple?
I don't think so. I think Kyrie has been able to get his hands on the purple for a little bit. I don't think they've been able to find the right opening maybe into the enemy jungle. And
so that's good.
Oh, there it is, see?
Okay. So again, that's step one. As a Fanny, you secure your purple and then you can talk business. That's why I guess Onic is not so worried. Their fans watching all around the world. Eterna is not so worried.
That really? Despite everything that's going up on screen right now in the first 9 minutes of the game, Team Falcons are still holding on to the gold lead. 1,400. I know it's not too much, but the problem is that gold lead is mostly being held in by Super Marco, who already has the Holy Trinity. And that's going to matter as now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to see the Lord back in action, and that is going to be a problem for Onic.
Yep, they can't, the way they were in game one, just preemptively starting it. This is a Fanny we're talking about, so late entries are the way to go. Ogwin here, blasted by Severo. Ryota pushing him out of that brush, backing off, has to recall. I guess that's technically a man down. Few, Feathered Airstrike, pushing them out of Lord Dance range, and Ogwin holding his ground, refuses to recall. Doesn't want to get to his wounds tended like a real man, but now he eventually has to. Again, this fight cannot start without a flicker kick, and Ogwin wasn't ready for it.
Absolutely, and you could see the Super Marco was still busy in the top lane as well, still looking for that lane control in the far side of the map. That will, kind of force Onic to deal with it. So both of these teams don't really want to pull the trigger just yet. Few wings by wings. Okay, there was backup from Ogwin there.
They're so liberal with their skills. I mean, they know because they control the map. They control the long lane bush, the river bush. They control the long lane. That's one thing. And look at this. Kyle Teasy secures the Lord. No problem. It's just Ryota threatening the kill.
So what's the call for Onic now?
Okay, maybe eventually they go down to this. You see, Kyrie just pushing the long lane, farming out, waiting until Severo's ready. But when is Severo ready? That's the question.
I would say that he is not. He's only on 2 items right now, only with the Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. He should be on the way to the Holy Crystal, but as soon as that Holy Crystal lands, it should be okay. They don't need the Divine Glyph just yet. I don't see too many anti-magic resist. I do see 2 Silence Robes on Ogwin as well as Flap TC, but other than that, no Athena Shield built in just yet.
How about Sato Gilak, the crazy one? How about Sans? Yeah, he's been having a tough game, 0-2-2. Oh my lord, Feathered Airstrike on a Few. Ejected. He wasn't ready for that. He had to purify.
Man, I mean, I guess despite everything about Suns and maybe we were wanting to get into his items, the fact that he has that knockup, the fact that he has so much CC and so much tools, it's enough because everyone else can follow up, and that's few that gets bursted down. That's few, by the way.
Okay, I get it. I get it. There it is. I think it was a calculated trade. I mean, it's expensive, yes, but some things you just can't get a good deal on. Few was sacrificed so that Team Falcons could push mid. Look, they eventually got it. I think that was the price Falcons paid.
It is a permanent structure that they could utilize. A lot more map control, a lot more map pressure.
Ogwin pushed out. That definitely could have been a lethal kick if he committed the flicker. Did not just yet. Flapped easy with the glorious pathway. Team Falcons with dominant movement on the map because, again, they have all the incentive to be as proactive as they could.
They're still holding on their ground. They're asphyxiating Onyx for the moment. They haven't been able to look for an opportunity.
Choking, right?
Severo goes in for, oh, wait a second, Ogwin.
Oh, Lord Keyboy! Down to a fifth! All from Super Marco's basics!
That's it. That's the Holy Trinity at work, right? Corrosion Scythe, you have the Golden Staff, and you also have the DHS. Plus, he has a lot more, you know, tools to play with. He has the Wind of Nature now.
Rose Gold on the way.
That's the big kicker here. Because with so much magic damage, so much burst coming from Onyx, that Rose Gold is a problem.
He's gonna be better in the paint, as the kids say. He's gonna be better at these trading moments, team fights that last a little longer. Does that mean Severo has to invest in a, yeah, it is. He's on his way to a concentrated energy.
Yeah.
So he wants to match Marco.
But it's going to take him a little bit more time. And that's why there's a lot more emphasis on Kyrie, right? Wind of Nature built in first rather than the Rose Gold Meteor because he's definitely appreciating and respecting the kill pressure that Kyrie has.
It's more eminent.
Exactly.
It literally could come from any direction.
360. No scope.
No scope. Pro gamer moves. Literally, this is the best of the best in the business right now in action. Kyle Teasy and Super Marco in the pit.
Uh-oh, Ryota.
Catching Ryota. Can they finish the job? Ryota gets away with it. Lord now at half health. Lord Dance continues.
And he can afford it just a little bit, right? It does take him time to catch up in terms of that HP, but he should be able to be a pristine condition. Severo, though, not okay.
Oh, dear God. Severo gets knocked up. Forced to summon, forced defensively. And now Keyboy gets caught with a charge Quella. SOD, no one home. But this is a go signal. Green light go. Team Falcons blitzing the Lord.
All resources wasted as well from the side of Onyx, so they're not nearly as prepared. What was Severo doing in that push?
It's a weird angle.
Oh, Team Falcons, you can't make mistakes like this against this team. They will punish, they will capitalize, and they will now have the Lord on the way for the airstrike just to zone the members away from Onyx, so they will be able to get that turret in that mid lane.
Yep, Lord will be marching down the bot in about 3 seconds from now, and Falcons are going to be synchronizing these waves. They're freezing the rest, so it all comes crashing down at the same time. Looking at Severo's items right now, there's the concentrated energy, short of one more.
I wonder what his last item will be. Is he gonna go
DG?
Full cannon Divine Glaive? Glass cannon build?
Or
something safer. I mean, that should be Divine Glaive.
Yeah, then he can just sell his boots for like an Oracle if he needed a little extra.
That's true, that's true. But either way, Severo should be at his power spike, but we do see Athena Shields building through, so they desperately need that Divine Glaive. Can Onyx defend this one?
It comes down to choosing your battles. Again, they'll have to lose something, and that something is that tier 1, 3 down bottom. Next up is the second in mid. Glorious Pathway already spent up. Salmon Force as well. Severo dashing through. Ogwin gets his immortality popped here. Flapteezy holding the line, and the rest of Team Falcons get out of here. Gets blown to pieces by Gilasans. Ogwin has fallen. Kyrie compromised. Kyrie gets taken down. Fade away spears from Super Marco, and the fight disperses. Ryota don't want none. Feathered airstrike from Few. Let me finish.
Oh man, that's a 1-for-1 trade. I wouldn't say it was as worth it, right? I mean, it was already a really great ejector coming in through Keyboy, so they can go on, you know, damage control. But did they really have to go for that extra pick coming in from Onyx?
And they lost out such a key hero too. It's Kyrie for Ogwin. That's how mad they were. That's how, I guess, you could say, desperate they were for something on the clapback, on the return. Because it's been so long since they actually won anything in this 16-minute game.
Absolutely, and now things are going a lot more interesting for Onyx, right? Savero does have the Divine Glaive, so the damage should be there, but the main problem is, sure, Savero, you can catch up on these items, but if you position improperly like you did before...
You can't buy good positioning.
Exactly.
I can have 1 million gold and still stand in front of y'all and get kicked in the face.
And that's exactly it, right? Savero really needs to think about it. Savero needs to be put in a position where he can be in the team fight long enough for him to dish out the damage that Onyx severely needs, because we know that Super Marco now, with an additional item, by the way, he's on Malefic Gun, so a lot more range that he can work with, can play around these team fights a lot longer with more DPS to give.
And that's not even considering the macro aspect. Marco has just been with the team this whole time, and now they're blitzing it. Falcons are going hunting. Kyle D secures the Lord. The kick finds one. It's Ryota out of commission. Glorious pathway set in. SOD on the Kyrie. Marco presses it. Spear of Misery to the wall. Down goes South. Down goes Keyboy. Savero and Kyrie left. Zaman Force set in, but there's only so much he can do. Savero down. Double kill for Marco. Kyrie left. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a wipeout. Triple kill for Marco. We're going to game 3.
Dear Lord, 1-1 the current scoreline. Both teams seem to not want to give up in any capacity as the eternal struggle continues again, captivating the audience of the MLBB esports world. Onyx tried their best, but their composition is just way too hard to execute upon. So many things need to go right, and especially when you have something like Veil, you must get value. And unfortunately for Mr. Kyrie Targaryen himself, was not able to create enough of a lead, enough of an impact to kind of set that into stone.
Yeah, it felt like a marathon race that Onyx were trying to live up to, especially with how Falcons was really able to set the tempo in the early portion of the game. They were a lot more heavy on control of the neutral objectives. They had a lot more picks in the early portion of the game. It was in the mid game that we saw a little bit of a change coming from Onyx, but I'm afraid to say that Super Marco was already on his way to that power spike, that Holy Trinity, that eventually Falcons was able to work with and work around, and Onyx had no answer.
Yeah, Onyx's long drawn-out victory from game 1 may have been a liability. The fact that they were playing to that pace, again, you mentioned they were going for a marathon, they did not account for the fact that maybe Falcons just want to dash. They just want to sprint. And that sprint they did, not literally, not in real life, but they just ended so fast and played to a pace that they were ready for. Every single kick mattered, every feathered airstrike, every SOD, especially towards that late game where a single SOD, and Marco didn't even think twice. Like, he SOD'd in the middle of 3 dudes.
He got away with so much here, and that Kevlar vest was thick. He got penetrated only 2 times, but he learned very quickly from those mistakes. And I think, you know, a lot of the win condition coming in from Onyx was heavily dependent on Sans being able to flicker forward and catch somebody with that wind blow. I think that was pretty much the only win condition that they had other than Keyboy catching Super Marco, and even then, that's a very big ask, because we did see Falcons, as you mentioned, look for that sprint, and they did it in a very similar fashion that Onyx ID did in game number 1. Convoy together, make sure you don't have those opportunities, and minimize the points of contact with Onyx.
Because that's the whole point of having an assassin in your jungle, right? That's the whole point of having a Fanny in the jungle, is you want to have as much kill pressure as possible, but the big question was, who was supposed to be the target in the early stage of the game? Was it supposed to be a Super Marco? That's why the Moskov pick came into clutch. Was it supposed to be the Farsa? The Farsa was always grouping up with everyone else on his team, and so Kyrie was also left in a position where he's like, okay, what do I do?
How do I play this? And not to mention getting kicked out of the sky, literally through the cables as well. Not much you can really play against that. I don't know. I was hoping that Keyboy could make some savior plays a couple of times, but even then, it was still a big ask.
This is a sign that even if teams these days, again, as shown by TLID, think Jawhead is OP, these are one of those moments where, yeah, even when you're down this bad, the Jawhead can't help you. There's nothing the Jawhead can do against a Moskov that's wilding out.
Oh yeah, he was having the time. Dude, Super Marco was having the time of his life. Once he got 3 items down, he was like, all right, it's time. It's time to end this, and end it he did, being bulletproof as ever, as always. But coming towards and thinking about game number 3, I don't think there's a very clear path to adaptation this time around, because again, I did feel that Onyx made a good amount of mistakes in that early game, didn't play as cleanly as they did before, and I think that Team Falcons, they played a much tighter game.
Yeah, this is a clear sign of Onyx making mistakes they thought they could get away with, and then Falcons just punishing them. Definitely a sign of Falcons not just taking the L in game 1, but also learnings. So yeah, no, this is scary for Onyx game 2, game 3. I won't lie. Falcons have woken up. Falcons have warmed up their wings and they're ready to fly.
Gotta roll the dice a little bit. I know my predictions are pretty much out of the water, but I can still hope that maybe Onyx has got this in game number 3 to keep my hopes alive in the running game. But until then, ooh, blue side seems a little dangerous now. Both teams have taken a loss on that blue side, and I think now Onyx really has to think about, like, what are we going to do about this gold lane? Because now that Moskov is such a prominent pick, it breaks that trifecta of, oh, just because you're playing Harith, you're safe. No, just because you're playing Granger, you're safe. Absolutely not.
You know, personally, I just think it's a coincidence of this match.
Coincidence?
I think it's coincidence.
No way.
Because for the past 2 games that we've been seeing, it's a prio pick, but with so many loopholes around it.
Yeah, it's still...
Right? Jushin first pick, Fanny first pick.
Yeah, it's still a matter of what you're trading for and if you can make it worth it.
Yeah.
In this case, like in this series specifically, they just couldn't.
Oof, it's going to be a tough one. It is going to be a tough one. Guys, if you're wondering what these players are sitting on and you're like, I don't recognize what that chair is going to be, fix your sit today. If you're looking for the most comfortable chairs, but also meets that competitive edge you're looking for, please take a look at the Anthros. It's down right here on anthros.com. It's designed for humans, so aliens, get extraterrestrials. Stay away from what we built as the human race.
And no animals.
Wait,
I wouldn't let my... I checked the price on one of these chairs. They're great. They are bang for buck. I would not let my pet on it. That's and I like animals to a degree.
Imagine the destruction a cat would do.
My sons...
And how sad you would be.
My sons can take the bed. I'm gonna take the Anthros. Boys. Daddy sits on the Anthros.
Stop sitting. Stay away, sons. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I'm not kidding about that. Check out the Anthros. It is designed for the very best, and comfort meets competitive edge. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to conclude this series between Onyx ID, or Onyx Esports as they're more well known as, against Team Falcons PH. We'll see you right after the short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The eternal struggle, the eternal rivalry as both of these teams are now coming to a conclusion here in the group stage. The point is 1-1 between Onic ID up against Team Falcons with, again, our professionals here at the desk, making sure that you guys are not only entertained but well informed about the game. It's Leo and as well as Eterna. My name's Gideon Q. Once again, going to be your host. Boys and girls, adaptations need to come into play. And yes, would I call it a flub? Probably not, but good ways of drafting around these first picks on the blue side. Do you think that we're going to go back to the standard, the default, the de facto play it safe, take a Suyo?
Yes, because in Game 1, they work out for Falcons. Game 2, it was Onic who got punished hard by investing so much into a Fanny against a team that also plays a Fanny and knows how to give a Fanny a hard time. So now, I'd reckon, yeah, just try to play as clean a game and draft as well-rounded draft as you can, and then we'll work from there.
But also, we've also noticed that in this particular series alone, there's a certain pattern that we're looking at. Whoever has better mid-prio is usually the one to be able to take the game. Whoever has more aggression in the early stage of the game is the one who's able to take out the series.
I love that you brought this up because that happened in game number 1, and we saw the punishment of it coming in from Team Falcons in game number 2, where they're like, haha, you thought Chill was going to cheese us in a different side? No, we're going straight for San. So that's something to keep in mind in this game, as the bans have already come through. Loyi, Joy, Jushin have been banned out for the side of Team Falcons, and Onic have decided to get rid of the Matilda, the Fanny. They've got one more pick to go, and what is it going to be?
If this isn't a Suyo, Team Falcons should pick up the Suyo, but
remember, Kalea.
Yeah, I think that's what Falcons was going for. Is like, all right, you take out the Suyo, or else we pick another blue-haired hero that's pretty damn broken. And there it is. If Team Falcons are going the way we think they are, this should be the Kalea.
Should be, or Team Falcons just go Super Marco, put on that bulletproof vest, put him on the Granger once more. He's comfortable with it.
Do they want to go for that 50-50 gamble?
Hard to say.
On the Kalea? Because so far we haven't seen amazing Kalea games.
Hey.
Oh, they are still going.
No,
it's still Kalea.
No, you're not talking about the Filipino Kalea. This is a Filipino Kalea.
Okay.
What was the record? 60% win rate, right? After the games last night, this weekend.
Yes. Oh, I'll double check. 50. Yeah. I think it was 50%. I could be entirely wrong about that. I'll double confirm.
So stats-wise, in MPL Philippines, Kalea is a great hero. Now you're going up against the Indonesian Hanzo.
Are you talking about the pilot not being right?
I didn't say anything like that. I just said, like, Kalea does good in our meta.
Okay.
50%. I've double-checked that.
There you go.
3-3, the current win rate.
See?
So it's not great.
Hey.
It's 50-50.
If it does well, it's amazing.
Okay.
If it's 50% and above in MPLPH, it does better than most places.
It does 100%. It works all the time. 50% of the time.
Okay. You know, disregarding the Kalea, we're going to see exactly how Team Falcons are going to be able to utilize it. But the Hanzo, right? The Hanzo hasn't been finding as much success
today,
yeah. Especially with the changes to Hanzo. Is it still a viable pick?
You've seen it in action, right? Like today alone,
it's meh.
Well, I mean, after that game, obviously most people's ideas are going to be it's a little meh. But generally, I feel like picking it so early on is kind of strange.
It doesn't have to be too early, no?
Well,
I wouldn't pick it here. I would have picked it maybe here in 3.
In 3? Okay, if it's 3 and beyond, I think that makes a little bit more sense. Because now Team Falcons get to kind of play around it. They got the Harith, which is totally fine. I do think that he is still a little susceptible to the Hanzo, but they got the Hayabusa at the same time. Now, this could go both ways. This could easily be like, oh, I go into my little ghost form and dodge your ult, or you don't have any purple buff. What do you do at that point?
That is tough. I didn't think about it that way. I was just going to say clear, straight up, Hayabusa is the better Shinobi. Because I'm taking, again, from MPLPH standpoint, Hayabusa has always been sitting in A+, A-.
Oh, yeah.
Even in the presence of Joy and Suyo.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Coming into this next phase.
But it's a good read, though.
Yeah.
Even if Sans picks up the Sicilian, he always has to be at the mercy of how hard Kyle TZ wants to kill him.
I suppose. I don't know. This one's a little tough to say because I feel like I guess this is San's comfort because he was probably given an option. It's like, hey, you can play Barca, you can play Sicilian. It's kind of like up to you. And Sans is going to lean in to what carried him in game number 1, which was the Sicilian.
I think, you know, despite Sicilian being one of those vulnerable mages, there is still a little bit more of sustain to him. Is it the Bat Feast that gives him a lot more shielding? There's still leeway around it, and we've seen the Sicilian still thrive despite going against hard assassins like the Hayabusa.
I mean, the infinite scaling is probably what the best part about him, but at the same time, I can't say for certain that Team Falcons wants to play an ultra dive comp because of how wide of a kit that we see from Kalia. She's able to pick people off, she's able to dive pretty hard as a strong engager, she's great at peeling, and she's got heal, like a crazy amount of heal.
Yeah, Falcons is playing a mid-range comp here, not completely dive, not completely poke. Onic here, going red for Phoveus. Team Falcons, they could answer with a smorgasbord of options, because again, they have committed to a mid-range comp, so anybody knows what they could draft. But here we go, a specialty pick for Flap. The Filipino cannon gets his hands on the glue. No clear counter from Onic. No Faramis, no Vixana to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And they were the ones that banned out the Faramis.
Exactly.
And they picked the Vixana.
Exactly.
It's tough to say what the logic was at this point because, again, when I saw Phoveus, it's like, okay, yes, they have a bunch of dashes, but the laning phase is going to be really rough if they get the glue. Now coming into the last pick here, with the, let me just double check the beds. I guess they want him to play the Granger. Even so, it doesn't feel very good. You need something that's going to have that purify. Oh, that's why they wanted to go for the carry this time round. It does well into the Harith, deals with glue pretty well.
I just don't know how you do against the Hayabusa. Maybe pick up a Wind of Nature. That's it.
Pray.
Yeah.
Lord help me! And the rest of Onic is going to be running to hopefully shield you from the damage.
Share it! Share the slashes!
If everybody takes one, we won't all die. Either way, this is an interesting draft coming in from Onic. I like the idea of holding carry as a way to kind of deal with the glue as well. Another solution rather than the direct answers. But I'll leave the predictions to both of y'all on who likes the draft and who doesn't as we start moving into this final game between Team Falcons versus Onic Esports. It's Leo and Eterna taking you into the land of Dawn.
Will they be able to do it, ladies and gentlemen? Will Team Falcons be able to find their revenge as we are entering the final game in this best of 3 between these two teams? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I'm looking at Savero on the carry. This is one of his heroes that he has picked up in MPLID, and he has been able to perform on it, but it's not as clear-cut, especially in the early start of the game.
Yeah, building around a carry while you want to, you know, play to the early game power spike of a Jawhead and a Hanzo while investing in a Sicilian. It's a little too much you want to do in a single lineup. So that's where that's coming from. While Team Falcons, it's very down the wire. You know what I mean? It's like when they go wrong, they can really bounce back. But I don't know how they snowball just yet. I also do not want to call it as easy a win for them. But one thing is true, this is the never-ending rivalry, and it ends now. Savero gets hit with a shadow kill, and Kyle TZ gets one.
And that's why the Moscow pick was really, really, really good, right? I mean, what can a carry do when an early game Hayabusa with that much base damage and that much kill pressure in the early portion of the game is jumping at you?
Gideon already said it, you just pray.
And I don't think he prayed enough because...
Yeah, they have no allies. That's step 2. Step 2 is you hope you have allies next to you so you can share the shadow kill. Now, Annabelle jumping in, point blank, Kinjutsu, Kyle TZ with the, again, arguably better mobility spell in the quad shadow, stopping the engagement.
This is literally the performance that we were expecting from Kyrie on the Fanny in game number 2, and he's been able to do it really, really well. You can even see from his emblems, there's a lot more emphasis on, you know, neutral, objective take, jungling. There's also a little bit more, you know, just additional damage as well as attack speed as well coming in from this man. And how do they work around it? Oh, few though.
Uh-oh! That's the superior range coming into play. I don't think Few was ready for it either. But now, up top, Turtle already started. Looking for an engagement. Sanguine Claws compromising Team Falcon's engagement. The split early on. And now the ride, the flicker. Ryota displaced, jumping into the skies. Slam dunking on dudes. Down goes Ogwin, but so does Ryota. And now Flaptee's gonna get popped here. Not enough healing just yet.
Wait, the Sky Kings come back.
Oh, yeah.
They strike back. Kyle Teasy is in the vicinity. Is he looking for a cheeky steal?
And he doesn't get it. Kyrie with a sharp retribution. I think this is a smart way to approach the early game. Onyx should just isolate Savero, make as much trouble elsewhere, and then go from there.
I guess that's the plan, right? Maybe in terms of kill pressure, maybe in terms of pickoffs, Team Falcons has a say in it, especially with how aggressive Kaltizi has been playing. He's at 2-0-0 at the moment, but when it comes down to these, you know, these neutral objective takes, these 5v5s, it looks like Onyx have a lot more tools to play around with, especially now that we're in the 3rd minute of the game. So, Flapteezy and Ryota, what do you think about this Glue versus Phoveus lane?
I think it's a lane where they just both want to get out of there. Whoever gets out first is happy, and then they're just waiting for the next fight. Like, that's the story of that lane, and that's why you'll rarely see them there. You'll rarely see them fight against each other actively, because they want to keep their kit for the actual engagement. So yeah, it really starts in mid. It really starts with Ogwin, with Keyboy, and of course, what kind of ults and resources the junglers are willing to give up on and spend to get that advantage. That's why it's not so clear-cut who's in the lead. The turtle was scored by Onyx, yes, but the fights are still easier picked by Team Falcons.
Absolutely, and even in terms of, you know, gold or economy, Onyx doesn't hold a lot more over Team Falcons either. You can even say it's non-existent at this point, plus 90 only in gold for the first 4 minutes of the game. We're seeing Falcons trying to look for something else on the map, doesn't quite find the right opening and starts to rotate elsewhere. But the same can be said for Onyx right now. Ogwin knows Keyboy is in that bush, doesn't look for a push in, and it's a slow, passive game. Very different to what we saw from game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, they both now respect that pivot point, that fulcrum of the turn of events wherein like you just let go once and your opponent snowball out of control. Because both lineups can do that actually. Keyboy very lethal on the joint. Like just now with the ejector forcing a split from Flapteezy, and they flicker away, compromising one of the main engagement tools for Falcons, and Few just pops that quickly.
Oh, Ogwin also needs to be very careful with his positioning right now. There is still damage coming through. Ryota jumps back in.
Infernal Pursuit. Ogwin wasn't have any of it. Again, the sustainability on this Kalia doing work. Now this is a turtle still standing, approaching half health. Ryota pushing them all back. Zaman Force dropped in by Savero, dealing a lot of damage. Actually, it's from Marco. Savero pops him though. Oh dear God! They're all just going down. Still no one taken out from Onyx. Down goes Kyle Teasy, and so does the turtle, bowing down to the Sky Kings.
That's 4 members taken down from the side of Team Falcons of Philippines for the price of absolutely none.
It's free 99.
It's insane. Onyx pick up that neutral objective. They pick up this turret as well in the mid lane, and the Hayabusa will not be able to function with his purple buff. Everything taken out. This is a 3,000, almost 4,000 gold lead for the Sky Kings in the first 6 minutes of the game, and they really are rolling out of control.
This is that clutch point, that transition moment in the game where a single trade, a single win in a fight plus conversions will put you and skyrocket you in a position like this. I guess Falcons, they were just waiting for a perfect engagement. Onyx did not give it to them. They took down the elements or the singular parts of their fight faster and dismantled them even before they can get into position. So now, Onyx want to do that again. They're using Keyboy, they're using Ryota to force something out of Team Falcons.
Absolutely, absolutely. And oh, wait a second, Flapteezy.
And now the jump in. Oh, look at the damage brought out by Onyx. Tsunami Slam already spent in by Ogwin. The flicker only really used to reposition. The grab on Keyboy. Might have been the wrong target. He doesn't mind. The Feast of Bats on Sans keeping him topped up. Down goes Flap. Nothing from Falcons.
Nada, zero. I need another word in a different language.
That was a gratis kill.
That was a gratis kill. That
Or
was
kill gratis.
That was a free kill, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000 gold lead for Onyx. And if we saw the items earlier on as well, Kyrie is so ahead right now. Even in terms of XP, he's sitting at 12.
Oh my god, 503!
Exactly, 503, 12, 2 levels up of Kyle Teasy. So
Almost
even in
2,000
these neutral
gold.
objectives, it's going to be so different. Exactly.
Oh my god.
2,000 gold lead, ladies and gentlemen, for Kyrie. I think this is the first time I've seen Kyrie on the Hanzo. And this is the performance we're looking for.
Yeah, this is the MPL ID staple because this is a hero that is picked often in your region. Tsunami Slam 101 catching on to the Eternal Guard. Keyboy very low. Salmon forced by Marco dancing around. Ryota falls. And that's 3 members of Onyx pushed out of the turtle pit, still standing. They've been holding this turtle overtime. He wanted to turn to a lord 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best of engages coming from Onyx, and that's going to be a free turtle given over to Team Falcons. Well, technically not free. They traded 2 members from the side of Onyx for it. But this is the clapback we're seeing again from Team Falcons. Onyx have to be careful with these engages because, again, having the Kalea on the side of Oakwood does give them a lot more leeway to work around in these team fights. Meanwhile, Kyrie goes back in.
All right. Dashing away, slashing away, forcing Super Marco to back off. That's what a farmed out Hanzo is capable of. Again, he's currently sitting at what? 3 items. That's his trinity, which is basically a marksman trinity.
Yeah. It's Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, and the DHS for Kyrie. And speaking of the Holy Trinity, it looks like Savero is on his as well, already with the 3 items up. And it seems like they are ready now for more damage. I think in the earlier team fight, Savero did not have the DHS just yet.
Yeah, no. It's basically a copy-paste build. Like, Kyrie, what are you building? Oh,
yours.
Same. So that's the kind of damage they're putting out. It's real and physical. Now Flapteasy forced to use a split here. He's scared of ghosts. Rides the actual body. Pulls him out. But where's the clapback? Where's the follow-through? Shadow kill spent in by Kyle Teasy. But Kyrie has taken Flapteasy to a place he's never been. So far away from home, the Filipino cannon is going to get popped.
Oh, and even Flapteasy also gets taken down, right? We saw the shadow kill earlier on from Kyle Teasy, and it's starting to look underwhelming. He only has 2 items at the moment, only with the Hunter Strike as well as the War Axe. So what he had earlier on is no longer there. With how many items and how many physical resources or adjustments Onyx has against that kind of damage, Team Falcons need a little bit more time now. I think Super Marco, next item should be the Holy Crystal. Just secured it in just a bit. And I guess that's what they're waiting for, that power spike?
Yeah, it's all on Marco right now because I'm looking even at Few. He only has 2 items. I'm looking at Kyle. He barely has 3. There, just built the Malefic Roar. So they are down. This is a significant 3K, 4K gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, the Holy Crystal on Marco. I think that's go time. Maybe. If Flap can get a decent split, they've always been so good at compromising Flap. Even Ogwin, his Tsunami Slams feel like a hug from a friend, you know? It's comfortable for Onyx.
Onyx doesn't have magic resist.
Oh, that's a conceal. And the ejector, threatened by Keyboy. Look at the back line. Few goes down. Ryota jumping in. Flapteasy taken out by Savero. Super Marco falls as well. And it's all a disaster for Falcons as Ogwin falls. Kyle Teasy, the only one left. Oh, that's a soul snatch coming in. It's a wipeout. Onyx take down all of Team Falcons.
The Sky Kings reign on top, ladies and gentlemen, in the 11th minute of this game. Full wiped out as they're going to be able to pick up this Lord, get more turrets under their belt, and Team Falcons have to go back to 0 and think about how they get themselves out of this precarious position, because it's looking like a 7,000 gold lead plus, almost a 10K. At this point.
It's huge. And building, Eterna, and building. So far, Team Falcons have to think twice about leaving their base now. Yes, they are maybe a step or 2 away from sheer defeat, wherein your base is cleaned out, no inhibitors, and you're dealing with waves again and again and again. Now it's just miserable. It's just like, we can't leave. We can't set fights wherein we're the aggressors. They have to counterattack. That's the only way Team Falcons can win. If they punish Onyx by overextending.
It's not going to be as simple, right? Because Onyx have so much range to work with. They also have Severo, technically not as great of range, but still really big siege potential on these inhibitor turrets. And we're seeing that damage come through. Keyboard already looking for the zone. The conceal already popped in as well. They're been able to take down the bottom inhibitor turret as they're looking for their next one.
Ejector on to Super Marco, the perfect target. Falcons have gotten clipped. Down goes Flapteezy and Few. I'm gonna say it, Onic ID are going to take this series. Kyle Teasy and Ogwin are just holding on for dear life. 2-1. 2-1. The Sky Kings take the series. 2-1.
2-1. Really, really great stuff from the Sky Kings. A new hope. I mean, they went all the way to the grand finals the last time we saw them in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and it looks like they're trying to replicate that same success. Unfortunately for Flapteezy, that revenge plot will not be today.
Whew, what a draft coming in from Onic Esports. Honestly, I have my doubts about the draft, and I can't believe that Kyrie himself was able to get away with so much once that Trinity was online. That backline melted so fast, and I think you got to give it to Ryota. He was able to kind of weasel his way through, find the little cracks to kind of seep into the backlines of Team Falcons.
And it only came at the press of a button. The most courageous Infernal Pursuits I've ever seen. And he only died 3 times. He made the most of those deaths. Oh my lord. Is this the first Hanzo win today?
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Only Kyrie.
Only Kyrie. Hanya Kyrie.
Yeah, breaker of chains, kisser of mothers.
I still can't get over
Husbands will
this.
divorce and leave their families for this jungler. Kyrie Targaryen does it again. But I got to give a lot of props to Ryota here. Again, Fulvius in his... Well, what exactly was his professional debut? He's played in the SPS before under many different banners. Fulvius, old Fulvius, was one of his signature picks. Coming into ARC, it really feels like Ryota, after being passed around, this feels like a team that can really make him shine. And for some of his older teammates, they have not found that same success. I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, this is a homecoming for Ryota. He's worn these colors in the past, gone as far as the grand finals of the M Series, but here today, he's flying high as a Sky King. I love it. I mean, he's not the MVP. Obviously, his MVP is the first of his name. The
breaker of chains.
The plower of lands.
Yes, yes, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I need 2 more. I need 2 more.
You need 2 more?
Yep.
The slayer of
Lords.
I don't like where this is going. You know what I'm about to say, right? It's Kyrie. It's Kyrie on the Hanzo.
83% kill participation. Honestly, there was a couple of things that didn't click in my mind. For an example, once you get the Trinity, it actually works out pretty well against some of these tanks. I thought the glue was going to be a little bit more of a problem, but that split, especially getting sucked back to his original body, he can't burst him down even if he's at 10% HP, thanks to the Trinity to keep him alive. DHS brings it back for the Assassins.
So it poses the question, was that Faramis ban in the draft phase a bait by Onic for Team Falcons to pick up the glue?
I mean, the fact is they already had Sans on the Sicilian, so it's just kind of like, stay back. We don't want you to have Faramis to ensure that Kyrie doesn't get those resets.
Yeah. And also by banning out the Faramis, few could have picked that because the kind of damage profile Onic has does not do well against a Faramis. Like, if you Netherrealm, you waste all of the potential. Like, imagine Infernal Pursuiting or, you know, I don't know how far they looked into the carry for this, but imagine a carry just sitting in front of, like, 5 dudes with 2 life bars.
It's like resource based.
Correct. I feel like I've seen this image somewhere. And 2-1 current scoreline. Well done to Onic Esports. Look, I thought it was going to be a 2-0. Falcons once again showing why this is going to be the eternal rivalry, the eternal struggle between these two teams. They do not find revenge just yet, but this is only the group stage, and there is more to be asked of them once they go to the playoffs. And I say once they go to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm just man. I'm just hoping that maybe it is the opposite, wherein Team Falcons PH become playoff slayers, and they just barely make it out of groups. but that's neither here nor there. Again, Onic, well-deserved win. They played to their fundamentals. They punished Falcons where it mattered. They played their game, and this forces Falcons to evolve. Because if you look at this draft, right, it looks like it's a great Falcons draft. It looks like a lineup that you would have to dream and hope for and trade your soul to get in MPLPH. Like, you don't end up with these kinds of heroes. You don't end up with Harith. You don't end up with a Kalia. You don't end up with a Glue the way you do here in SPS. But Onyx beat him.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm pretty surprised. And this is one of the few points that I want to mention. The fact that we are now seeing one of the few weaknesses that Kalia actually has. After her engagement, if you're not fighting on top of the Kalia, you're kind of dead in the water because you're healing just yourself. You're not getting that double value that you're hoping for as the Kalia. But with that being said, now with the victory coming in for Onyx Esports, we have the pleasure to say hello to their newest member, Ryota, that we have here on the line. Ryota, are you there? Coming in from all the way from Jakarta. Can you hear us?
Hi, Ryota.
Hi.
I'm so glad to have you on the line here, Ryota. You played a phenomenal game at the very end there. First question first, how are you feeling winning out that match against Team Falcons of all team 2-1?
This win is important for us because we need momentum.
Momentum.
Okay. Congrats again, Noe, for that victory, and you have the momentum now. I have a question. It's a little personal. Team Falcons, you became their teammates once when you played in the SEA Games. What did it feel like facing them again? How did you feel like reuniting with Team Falcons there in Jakarta?
I think it's just same in MPL pitch.
We miss you. We miss you in
difference.
MPLPH. Yeah. Well, what's the difference between MPLPH and MPL ID?
I think the fans.
The fans are different.
So wild. Yeah.
So the fans are wild in ID.
Yeah.
Is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryota, I'm curious. You know, they've been asking about your background, how you're feeling, but I want to know about Kalea. You went up against Kalea in the hands of Falcons earlier on. Did you think that it was a problem to you? Do you think it's still a priority hero that we should be looking at, or do you think that the hype is just hype? It's not an OP hero.
I think Ale is just OP hero. Just need a better composition.
Oh. Sorry, can I pick that again? What composition is needed for a Kalea to work?
Secret.
Secret, okay.
He was building up to it. You should have seen that one coming. You should have seen that one coming. Ryota, I want to know how your transition into Onyx ID has been like. Has it been difficult? I mean, it's a whole language that you have to pick up to be able to be part of this team. How has it been for you?
In first, it's so hard because I need to learn Bahasa first, then next, and I keep try hard speak Bahasa.
That's it. That's all you got to do. Become an
Try
import,
hard.
try hard
Who
to speak
taught
the
you?
language, and you win.
Who taught you how to speak Indo?
Kyrie.
Interesting.
So that's the transition point. Ryota, thank you so much for coming on the line with us. Do you have anything you want to say to family back home, to the fans of both PH and as well as ID? The floor is yours.
Thank you for all Onyx fans. Keep supporting us in this SPS Mobile Masters.
Do it in Bahasa. Do it in Bahasa.
Terima kasih Sonics.
There you go.
Sama-sama.
Sama-sama. Thank you so much, Ryota. Thank you for coming on board here at the SPS. Please take your break. We know you got a long day of games ahead of you.
Bye, Ryota.
Thank you.
Ryota Kuwat.
Man, I'm so happy for him. After having, so many years of just being passed around teams, he finally kind of finds his spot with a team that kind of fits his style. And that's, for a lot of players, a big ask.
And looking at the other side of the spectrum, Onyx has been looking for that perfect fit for quite some time too. And now they've found Ryota. So it's good to see it from both perspectives.
Actually, it's kind of funny that they're trying out the rookies and they always do it they find themselves within the SPS. Something about this tournament of the S Series is really bringing the best out of them.
Yep. Not to mention how he's just... I guess he's at home because he's technically a new member, but also he's not. He's worked with their now Vice President of Esports and Coach Yeb. He's worked with Kyrie. He's for sure scrimmed with a lot of these Onyx ID players in the past. I'm super happy for Ryota here.
It's great to see that once again, these teams, these players are finding their home here, and we get to watch it live at the SPS. With that being said, though, we're going to be going on a very short break because our next series is going to be another banger for you guys, because the Snapdragon Pro Series never fails to entertain here at the Mobile Masters. We'll catch you right after this.
Halo guys, gue Fabian dari tim Liquid Indonesia, role gue jungler. Hari ini gue bakal ngajarin kalian bermain Suyo. Kalau buat emblemnya, gue kalau main Suyo biasanya pakai Trill, kalau nggak Swift ya. Kalau yang 2 sama 3-nya nih sebenarnya bisa killing spree juga, kalau nggak Impurage. Cuma biasanya kalau buat farming mungkin Impurage biar lebih cepet aja sih. Terus kalau yang talent satunya nih bebas sih sebenarnya, bisa Swift, bisa Trill juga. Jadi ya tapi lebih enak Swift sih sebenarnya, tapi ya udahlah kita coba Swift aja lah. Ya paling kalau buat level 1 yang gini kita ambil skill 2 ya, karena biar cepet farmingnya. Terus biasanya kalau gua sendiri start mana buffnya sebenarnya tergantung turtle. Kalau misalnya turtle-nya di bawah ya udah gue start bawah, kalau turtle start atas gue di atas. Terus kalau farming, kalau dari gue sendiri sih langsung retry aja sih biar cepet aja. Terus juga main Suyo gini skill 2-nya bisa di hold, bisa di tap juga, jadi bebas. Habis merah gini ya ke biru aja sih, kayak farming biasa aja sih ya. Terus kalau misalnya udah 2 buff gini ya kalian habisin jungle-jungle kecil aja. Terus kalau misalnya ada kutu ini Lito, ambil aja. Terus ada orang ya udah kita kill. Terus kalau masih menit 1 gini mungkin ya farming doang sih. Kalau misalnya ada orang yang buat di geng kayak di XP lane, kalau nggak di gold lane gitu mungkin ya bisa digas. Cuma tergantung pattern kalian. Kalau misalnya pattern kalian ke atas ya udah ke atas aja gitu, jadi nggak usah mondar mandir. Terus juga jangan lupa kalau misalnya ada jungle musuh, kalian coba invite aja sih biar lumayan kan XP sama gold. Yang turtle udah mau respon guys, jadi kita ya stay turtle aja sih. Karena Suyo tuh ibaratnya kayak hero yang lumayan kuat megang objektif ya, jadi ya buat pegang turtle, pegang lord gitu lumayan ada advantage-nya sih. Udah kalau misalnya udah dapet turtle gini, kalian tinggal farming lagi, terus kalian bisa geng mid, geng atas, geng bawah sih, bebas. Jadi kesimpulan main Suyo ini menurut gua, ini hero buat di jungler sangat overpower karena dia mempunyai banyak advantage ya, kayak ibaratnya bisa sustain di early game-nya, ada damage gitu-gitu kan. Jadi ya cocok lah dipakai buat solo rank, entah itu party gitu, cocok banget sih. Ya paling dari gue itu aja sih kalau buat pro tips bermain Suyo ya. Kalian jangan lupa buat dukung tim Liquid Indonesia di SPS Mobile Master ini supaya juara guys. Thank you, thank you.
We on the way. We came to play. We on the way.
Showtime. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise.
When we think about Onyx PH, we think about the super family, the dominant performance that they had for the year of 2024. They were crazy during M6, and right now, can they deliver that same performance that they had for the previous SPS? During the challenge finals, they were the champions, and they're here to defend the title here at Mobile Masters, and we're gonna find out in the group stages whether they can do it or not.
And we're already back for the third series of the day here on Stream A. The very best of the best is here to play. Welcome everybody, you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. The internationals are here with all three streams going at full throttle with banger games of best of threes for you guys. But this time, we're going to see Onyx PH face up once again TLID. This is going to be the second time we're going to be seeing them playing here today, and I don't know if it's going to be any different, but we've got our professionals here at the desk. My name, of course, is Gideon Q, but we've also got a tournament, and as well as Mirko, hoping that the results this time is going to be different. Boys and girls, do you think this is gonna be a group stage scenario like the previous SPS Challenge Finals where TLID beat Onyx PH in the groups, but then dropped the ball once again when it came to the playoffs?
I think I gotta give it over to the Liquid fan first. Liquid fan, what do you think?
If I had to choose, the best scenario, just drop the ball here.
Just drop the ball here?
What if you drop the ball here?
Playoffs.
What if you drop the ball here and you don't make it to playoffs?
That's not possible. Did you see TLID and their performance earlier on? They're almost back. They're almost back.
All right.
All right.
Before we go any further, let's quickly show the standings just to give a rough idea of where people are kind of going, because there are 3 streams happening at once. Currently in Group A, in number 1, we have Onyx PH looking good with 3 points in the bag, with Papara Supermassive actually right behind them as they have won their series as well. 3 points for them. TLID in third, 2 points because they didn't 2-0 their series. See, it's important to 2-0 your series for this very reason, and keep in mind, this is a single round robin. They will all play against each other at least once, and that's it. For everybody else, it's on that slow climb back up from the bottom to the top. Let's look at Group B. Group B is a little, Aurora Turkey is doing very well, contesting, once again, equal points to RRQ, who's also doing pretty well, 3-3. So, that's the current standings as of right now. Does that change your opinion of whether TLID should be dropping the ball?
Maybe they don't drop the ball. Like ever again.
Just be perfect.
You got this, guys.
I don't know. I feel like for TLID, especially up against Onyx PH, it almost feels like Onyx PH for the longest time has always just been the kryptonite for TLID, right?
Really
I think it's okay to drop the ball here. I think for all the teams in Group A, they're thinking about this matchup and they're already thinking in the back of their minds, right? Obviously, this might be a drop the ball kind of game already. Let's save our strats for the next team, because again, Papara Supermassive, amazing team as well. You gotta set up some solid strats. You gotta hide some strats for the other teams here to get wins to make it out. If you use everything you got on Onyx PH and ultimately still get battered by the KK gods, it'll be tough, man.
I mean, let's see how much they're going to get squeezed this time around. Introducing your world champions, Onyx PH. These guys have set a new standard to MLBB excellency with Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince Brusco, and as well as Kelra, the Super Fam, as they are more commonly known for.
I mean, technically, they're also the defending Snapdragon champs as well.
Also correct.
Right? So it's not just like the world champs, but they're also the #1 in the Snapdragon Pros. Did I say only? I didn't mean like that.
The APAC champs.
The Apex champs. There you go. There you go. There you go. And it has recently been said that they were looking kind of out of form in their own MPLPH, but it feels like they're coming back to... It's a very similar story to TLID, actually. They're almost back to their winning form once again.
Yeah. Speaking of TLID, let's show the roster one more time. You already know them. You already love them. Team Liquid Indonesia, runner-ups at the World Championships. So close yet so far, are going to be contesting them once again with Aran, Fabian, Yeheskil, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
We got a taste of the old TLID as they went up and reverse swept Bigatron Esports just earlier in match number 1. TLID, very similar road like you said, but I think there were a lot of individual underperformances as well in MPLID. For Aaron Shiki, on top of the draft, also being very experimental.
With that being said, it looks like we have a surprise interview with Rose live in the arena. Rose, take it away.
Going up against TLID, it has been countless of times. So how is it like going up with this matchup?
All I have to say is, here we go again.
Jadi ini kan bukan pertama kalinya untuk Onyx PH ketemu sama TLID. Nah, gimana nih perasaan untuk Kirk untuk menghadapi match ini? Dan dia bilang, here we go again. Terjadi lagi.
Here we go again, once again. Is there anything you want to say to TLID?
Good luck to us and have fun.
Oke, dia bilang good luck untuk mereka semua dan juga have fun.
All right, thank you so much, Kirk. You know what? May the best team win. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
You can see how done he is. It was just like, oh man.
Again?
Not
Same
again.
group?
And notice how he didn't say good luck to us. He said good luck. Oh, wait, he did. Never mind.
I
thought he meant, like-
specifically translated to Indonesian, saying good luck, have fun, so that you would understand.
Yeah, but I thought when he meant us, it's like good luck to us. Like just us. Not
Well,
like us in a
Maybe good luck to
grand
TL
scale.
and have fun to that, maybe.
Maybe.
Look,
We'll never know.
Either way, in case you were wondering whether it's good luck to them or good luck to us, have a look at the fun facts here. Because since M6TL ID's only win over Onyx PH was in the Season 6 APAC Challenge Finals group stage. That was the only time they have beaten them in a series.
Wow.
Prior to that, sweeps. Sweeps upon sweeps, maybe a couple of game losses here and there, generally has been overwhelmingly positive for Onyx PH. And again, most people are thinking about like how do we shake this unstoppable super family? How do we shake the rock?
The grand finals wasn't a sweep, right?
It was 4-1.
Okay.
Yeah, they did put up a fight, but it wasn't like a 4-3. But I agree. I feel like I don't know, for Onyx PH, it's so strange because we were talking about, you know, especially when they were shaky in MPL PH, that they have been read out. Their strategies, the way that they play, the way that they rotate, the way that they draft as well. But for the longest time, for me, it just feels like Coach Wynau was having fun with the players too. Like, they were drafting some really weird picks that I felt like was just pure cheese and disrespectful to a lot of their opponents. And in MPLPH, you get punished when you do that. Then they started to, you know, lock in again, and they're on another win streak. So it really just comes down to when they want to lock in.
Look, since we've already got a talk with Arnold, let's have a talk with TLID. Rose, take it away.
Pertanyaan yang pertama nih, kan ini bukan pertama kalinya kalian tuh ketemu sama Onyx Filipin. Kira-kira ada yang kalian udah persiapin gak sih atau gimana perasaannya Widi saat ini?
Perasaannya kayak biasa sih, soalnya emang udah sering juga ketemu, cuma ya pengen kasih yang terbaik aja lah, soalnya persaingan kita kayak selalu cepat selesai gitu ya. Jadi kita mau kasih perlawanan yang terbaik sih buat kali ini.
Okay, so it is not the first time that TLID will be facing Onyx Philippines. They are kind of used to meeting each other, but he thinks that they shouldn't be too comfortable, right? Because a lot of things happen in the game, and they're also very good. And you know what? I think I like that. Don't be overconfident. Just because you guys have met each other tens and thousands of times, don't be too overconfident, right, Widi? All right.
Oke, tapi gini, wait. Kalau dari hasil-hasil sebelumnya mungkin kurang memuaskan. Apa yang bakal ngebuat kali ini Tim Liquid bisa menang lawan Onyx Filipin?
Dilihat aja nanti sih.
What did he say?
Dilihat aja nanti. Let's see later.
Let's see later. Okay. So is there anything you want to say to Onyx Philippines before we start?
Kasih yang terbaik, biar seru.
Give the best. Because they won a very tight game.
Yes, a very tight game is fun to watch.
Yep.
Stream A so far, very tight, very, very fun.
Let's see later. So let's get back to you, panelists. Take it away.
Thanks, Kulios. Thanks, Rose. We love it here in Stream A. We like it toit, real toit, as much as possible. And now, our predictions. Here's where it's going to get a little interesting. Let's see what you guys think about it, because even for this one, I'm leaning into history, and it looks like we were all on the same boat. Now, it's okay for me. I'm the Malaysian. I'm neutral party here. So I got to ask the Indonesians, what's up? Wait, hey, hello? 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 2-0 for Onyx?
I think it's more of a sin to predict Falcons against Onyx ID. But this one, I don't know, man. History, we've seen through history, we've seen just the quality of Onyx PH, and I feel like Onyx PH, again, when they lock in, they look so menacing. It almost seems like the early shakeups didn't matter at all.
I think I don't know. There's a bad taste in my tongue from the previous shakeups that we've seen in their own MPL. But then that one quote rings in my head. That final quote saying, "Hey, after winning the World Championships, being like, hey, MPLPH might have been a little harder." And that still sticks with me till this day. But what about you, Eterna?
I mean, I made this prediction before I saw that first game, that first match that TLID were able to reverse sweep against Bigatron, right? This is the prediction that I had regarding the performance I saw from TLID during MPLID, which is not great at the moment. Still very inconsistent, still very shaky, and that's why I went 2-0 even for TLID.
Well, you could have just said that,
I mean,
you know,
Onyx.
Onyx just had better history. I could have gone with that one, but no, gotta go with history.
Performance matters, bros.
Performance matters. And guys, don't forget, support your favorite teams in Mobile Masters. Scan that QR code and throw those votes down. And don't forget, check out ESL.gg in case you want to get some cool merch from ESL themselves. That being said, though, I do think, based on the games that we have seen, we've seen some pretty interesting drafts and certain strategies that have been kind of popping up in the meta. Do you think this is really shaking up what we think of the draft so far based on what you've seen in MPL ID, or is this just the tip of the iceberg?
I think so far it's the tip of the iceberg, right? We've been seeing a lot of, for drafts for the Indonesian teams, a lot of brawl-heavy playstyles. Again, we saw the Hanzo earlier, something that, again, has not found success at all in the Philippines, but has found success now in the international stage. I was talking to Ingan backstage, and he was even saying, maybe, because he thought that the teams in the Philippines could have utilized the Hanzo because they were macro-based. Meanwhile, right now, I mean, Onyx were able to pull it off against a macro-based team in Falcons. Well, so maybe it was just a matter of other regions can play the Hanzo better than the Philippines. It's just the Philippines have to stick to their style.
I suppose. I think if there's any team out there that could really utilize the Hanzo, it's probably Onyx PH. Because again, it's about team fight IQ at the same time, right? You can make some crazy macro plays all across the board, but if you don't have that team fight IQ of prioritizing your targets and the way the shape of the fight works, it can get a little hard for Hanzo. Speaking of which, TLID gonna be on the blue side, Onyx PH on the red here. Bans have already come through. Kalia is through as well. It's Blue Yo for TLID. Kalia instantly locked in with Hanzo.
And that's why I really wanted to, pick Ryota's brain about this Kalea, because technically we've seen the Kalea a few times. Well, one time today, two times today, and it hasn't.
Zero.
It's been very underwhelming. It hasn't worked out. But there was a certain thing that Ryota said in the interview. It needs a very particular composition. Now, what composition was he referring to?
It's, I think, similar to the Cho, right? When you want to pick up a Cho, you need someone to be able to also help and force out Purify so that the Kalia can finally get a Tsunami Slam somewhere in the team fight in the next one after baiting out the Purifies. And I think a lot of times, you just don't have the initial engage to make that pickoff work. Everybody just goes Purify, you go for the Tsunami Slam, and you're flying alone in the sky.
I do think that Onyx PH might be testing that a little bit, trying to push the limits. I think there are a dive composition, and I think it'll be interesting because now Hanzo, when he goes into that ghost form, is able to kind of follow along with the Kalia, and if Kalia is able to kind of get into that backline and stick there, that heal is going to be double the profit.
And this is literally the same route that Bigatron Esports took up against Liquid ID in game number 3. They went for the Kalea, Hanzo, and the Sicilian. We then saw the Hylos, I believe, but I think for Onyx PH, the Hylos would work really well now. They've already banned out the Jawhead. That was the big problem for Bigatron Esports when they did go for the Hylos after picking up these 3 heroes. The Hylos just could not open up the map, always getting flung out by the ejector and then punished by the rest of the team.
Here's the thing though, TLID have brought an interesting answer. They're like, Kalia, if you whiff, we will punish you so hard. There is no means of escape once the Jushin is right on top of you with the Lantern Flare, not with the Crimson Lantern. There's not much you can really do about that. And not to mention that they also have the Granger to kind of slow down their targets to make it even harder for you to get out of those scenarios. Now, coming into the second phase, I'm seeing the Khalid ban coming up from the side of Onyx PH. They want to make sure that Khalid can't just body check you, just man-to-man defense throughout the map.
What I was really looking at was the gold laners, right? I mean, with the Granger already being picked up by Team Liquid, I would have thought that, okay, they didn't go for a gold laner in the first place for Onyx, and so the Harith was a really good potential pick for Onyx, but TLID sniffed that out. So what are we looking at Kelra playing against this Granger in the gold lane? What's left for grabs? We're looking at the Moscows?
Literally anything.
Yeah, I think there are just so many options right now for Onyx PH. They could even go Beatrix, honestly. But yeah, the obvious choice would be Moskov, Irithel. Those 2 choices, right? Up against the Granger, Tsuyo and Jushin. Irithel would probably be the best choice just to maneuver around in team fights.
Oh, this is interesting. You brought up about the Hylos just now, but it looks like Onyx PH are going to be the ones who banned it out, and Team Liquid ID making sure that the Irithel is gone. So that means kind of leaves them with just the Moskov. I mean, worst comes to worst, there's always Claude. I mean, PH, all teams from PH can play Claude.
It's Kelra, man. Even in the bad spot against a Cho Tigreal in the grand finals of against Aurora, they would pick up Beatrix. So it wouldn't be too crazy to see Kelra pick up a hero like a Beatrix even here. They go for the Hilda first, so that's their beefy boy. They opt to take away a big pick from Liquid. Again, the pick that saw Bigatron struggle against in their first match, the Hilda on Aran. So they ban out the Hylos, pick up the Hilda to deny Aran.
And by the way, going back to that point about the Beatrix, you mentioned about the Cho being similar to Kalea. Do you think it's the same as a Beatrix-Cho combination? Kalea, Beatrix?
That could be there is outplayability there. There's definitely a lot of outplayability, and
because you're not locked down for as long as a Cho, right? Because the Cho has 2 parts of the kick.
Yes.
Tsunami Slam is just boom and then slam. It's not like a forever lockdown.
Well, I mean, as long as you're like held in that Tsunami Slam, you can basically get shot in the air while the grapple is currently underway. But I think that TLID has done very smart play here. Now, there are like 2 ways of being. It's either you take the Irithel, which again, why would you do that in the first place and throw her into the back line, or Cho, who has outplayability. She can try to go for the first engage, shouldn't pull out of the way and maybe get a kick with that.
Yep. A signature Witty the Wise pick on the Cho. Safe choice would be the Moskov. They could go for the Beatrix, but
it's probably the Moskov, right?
Probably the Moskov.
Just double dive them. They've got just kind of let Super Prince be that anchor.
And if you go for Beatrix again against the Cho, it's not going to be the best choice. You can only go Flicker. You can't go for the Purify. It will be the Moskov. Last pick for Onyx PH.
He goes Inspire. He's just watch me.
I've been playing ranked game in this server, the Indonesian server, because we're in Indonesia. No, the Malaysian server. And why do you guys all go for Moskov Inspire, man? It's like
you're asking me the wrong
getting
questions.
so many easy games.
Hit up DJY, man. He'll explain it to you. I have no understanding of our ranked servers. I just prefer professional play. I like to keep it a professional play. Keep it real. Keep it pro. What about you, Returna?
What about
Moskov?
Moskov.
What's wrong with Moskov?
Inspire.
Moskov Inspire?
Yeah.
It's gambly. It's risky.
It's gambly.
It's gambly.
Oh, I know Gani when you can see it's gambly.
It's gambly. I don't like it that much.
Everybody out with their debit cards. It's card roulette one more time. Whoever loses has to pay for the diamonds. Now, boys and girls, Team Liquid ID and Onyx PH, again, 2 considered to be the best teams in the world, going head-to-head in a best-of-3 series. Mirko, Eterna, it's your turn. Take us into the land of dawn.
Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, between both of these teams. Will it be history repeating itself once again, or can TLID finally be able to bag a win against their Onyx counterparts from the Philippines? Let's see. Oh, already so much aggression in the mid lane.
Oh, Double G Kundo. Super Friends still, though, winning the trade against Yahezkiel, forcing the regen. We're already seeing some differences with the Hanzo this time around for King Kong compared to Annabelle up against Liquid ID. Annabelle went for the War Cry. King Kong has opted to go for the Killing Spree instead. Everything else pretty normal though. Fabian still sticking to the good old Impure Rage instead of the Killing Spree, something that we have seen Suyo go for. But I personally agree with Fabian. I like Impure Rage more.
Oh. I mean, you mentioned it in your cast earlier on, right? Impure Rage versus Killing Spree. Do you think Onyx PH have a lot more sustainability in their comp for the Impure Rage to have more value in?
I think so. I mean, they have Brusco on the Kalea together with the Hilda there. They do have a lot of sustainability, to be fair. Even Kelra and Prince, they're both very elusive, very tough to deal damage to. So, for Liquid ID, I don't know. Right now, it how big of a factor will the first neutral objective be? Because for Onyx PH, I think they're completely fine letting go of the first neutral objective, waiting for the Sicilian, Moskov, and the Hanzo power spike in the mid game.
Yeah, that's a little similar to the composition as also the gameplay that we saw from Onyx ID earlier on. And King Kong's also on the same emblem as Kyria, I believe, Killing Spree on the Hanzo.
I believe so. Turtle number 1 spawns in the game. Brusco. First onto it. Putting these water splashes down on the ground. Fabian invaded Kirk, getting the information, but really both teams are not going to commit to anything. It's just setup versus setup for both these teams.
But I think it's TLID that want to pick up the gas first, right? They have the Suyo, they already committed to the Suyo, and the neutral objective should be in the bag for them, as there it is. Free Turtle here in the first few minutes of the game, going over to TLID.
Great move from King Kong. Again, utilizing the consume of Hanzo. Just consumes the purple buff and maneuvers away from Witty. Looking for the pickoff, has away the dragon, won't be able to find the Jikudo, and King Kong gets away. Loses a green cam in the process, but Prince is right there to punish them, putting them in their place right after stealing that green camp.
So they don't find the opportunity just yet, but TLID do have a neutral objective in the bag. And the big question is now for Onyx, what is the collab app? Are they going to be just saving themselves up until they find that point where they get the power spikes, or are they looking for a different trade across the map? Because technically, Aaron Shiki on the Granger has also still been left untouched. Very passive gameplay for both of these teams here in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, for Liquid ID, again, they know that they have the control over the neutral objectives. There's no real reason to push the pace, to make those risky moves early on against Onyx PH. And for Onyx PH, it's the same. They know that they're going to reach their mid-game power spike if they just minimize the gold lead that Liquid can get. So trading on the map becomes better. It's just a case of both teams understanding their win conditions really, really well.
And it's working out for them, right? TLID, despite everything that they've been able to do, only a 600 gold lead, and that's going to be another turtle taken over by TLID.
Nope, not just yet. It was the first turtle. It was a delayed graphic, but it's okay, Eterna. Sometimes, in
it's
life,
fine.
It's fine.
It's all right.
The stream is delayed as well for the people watching back at home, right? So maybe we get a taste of our own medicine, getting that delay. Oh, that's not a delayed take on King Kong's corrosion, by the way. That's pretty quick. And Kelra.
Quite low.
Wow. That's pretty quick, man. And now they're just waiting for the turtle. Man, Onyx PH are just playing it so slow. And it works. It works for them. They want to take it slow. Prince is farming up a storm right now, and there's nothing Liquid can really do to force him in the fight. They're neutralizing the fight. Aran's walking up. Again, Witty walking up, Jikundo coming in as well. Now King Kong wants to go for the fight. Earth Shatter coming out. That's away the Dragon that gets caught in the Soul Snatch. First blood coming in for King Kong. Fabian going to be able to pick up the kill onto Kirk. That's a double onto Brusco. Brawling it out. King Kong forced to return. Gets quelled just a bit.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-3 trade now, ladies and gentlemen, plus that neutral objective. And it's actually propelled TLID to a 1,600 gold lead and counting, considering they should be able to pick up this mid-turret plus the one up top by Aaron Shiki. And this is the interesting thing, right? Because even last season, I think it was Gideon that mentioned that if there was a team in Indonesia and MPLID that was a lot more PH, it would be TLID, right? They love to play the macro game, so the slow-paced game that we're seeing now from TLID is not uncalled for. It's not uncanny as King Kong, though.
Oh, Soul Snatch. Not enough damage to take him down just yet. Still waiting on those power spikes.
Is the power spike the Holy Trinity for King Kong and
Yes.
Hanzo?
It's the Holy Trinity, the attack speed items, Corrosion, DHS, and the Golden Staff that he'll be waiting to get. So technically, they'll need both their damage dealers, Kelra and King Kong, to hit that item power spike. And that's why usually Hanzo and Moskov, we don't see them together too much because they require a lot of resources. Add on to the Sicilian, another one that needs a lot of resources. So they're very resource dependent. And
You would
for
call
Onyx,
this a greedy lineup.
yeah, I would call it a greedy lineup. I think it is a greedy lineup, something that very few teams can, utilize properly. And right now, Liquid ID are getting that lead in the early game, 2,000, just because Onyx PH are more concerned about farming, waiting for Prince, King Kong, and Kelra. Kirk gets put back, Earth Shatter not heading there, but the onward does land. No follow, Witty! Wait the Dragon, wrong side though. Flicker Earth. King Kong goes in, Cyclone Claws catches on it too! Soul Snatch away with the bad impact, but there's not enough damage to take anyone down! Even SOD connecting Kelra, taking a turret tier 1 up top for free.
All right, no casualties just yet, and this is going to be the next bout that we're about to hit. The neutral objective just get handed over to TLID without any more kills on the board. And despite the power spikes that we're talking about Onyx PH being able to get in the later portion of the game, they've been able to trade back really well, right? Sure, in terms of resources and in terms of gold, TLID hold the cake with a 2,000 gold lead, but these structures are falling down like flies. Kelra is busy looking for a lot more pressure on these side lanes, and he's actually a lot closer than you think to his Holy Trinity. Already has 2 items, the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Golden Staff. Just needs a little bit more for that DHS, but again, these side lanes, they're dropping for TLID.
That's the advantage for Onyx PH. They have the side lane control, much better than Team Liquid ID, because their composition relies heavily on them just sticking together and looking for team fights, control over the neutral objectives, over the team fights. Meanwhile, for Onyx PH, they have a good way to split push with both the Hanzo and the Moskov. So they can constantly just push the pace over to the top side, but Team Liquid ID are doing a good job at responding to it. Again, Aaron Shiki, Aran, Witty down below, they're controlling the bottom side of the map, leaving the top lane over to Onyx PH. And in the end, I'd say getting a pretty okay trade here. They are in the lead, so an equal trade isn't really the best for them, but they gotta try to get what they can, right? Again, up against this very, very side control heavy side control win condition of Onyx PH. They just gotta get back control on the other side of the map. Hezkiel engaged upon. Crimson Beacon used up by Hezkiel. Still all gonna be caught. It's Hanzo. King Kong walks up, Soul Snatch. Hezkiel taken down. Witty gonna be taken out by Kelra too. They're getting collapsed on. Aran with the Primal Wrath, able to zone them away, but it's a 2-for-0 in favor of Onyx PH.
Yeah, and that's not great at all, right? This tempo, this timing, the way that TLID was taken over by Onyx PH there. Remember, TLID, they're the ones that kind of on a ticking time bomb right now. They're on a clock. The Sicilian on the other side, Kelra getting to the power spike, King Kong getting to the power spike. There's a lot more on the line. There's a lot more at stake for TLID. So trades like that don't necessarily favor TLID at this point. Although now they do have a little bit more ground over the neutral objective. The first one there, a lot more information being able to be given. You can see Yasuo also giving information, opening up the map. But again, Kelra, always on the far lane, always pushing, giving TLID a huge headache.
Oh man, it's just so ridiculous. When he walks up, trying to go for the Kudo, oh, gets pulled back by the Sanguine Claws. Brusco will fall as well, but SOD does land. Kelra, will he take it? Kirk looking for an angle, coming in. Kelra will be able to take it now as he's going to be dealt quite a bit of damage. Around Shiggy gets the damage done with the Sky Piercer. King Kong Soul Snatch away and gets put back into his real body. Team Liquid ID with a Lord win.
And he gets out. Aaron Shiki was on a sliver of health, was still able to dodge out of all that was being put onto him. 2 members taken down, a Lord on the way, and this is despite Onyx getting to the, the Holy Trinity that King Kong is already on right now, and plus Kelra. So all in all, it's still a good idea, a good way, a good pattern now for TLID. As they're now going into the enemy bush. King Kong's looking to get it back. That purple buff gets taken though by Aran.
Very close for Yehezkiel, almost taken down. You can see the items here for the team right now. Sky Piercer done, opting to go for the Malefic Roar for Aaron Shiki over to BOD just to get through those frontliners. Onyx PH's Hilda and the Kalea that, by the way, so far has been, quite underwhelming. Just like we've seen from the other games, the Kalea has been pretty bad.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Very minimal impact. Very minimal impacts. Now, would it be different if they were leading? Maybe the Kalea is not the best hero on the back foot?
Well, for sure, but I think most roamers and most heroes do better while they're ahead, right? I think, right? There's just no outplay potential from the Kalea, it seems. It just feels like you got a snowball in the game, you heal a lot, but once you fall behind, you can't really go for the Tsunami Slam on any of the frontliners. On the backliners. You can go on Aran and Witty, but there's a Shunpu to cancel the Tsunami Slam. There's Aran who can just take it as well, and then Primal Wrath over to the rest of the team, so it's not really the best target you want to go for. And for Fabian, you can always just skill one out of there.
So there's a lot of leeway that I think TLID are holding on to right now. And the argument was, despite, having the Purifies on Yehezkiel, having the Purifies on Aaron Shiki, the timers on Brusco's skills should be a lot quicker than the cooldown of the Purify. Wait a second. King Kong finally gets his purple buff. So back to that point. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. It still seems like being able to get out of these skills is a big thing against Kalea.
Yeah, it's very tough for the Kalea to really look for picks here, and everybody has to technically follow up on the engage, right? So if you go for the Tsunami Slam again on the front line, I'm not too sure Onyx PH are going to be too keen at just hitting the front. They have a Hanzo. They want to go and look for the backliners. They want to go for Yehezkiel, and that's what he's doing. King Kong doing a lot of damage. Forcing the Crimson Beacon out as Kelra pushes the wave. Good way to read out Liquid ID's rotation. Oh, Kelra, gets caught though, gets shot down. There's no one there to follow it up though. It's a killing spree. They get the kill over.
That is an amazing way right now to be able to look for that opportunity, right?
we're gonna have to wait to see Earthshatter. I believe they are going for the Lord. And it seems like they are trying to go for some of these kills. I think Lord? Speed started? Get the Lord, and there's not much of a contest. They got forced out. They got forced out quite a bit there. So pretty far forced out of the pit, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. And right now, we are waiting on the upcoming push coming in from the team. As it seems like, once again, this matchup is just so interesting. TLID versus Onyx.
Wow, man. I mean, again, this Kalea has not been the best pick, really. For most teams, Bigachon lost with it. Earlier, we saw Team Falcons, I believe, try it as well up against Onyx ID, and I don't know. Not too sure.
Underwhelming pick. Maybe that's why a lot of these teams have actually opted to leave it open.
Maybe. It seems like they are going to go to try to end this game. Oh, a big fight happening here. Base turret taken down.
Base turrets are falling left and right here, ladies and gentlemen. As, once again, we are seeing...
There you go.
All right, 7-7. All inhibitor turrets have been taken down from the side of Onyx PH.
Okay. 7-7, 14 minutes, all base turrets taken down. Onyx PH still able to keep themselves alive with the Sicilian and the Moscow. Great clear. And honestly, phenomenal discipline from TLID, a team known to usually go fights. King Kong diving into Yezkiel. Crimson Beacon now ready. Immortality. No, it's a winner crown from Yezkiel to keep him alive.
So even though they're looking for these opportunities, they haven't been able to find it just yet. You can see, already, the dive in.
Tsunami Slam coming down as well. Moscow, that's Kelra. Picking up the kill, King Kong in the shadow form. This is where it gets real dicey. This is where it gets real dicey. Late game, Moskov and Hanzo.
Yeah, so despite things going in favor of TLID right now, once again, they do still have to respect the damage output coming in from Onyx PH. You can see the damage already given over by the Moskov, but we do see on the other side that the BOD has been secured by TLID too. So they just need to limit any mistakes as possible from TLID. And they should have a lot more favor around these neutral objectives, considering that all three inhibitor turrets have been taken out. So these lanes should be pushing in favor of TLID. Okay.
Ooh, an attempt from Brusco. Tsunami Slam finding the pick, and that's Fabian taken down. A big shutdown coming in as Aaron Shiki is able to find a trade. And now it's back to an SOD in the back. Aaron Shiki. It won't be a commitment from Kelra. King Kong gets the orange.
Oh no. Oh no, they don't have retribution.
No Fabian.
Fabian's gone. They're 4 members up as compared to TLID right now, and they have the better favor. Look at him go in.
Uh-oh, Aaron Shiki hiding away. King Kong has dealt enough damage. It's Kelra going to go for the solo against Yezkiel. Assassinated. A double as he goes and picks Aran out as well to get a free Lord.
Oh man, this is going completely wrong for TLID right now. And this is the late game potential that Onyx PH has, and they're utilizing it very, very well. Small mistakes can be utilized by Onyx PH, and all 3 lanes are going to be pushing for Onyx PH now. There's going to be a dive happening. They don't get it just yet. Wrong side of the map.
Wow. Onyx PH. A little bit of siege. This is the comeback moment we were waiting for. 17 minutes. It took them a while to get here with no base turrets, but it's the ultimate comeback if they're able to pull this off. That late game composition, King Kong diving in, won't be able to utilize it too well. Buys the immortality in time, now a dive, Witty! Able to find the Jiku no flicker combo, now Aaron Shiki going in, but it's wide blocked. Witty finds his shutdown, going in again, Kelra right there to help out with Super Prince. Hilda walking up as well, now it's gonna be the Tsunami Slam, not there, Aaron Shiki gets a shutdown! A double on Brusco.
Oh, they instantly turned it around back, right? Hilda was completely doing work. They're trying to do the zoning, but unfortunately, the rest of the members were not there when they wanted, and it looks like TLID are going to be the ones pushing this time around. 3 members taken down for Onyx PH. And now, only 2 members left standing. Can they defend this? 3v2.
Super Friends has got to make a miracle play happen. Yezkiel's hanging up the turret. Aaron Shiki's on the base right now. Hilda's looking for it. Liquid ID will get the job done despite a big mishap in the end of the game. Almost a comeback from Onyx. Not enough to keep Onyx PH afloat.
Dear Lord, what a game this was. What a game this was. I thought maybe the comeback was there. Like, the margins were so close to each other. It was within that 3K.
Wow.
And then it just fell out of their hands. Really good drafting coming in from TLID. The Jushin, a big game changer here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And at some point, there was a window of opportunity, but I think it just came in too late. And I think, you know, at that point, Onyx PH just blacked out.
They did. They got knocked out completely, right? It was tough when you have 3 base turrets taken down. It's like your lights get shut down completely. There's no setup for the neutral objectives. You just have to fight and brawl.
It's like the switch just didn't flip on, right? It actually turned off, in a matter of fact. It's just difficult to say once you're that deep in the void. I think the TLID were able to at least hold on to their lead. Like in their previous series against Onyx PH, the many times they fought, usually they get that lead and then they drop the ball really hard in the middle of the game, if not the late game.
And that's why it was on Weedy at that point, right? To look for that opportunity, because that moment when he was able to take down King Kong, I think that was the big turning point that they have there when they're like, okay, this is enough. I have to look for something. And then they were able to find their way from there.
Hopefully, it should be enough, but at least there is a level of confidence for TLID fans that maybe they're able to take this series away. But I don't think Onyx PH is going to take that sitting down, if anything. Nope. They're going to stand back up and they're going to figure this out. But do you think it's going to be happening on the red side again, or are they going to move over to the blue?
I think they have to go over to the blue, right? I think we have seen in Snapdragon as well here, Mobile Masters, the blue side has been able to find more successes. It's similar in MLBB. MLBB is just, we have been seeing more teams find wins on blue side here. It's mainly because of the Suyo. Mr. Flavor Flav told us in the interview, pick Suyo. That's what Satan DeLucas told us. Game 2 onward. Just pick Suyo, OP hero. And I agree with him, man. The Suyo is a menace. Fabian, even though in the late game, he kind of loses a lot of the value that he had in the early game, but it's really all about the early game. If you have such a big lead at the end of the game, with a base turret taken down, you've done your job as a Suyo. After that, you can just peel for your backliners, you can just trade on the map. You're everything a jungler wants to be.
You have everything a jungler needs to be, in a matter of fact. So
you are the jungle.
You are the jungle.
Sasuke. That's his character. That's his collab. That song plays every time you see a Suyo on enemy team. You're like,
It's true. It's true. It's really difficult to play around him. And I thought, honestly, I really thought that King Kong was getting to that point. It's like, oh my goodness. He's hitting those item power spikes.
Yeah.
He's forcing Jushin to utilize that ult super early on into that game. And obviously, yes, the Lord Steal was definitely one of the few things that kept them going in the game. But those team fights were extremely hard to win.
But the thing is, like, being able to take down or trigger those resources, especially for the Jushin, it's not a make it or break it ult. It's not like Farsa, who relies on the Feather Airstrike. The Jushin and her ult is just an additional tool that she can utilize, but it's not imperative to her overall kit. So technically, they weren't able to find as much value as we are gonna crown the MVP.
All right, the untouchable himself, man. I mean, look, his KDA is something that people dream of, especially when you're up against a team like Onyx PH. So I gotta give him credit where credit is due, but it's not gonna be an easy road from this point onwards. Coming in to game number 2, the adaptations will make that difference.
Whoa!
But at the same time, it could be the sauce that Onyx PH needs to kind of make the difference here. And I think that number 1, the Jushin has got to go. If not, they gotta adjust their draft to make it have a little bit more, you know, a little bit more burst to kind of pop that Jushin early on.
Yeah. The Jushin, I'm telling you, it's a secret buff. The adjustment to Jushin is a secret buff. It makes it so the Jushin gets left open so many more times, and we get to see it. Especially for players like Yehezkiel, you know, who's been able to really pull out the full potential, utilize the full potential of the Jushin. We get to see it here again. It's so good at running away and also engaging kiting away has never been easier, and dragging someone down with you has never been easier. With the juice in, it's a lantern flare away. Pick them up, throw them back, get them into an Edith combo with the Earth Shatter onward. You're stuck there. You CC'd until you die.
Yeah, I just can't really do much about it in general, but I hope this is going to be like a real cliffhanger for us, because I feel like Onyx PH ain't gonna make it easy, and they always come back from these types of scenarios. And I think even for Coach Why Not, it's something that he's gonna be thinking about too. But that being said, here at the SPS Mobile Masters, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be part 2 of this potential 3-game series or a potential sweep for TLID. Stay tuned to find out right after this break.
get it. Octane, high stakes, no brakes, got me in a whole different mind state. All day, dancing the flame by the fireplace. Long range, I took that shot, now I got them rocked in a hard place. Please don't play with the card. I go 8 when I pop. CZ, I'm on top, sleeping. Yeah, I got more from beasting. Tony Ayo, they can't see me. Going sicko, so unseemly. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I'm the king of my realm, king to do it myself. I don't get overwhelmed. They can't get to my level. I don't know how to settle. I stay mashing that pedal. I ain't standing, I'm special. This is a whole other caliber. Word of Excalibur. I put it into a challenger. Gold in my calendar. I think I just hit my peak. Ain't nobody sitting like me. I don't ever tread lightly. I only emit lightning. Let's shift in the final gear. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. Can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, leveling up and I can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, leveling up and I won't stop, can't stop, won't stop, leveling up and I can't, I'm leveling up and I won't. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. I'm leveling up. Let them know. Let them know. Shout it from the rooftops. They must know. Let them know of the weak and the weathered. Let them know. Let them flock to the flight of the feathered. Let them go. Let them know of the beauty you can see when your eyes are reborn green. Let them know of the magic.
Snapdragon Pro Series is back. The Mobile Masters currently under its way with the best in the world versus the second best in the world with a 1-0 victory for TLID. We're going straight into the draft because these teams will not wait to get at each other's throats. Onyx PH on the blue side, Team Liquid ID on the red side. We got the Turner and Miracle with us once again. Let's take us through the second half of this draft.
Yeah, we're going in way past everything
Yeah.
already. Already into the second phase right now. We can already see the bands coming through into the second phase. And we did mention about blue side, red side earlier on. And it looks like Onyx PH have actually opted to go for blue side this time around.
And what's crazy is the fact that Liquid ID have not picked up a jungler. So the Suyo has been picked up by Onyx PH, obviously. Blue side, first pick. That's the Suyo, OP hero, as SDL said. Onyx PH take it away, but they still stick to the Kalea. So they're thinking maybe this time they're going to be able to win out the early game with the Kalea. It's a Suyo, Kalea, Harith, first 3 picks. Liquid ID got what they wanted as well, I believe, but the Joy ban surely will be the final ban for Onyx PH, right?
I mean, the thing is about Fabian is that he has a lot of heroes that he can bring up as well. Technically, Lucas is an option for him to pick up. Hayabusa. He's also picked up the Alpha in certain occasions, as well as the Ling.
I think, oh man, I think it's really scary when you're up against a Kalea and you're thinking like Alpha, you're thinking like Ling as well. Yes, they have burst. Ling technically has iframes, but do you want to risk it for the biscuit against a Kalea who could just grab you and you don't have access to Purify because you're a jungler? You have to take Retreat.
Yeah, that's what the Hanzo will be. You know, the best choice up against a Kalea, you get Tsunami Slam, it's not me. That's my shadow. Or the Joy that could actually try to electrifying beats out of there. You have a few dashes, so there are more ways to counterplay. Maybe Lancelot Lancelot would have a way to like, you don't see me, but even then it's tough. Once you get some, you gotta time it perfectly. It's kind of like a Suyo's first skill kind of thing, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta blink at the right time before the Tsunami Slam picks you up and slams you back in the ground.
How much of a banger would it be if he gets access to Lancelot in a high stakes match against Onyx PH of all teams? Do you really want to put yourself at that? Well, I don't want to say mechanical disadvantage, but the possibility of making more mistakes mechanically within the series itself.
And that concerns me because for the past few games that TLID have been able to win, it's always Fabian that's the deciding factor. So whatever gets put onto him is going to be so important to the success of the overall team.
Wow, what a combination that Onyx PH has right now. That's going to be a really tough team fight. I mean, obviously, the tanks might just struggle with the Jushin. The Jushin can only pick up a couple of people at a specific point of time unless you have the ult in the middle of them, but that puts you in danger.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Ling.
The fact that they didn't secure the jungler in the first phase gives me an inkling as to the setup for this Ling in the first place.
We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know. I think this is a really risky draft coming in from TLID. But hey, you gotta roll the dice here and there. Gotta spice things up, especially against Onyx PH, who are out for blood. They want to win this series. They want to get that free buy to save themselves a best of 5.
Wow, dude. They have so much physical damage. I don't think Jusin can stand alone as the sole damage dealer in Magic, right? So you have a Phoveus, Ling, and Granger. Onyx PH have crazy amounts of damage there as well. And they have two really good tanks. Godot being an amazing one up against physical damage.
Yeah, no, a really great answer to this. I love the adjustments coming in from both of these teams. Maybe TLID have been pushed into a corner. We'll have to see once we start getting into the game. Eterna and Miracle, it's up to you guys to call the action as we head on over to game number 2.
And let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. We're getting into our second game of this best of 3, and the big question is, can TLID once again, can they do it? Can they rewrite history? Can they pick up their second win of history against Onyx Philippines right now, as we are seeing that Super Prince is getting a little bit aggressed on in the mid lane.
Oh, Blazer's coming down. Oh, forcing the Purify out from Yehezkiel. Another shot now from Prince, 2 with the Void Blast. We're back to even on the board in the mid lane. Yehezkiel will have to pop in that regen. Rupture, Wilderness Blessing for Yehezkiel. It's all about staying active on the map and utilizing the Ling kill pressure in the early game. Aaron versus Kelra up top for the Gold Crab. Brusco scouting out Fabian, stopping him from getting level 4 early.
And that's the big question, right? I mean, against all assassins, as a general rule, we'd like to see a little bit more aggression into the enemy jungle. And we are seeing a little bit of that by Onyx PH, but not so much as to really stop Fabian in his tracks. And we are headed to a pause, ladies and gentlemen, so we do have a little bit more time to talk about the compositions that both of these teams have committed to.
Well, thank God. I want to talk about the composition so very badly here because, again, 2 tanks, and obviously with Jushin on their side, it will come down to who can really, like, disrupt that front line, who can really, like, kick him in the shins enough to force that reaction.
That's a good question.
I'm looking at Mirko. He's debating about this. He's just like, okay, there's the possibility that everybody's going to get screwed over once the box comes back out.
Yeah.
And then do you continue to push the lead from then on, or do you just call it off once the box is down?
See, there are 2 boxes. One of the boxes being an arrow, Zaman Force. You fight in that, you're done. I feel like it's impossible to go for the dive there. Again, up against the Harith with items later on too. The Ling will be the prey, and the Harith will be the hunter at that point, right? So, man, I don't know, it's just really tough. On top of that, Brusco, again, could just save the Tsunami Slam too. He doesn't even need to save it. Phoveus walks up early on, gets Tsunami Slam back to the team. For the longest time, that has been a way to counter the Phoveus. You go for CC tools, like the Vexana, usually. You Terrify Eternal Guard right as he jumps in, and then you have the whole team punish him.
Well, this is on the assumption that they're able to chain CC upon chain CC, right? And they've only got 3 heroes who can technically do that, 2 of which very reliable, 1 of which you probably want to hold back for just a little bit longer. So it depends on Rod on how he kind of plays that out execution-wise, because technically, if given the opportunity, given the window, he can buy that extra bit of time with the Infernal Pursuit. Maybe that's where we see the turnaround here. However, what I will give Onyx PH is, yes, they can technically set up the box, but they can also disengage from it as well.
Yeah.
As easy as it is to engage, they can just walk away from the fight just the same.
That's why the Gatot pick is just so brilliant coming in from Onyx PH to be able to utilize that in both scenarios. And that's why, I don't know, why did they opt to go for this Ling pick?
They had no other choice, right?
They had the Lucas. Does the Lucas not work as well in this composition?
Technically, yes, with the CC immunity, so you're not as scared as the Clea, and then possibly winning out early fights against Suyo, but that's kind of it. Once the Lord starts to spawn, you need your whole team. You can't just juggle it without committing your ult.
Yeah, you're even more early dependent than a Ling, right? At least for the Ling, mid to late, you do really well. You actually do better mid to late compared to the early game. But for Lucas, you're all in. With this kind of composition, you go all in. You already have a Phobius, a Juicin, and Hylos. You go for the Lucas too, boom, you're a complete early game composition who is dependent on like a 2,000 goal lead by 4 minutes.
Well, without much to say, I'll give it to you guys. Good luck for this game number 2.
All right, we're going back in, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute and 20 seconds has elapsed. We are still back in game number 2 between Onyx PH versus TLID. And we're going to see exactly how this pans out. We can only assume what can happen, but only the players will be able to execute it.
Okay, back at it again. Into the land of Dawn. Soul Sever over to Witty. Void Blast to Witty. Taking a beating on the horse.
Okay, and he's actually going to force in a recall. So that's a little bit more time for Onyx PH to play with in this early start of the game. We're hitting that 2-minute mark. Turtle has not spawned just yet, and there it is. Very quick, Onyx PH on it first.
Should be a free one again for the Ling. You do not want to contest for the first few neutral objectives usually. You gotta farm up, wait for you to get... Even then, they didn't contest the turtle, but they're still struggling to go for the purple buff here. Aran trying to help out there. Gets caught by Brusco quite a bit. Onyx PH not going to commit fully on here. Kirk is brought back again. Or use AOG, gets cancelled and taken out. First blood to Liquid ID.
So technically, Onyx PH didn't really have to force that fight, right? And they do give a kill over to TLID to kind of trade in for the neutral objective that they were unable to get their hands on. And it makes sense, right? They're against the Suyo. A lot more prowess in around the neutral objectives as compared to Fabian, who was forced on the Ling. But again, Onyx PH right now, not so much aggression as I was expecting them to have. Is it because they're on the Kalea and the Gatot?
It's just the fact that TLIDs have ways to keep them at bay. Again, the Juicin, the Hylos, the Phobias are great in the early game, and that's why they went for the Ling. They wanted to have someone who could carry them in the mid to late once he gets his items, and it all comes down to how good, how well he farms in the early game. That's why you saw the whole team just corral around Fabian as he went for the purple buff earlier, because had Onyx PH stopped that purple buff take, it could have been real bad. It would have stopped what TLID have in mind in their win conditions.
Oh, and they don't get the gold crab either. Brusco goes back in.
Tsunami Slam, that's the punish onto the Phobias. Fabian looking for the pick over to Super Prince, jumps in with the Defiant Blaze, but not enough damage in the early game. Aran already taken down, Thames of Blaze coming down as well. Super Prince, oh, Fabian does not get the second blade, it's on the wall. Finally finds it, but will just be quelled and sliced by Mr. King Kong. A Purify baited out from Yehezkiel.
Huge outplay. Super Prince gets out as well, and Fabian is the one that gets traded in. Say goodbye to the purple buff, as King Kong is already quick on it as well. So even more disadvantages coming through for TLID in the first 4 minutes of the game. And this was the concern. Meanwhile, in the top lane, you can see that Kelra is having a much better time on the Harith against the Granger as well in the lane.
You hate to see it, man. To all the Link players out there, you know how it feels to pop into Tempest of Blades, having your blade on the wall, and getting stopped by that wall, not getting the reset. But it just happened here. Happens to the best of us, even Flavor Fave. King Kong and the Suyo, though, just the old reliable 2-0 start. Perfect turtle so far. And we saw what we were talking about for Aran and the Phobias. It's as easy as that for Brusco to just lift him up, slam him back in the ground.
Yeah. Very difficult for him to find his proper entry, and that's a big problem because that's how Aran usually functions. So now TLID have to figure out a way very quickly in order to combat around this. Kirk, though, gets punished.
Stunned up again. AOG going to be cancelled, but actually works in favor of Onyx PH. Going back in with a Vitalized Witty. Looking for the play. That's a Tsunami Slam over to Fabian. Times the Blaze used up one more time. This time, it's King Kong again who deals with him with the help of Super Prince. Witty falling as well. Kirk very low, but Aran unable to chase. King Kong with the Blade Surge up top. It's going to be a turret taken by Kelvin. No, not just yet. A flicker out. Aaron Chiki looking for the kill in the bottom lane. Aran does survive that skirmish. Aaron doing a good job of keeping that turret alive.
Yeah, but it's only like a hit away of coming down, right? The inevitability of the Granger and the Harith matchup as well in the gold lane is something that is to be expected. But going back to Flava Fave, he must be so frustrated at this point, right? He's usually been able to weave in and out of these team fights, but here he isn't. I mean, well, another engage.
Stun over to Super Prince. Witty going to be caught. Has it revitalized. Now it's going to be Aran jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit. Looking for more, but the Tsunami Slam locks him down. Witty falls. That's Aran falling from the skies as well. As Brusco gets out with the conceal. Oh no, Fabian unable to claim the Blaze. King Kong with AOG. Kirk follows up. One last shot. Queller from King Kong to get a monster kill. Wiping Liquid out.
In the 6th minute. In the 6th minute of the game. I mean, sometimes we see wipes out maybe later on in the game, but it's been 6 minutes. This just really reflects how unfortunate TLID are playing right now, and Onyx PH are claiming control all over the map. The fact that TLID keep fighting back, is this the wisest way to approach this game?
I don't know. When I saw the drafts, I had the same thought in my mind. What do? They just lay back and go game 3, take the first pick again, and go for Suyo. Because really, the Ling pick... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For Liquid ID, it was very ambitious, maybe a bit too ambitious. They technically just have to fight. I mean, maybe they could have, played it a bit slower, sent the Ling over to the side lanes. But the thing is, on a Granger, you want to have gold as well. You want to build up the stack. So even then, I think about it and you can't even do that. You either sacrifice the Granger or the Ling.
Yeah, at this point, what's the choice, right? The Ling is falling so far behind in gold. He's 3 levels below.
Tsunami Slam. Kirk holding his own. AOG gonna be... Oh, that damage from King Kong with the Soul Sever. Gets away from the Tempest of Blaze. Forces the Finch Boys. Kaura, Zaman Force taking him down from the wall. A double onto Witty. Super Prince picks up a killing spree, and they're gonna wipe TLID out one more time. Slowly but surely, Kaura walking up for that final shot. Aaron Shiki, he's been untouchable in game 1, but in this game, 2 deaths.
As if one time wasn't enough, Onyx PH come into the second game with a second wipeout. Ladies and gentlemen, only scars of 2 minutes. Imagine the dominance here for Onyx PH. And again, Fabian on the Ling has not found the proper moment, the proper opening. And he gets so punished every time he goes in and dives. This is a 4-level gap between Fabian and King Kong. So if we're looking for a moment of return, what is it? Neutral objective definitely not in favor of Onyx PH. It's bad enough if the Fabian is the same level, but with 4 levels behind, they need to pray for like a huge mistake from Onyx PH at this point.
And that's something very, very strange to wish for, right? I mean, you can't really wish for Onyx PH to make a mistake like that. When was the last time you saw Onyx PH make a mistake like that? I think it was up against Omega in MPLP Season 14 regular season before when their 14-0 win rate got cracked by Omega. It was on the Alpha. It was a team that had to play together as 5, and Omega were able to split up the map. Liquid ID, looking at their composition, they do have the tools to do it. They have a Ling to split up the map, but I think they're just far too behind. King Kong walks up. Queller gets 3 members to half, forcing a regen out of Aaron Shiki. Man, a snowballing Suyo. That's what it looks like.
606 KDA right now. Only 3 deaths for the side of Onyx PH, and it's on Brusco and Kirk. Kelra untouched. Super Prince as well, untouched. And look at the dominance going into the enemy jungle. Absolutely no problem. I think Fabian was still able to walk away with the orange buff. But that's just about it, right? They used the Retribution earlier, unable to get the contest on the neutral objective. And Fabian can only play Annabelle.
Right now, Liquid ID can only just look for farm, look to trade on the map on the ball. Did you say play Annabelle?
Yeah.
Is that the Annabelle playstyle?
That's the Annabelle playstyle.
That's pretty true right now. And technically, that's the only thing Fabian can do right now. He can just only Annabelle it out. He's going to be able to hold off the Lord, but will his team be able to hold off Onyx PH is the question. They have really good tools to dive in, to utilize the real-world manipulation. King Kong's been sent down below to escort this Lord over to the base. That's a tier 2 in the mid lane taken down. They will be able to wait for the next wave here, 40th second to spawn, and then they'll form another 3-wave push. Hopefully, for them, they would want to try to get those base turret holy defenses, but they won't be able to do it. Only the bottom lane. So, best case scenario for Onyx PH, at the minimum, they will probably get a base turret here. Minimum base turret.
And it sucks because TLID committed with the Jushin as well for their mid laner, so they don't have as much wave here as you would want as compared to something like the Yve or the Farsa or the Vexana. So that hit inhibitor turret does get taken down in the bottom side of the map. The shield in the mid lane is still standing, but the one up top I think goes as well. So they're still holding on to what inevitably might be their demise. Fabian in no man's land doesn't get caught out just yet. Still looking for opportunities to buy more time for his team to get to that power spike.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, that lead.
A 5,000 gold lead between the junglers. The Ling is starving. He's only got an Azure Blade at 11 minutes. Not even an endless battle completed. And oh man, he's going for the purple buff. He's gonna have to wait for it. I think he'll get it. Oh no, he won't. He has to recall. He has to help the team.
You're looking at a 10,000 gold gap, ladies and gentlemen, between both of these teams.
RWM coming down. Kelra putting himself in front as well as Monforce going to be ready. He will be able to pop it and say goodnight to Witty. King Kong holding his own in front of Pursuit, out of range. King Kong gets away as Kelra wipes them in the back, getting a triple. Yehezkiel and Fabian. Good night in Game 2. There's nothing they can do about Game 2 going to the hands of Onyx Philippines.
1-1. These two teams have faced each other many times, but this has been one of the fastest games we've seen here on Stream 8 as Onyx PH showing their dominance this time round. No holds bars. We ain't letting the series slip through our fingers, but that draft, too difficult to play, not enough win conditions, and it looks like they backed the wrong horse on this one. Boys and girls, I need some opinions here, because yes, the draft really difficult to play at this point of time, but I think it really boils down to how many answers do you have? Get rid of the Suyo, we're probably going to see the Joy be banned out once more, and at that point, what are we left with? Do we go back to traditionals all over again?
I think that should have been the idea, right? I feel like coming into the second game, TLID were they were risking something, they were gambling something, and this is something of a pattern that we've been seeing for TLID lately. They play to something that isn't their main comfort, and they don't function well. Remember an MPLID, the Selena over and over again, and now they're forcing the Ling. Yeah, I don't like remembering it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Therapy.
Yeah, TLID fans will definitely need therapy after the 4 Selena games. The only game, also, the Selena was kind of irrelevant, but now the Ling. We have the Ling. Ah, dude, I don't know. Not picking up a jungler in the first phase after seeing a Suyo on the other side has got to be studied. Like, that is crazy. I don't think any team has done it. Correct me if I'm wrong for the Stream Bs and Stream C viewers. Stream A, we have not seen it. We've seen always a jungle picked up. If it's not the Suyo, I mean, if the Suyo's already picked up the Joy, the Hanzo.
Or Hanzo, yeah.
You gotta pick what... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to, like, the teams having the same level of play, if we're talking about same level here, the drafts impact the game so much. So when you're already at a disadvantage early on, your clear isn't as fast. Your mobility, I mean, with the new river turtle change, it kind of matches up. Even with your Finch poise, you're not that much faster compared to a Suyo.
No, I totally agree with you. That was quite the blunder in the draft coming in from TLID. I think that at the end of the day, yes, if they want to push their limits, sure, but that's the only game they can give away. Next, next game, they've got to buckle up. I think Yehezkiel, unfortunately, didn't have as much space to play with like he did in game number 1, but that's obviously due to the fact that Onyx PH literally square off a side of the map and say, you don't get to play here no more, sir. No play here, sir.
No. And that's why it was a valid point that Mirko brought up. We're looking at 2 boxes that the Jushin really needs to be worried about. And again, mid-trio prio definitely not in their hands. Yehezkiel unable to clear as fast. And so everything just felt like it was going right for Onyx PH. Tempo-wise, neutral objective-wise, side lane pressure. They had no winning lanes.
Yeah, it was so unplayable. However, at least there's a couple of principles that do overlap from game 1 and game number 2. If we're expecting Kalia to be coming on the opponent's side, TLID like to have Jushin on their side to maybe look for a bounce back, a way to kind of push the tempo forward, because Kalia likes to stand in one place and Jushin's like, nah, that's not going to happen. We're going to move you away.
No, yeah, it was just really, really tough. We get to see it again, in case you want to see it again, folks. But
I don't want to watch the murder again.
Oh man, the only like win that they got TLID was the purple buff fight when Kirk overextended. The whole team of Onyx PH overextended when they didn't need to, right?
Yeah.
They got punished and they adapted real quick. They were like, all right, let's just fight on our terms. Let's fight inside of our boxes here. And once they got that, yeah, King Kong started to really, really take control of the game. It was crazy how much damage he was doing, bro. Like, every time they would jump on him, boom, 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 half HP.
Guys, he's at 975 GPM. That's abnormal number.
He was like 4K ahead, 4K ahead, and that was like crawling up to the 11th minute of the game. It didn't even matter.
Look at this.
Gone. Just see you later. It's too brutal to watch. Oh man, that's why we're talking about the adaptations. That's why we have to focus on the future at this point. But Onyx PH coming up with this draft is already pretty interesting. I am curious to see that if they got the same 4 heroes minus the Suyo, would we have the same results? I'm not even 100% sure, but I feel like yes, Suyo is a very big proponent of eliminating and staying on top of your enemy jungler, kind of like getting into that wrestling sort of like keeping you down, pin you down for as long as I can so the rest of my team can do work. I don't think it'll do the same without the Suyo. I do think that this team composition that wants to fight is deadly around its circle, but it really depends on your opponent. How exactly do you want to engage?
Finally, Kalia works, by the way.
Hey, first Kalia win.
Let's go.
We thought Kalia was bad. Well, turns out Kalia just didn't have that snowball in the early game. Once you do, the healing was pretty crazy, right? We did see the healing a lot of times. TLID got these members low, but then Kalia kept splashing, and you kept getting the HP.
And it's so detrimental to someone like the Ling, who wants to get that final kill in. So the amount of miscalculations that were made by the Kalia alone with the additional healing was also one of the biggest problems that I think Fabian had to face as well.
I do feel like it's going to come down to whether or not TLID will be like, ban out Suyo, ban out the Kalia, but at least stay comfortable, at least have that extra bit of edge. Hey guys, don't forget to fix your sit every once in a while, man. Check out Antheros here, because they're providing the best seats for some of the players back in Jakarta.
I wish we had them here.
Zipper, can we get some Anthros? Please?
Ooh, gotta be, one letter off from making that terrible. With that being said, we're gonna go on a short break. When we come back, the conclusion of our 3rd series here on stream. Good luck to both of these players as they think about adaptations. The SPS will be back, Mobile Masters, with all the action right after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the tactic get the haters to give an applause. I can get an encore without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet and don't roll with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spills of the saucer. Call me true to author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. 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 Avatar 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 Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I rhyme like nursery, still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury, working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 20, 32. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like Broom. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
Anything can happen here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters here on Stream A, best in the world versus second best in the world, 1-1 with one final game to decide it all. And this could be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. Although they won't be getting the maximum amount of points, but those drafts are so important as Onyx, resilient, and they want this comeback. They want to make sure that they stay on top.
Speaking of staying on top.
6 consecutive matches. That's what I'm telling you guys. I think you know the picture, you know the meme where the guy who plays video games like this and then he starts losing. He's like, all right.
He sits back up. Yeah.
I feel like that's Onyx PH.
I mean, I feel like Onyx PH has definitely been taking it easy for a couple of games at the very least. But now that it's crunch time, they got to really step up their game and make sure that they, are playing at their polished level. So everybody wants to see them at that polished level. It's hard to maintain. I don't blame them for taking that break and taking their time with it. But even so, TLID could make them run for their own, make them run a little bit for that money here, especially if we see that Suyo come out once more. And we'll see whether the clear gets let through. Let's roll the dice a little bit.
Because I think very similarly to TLID, I think one of their saving graces for Onyx PH is King Kong, right? I think I was talking to Leo a couple days ago about Onyx PH's performance so far, and he has been saying that King Kong finally looking back to his winning form. It seems like he was the one on the team that was underperforming, so there were a lot of critiques onto King Kong, but seeing his performance earlier on, that GPM, that 4-level lead, 4K gold difference against Fabian, that jungle is going to be a huge, huge priority and a huge highlight in this next draft.
As we roll into this draft, Team Liquid ID on blue side once again, Onyx PH on the red side. Let's see how this is going to play out, because the Loyi and as well as the Phoveus have been banned out, followed up by the Joy. Onyx PH, let's see how they're going to play this out. Suyo going to be the priority.
Such a good ban from Onyx PH there. There you go. That's the adaptation made by the red side team. Dude, I think this is the right choice. Suyo, I don't know why Suyo. In every MPL, Suyo has been the most picked hero. And I think he has had 100%, no, not 100%, but a positive win rate in every single region. Just goes to show you how good of a hero Suyo is. It's banned out, finally, thank goodness. Yehezkiel picks up that juice in. Ooh. Hanzo and Kalea.
Hanzo and Kalea. This is kind of interesting here because at least with Hanzo, yes, we did see in game number 1 that it just forces Jushin to use that all whenever necessary. It really pushes her out of position. Huh. Ling, Hilda. Okay. Okay.
Now it makes sense though. There's no Suyo, there's no Joy. You're going to have to battle the assassins out, right? So now it makes sense. In the previous game, why don't you go for Joy? Now, sure. What else you want to go for? Hayabusa, right? Hayabusa Ling. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'll take it with a pinch of salt for now because there's a couple of things that I'm worried about. Number 1, do they have enough peel in the first place to deal with the Hanzo? We do see that the Hilda does get picked through. We'll see what position. It's most likely going to go for Aran, but we'll see in just a little bit as the Moskov gets banned out. Something of this thinking about as well for Aran Shiki. Team Liquid ID could look to ban out mid laners at this point. Do they want to get rid of the Yve once more, or are they thinking something a little bit more bursty? Because they have to keep in mind that Ling has free access to backline.
Which is why the Moscow ban, I think, is really valuable coming in from Onyx PH. But I don't know. I'm worried. Technically, Hylos is still available for TLID to pick up if it doesn't get banned out. The Glue does get banned out by TLID here, as well as the Khalid takeaway, because I was also wondering what Weedy would be playing. Is he forced on something like the Jawhead? Would it work in this composition right now?
I think it's not the best choice now. You already have a Juicin, right? Going for the Jawhead Juicin and then the Ling. The Ling isn't really isn't an early game oppressor, but yeah, I don't think they go for the Jawhead here. I think more of like a Gatot Kacha could come in together with a Hilda, then you follow up. But even then, the Harith is already a good choice against the Gatot Kacha. It'll just probably be a way to peel off the Hanzo, right? If they do go for the Gato. The Hylos does get banned out by Liquid ID. And on PH, you can see here, I think a Mage? What do they go for here? I don't think they want to go for Farsa. Maybe
they just show the EXP, right? They should. They're going to take a. I'm going to take a wild guess that the Hilda's going to go on Aran. I suppose
should be Aran.
So I mean, it's pretty straightforward from that point onwards, unless they've already got a pick in mind for Kirk as well. Wait, no, tanks are going to struggle against the Jushin anyways. Tough call here, but it looks like they lock in the Sicilian early on.
So technically, it's one of the safer picks. Obviously, there's still the Aurora and like the Valentina against something like the Ling, but the Sicilian does have ways to kind of outmaneuver those kinds of dives, especially with the Bat Feast. But now for TLID, still need a hero that can be placed onto Weedy to help bridge in everything else that's already been put onto the table, as well as a gold laner for Aaron Shiki against the Harith. Granger is their option, and the Cho.
Okay. So technically with TLID, yes, if they want to burst down their target, sure, they're still going to have to play around their anchor anyways. But Onyx PH, the way that they're going to have to maneuver in these fights will be interesting. How are they going to decide where to pick and choose? Are they still looking for choke points, or is it just solely based on, hey, big ultimates are down, we have to look for this counter engage?
Yeah. And again, for Liquid ID, I was thinking the Gatot Kacha because it's a good deny away from Onyx PH too. It's the same issue again for Liquid ID. They have too much dependence on physical damage. Granger and Ling. Gatot comes through here with Revitalize. That's additional sustain together with the Kalea, and they already have a Harith, Hanzo. It's basically game one, but Onyx PH need to wait a bit longer for their snowball, right? It's not as instant as, the Suyo. It's not as instant as the Yve Suyo, but still, it looks like the same draft, just with more steps for Onyx PH.
It does, I'm not going to lie, but I think even the scaling for Onyx PH is looking really good as well. It's going to be tough.
Ouch, Miracle.
Viva RQ. Keskewt is such a good coach. I think, RQ, I've always been a fan.
Always been a fan.
Always been a fan.
We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that as we come to the conclusion of TLID versus Onyx PH. I'll leave it up to you casters to take it away for game number 3. It's Turna and as well as Mirko, game number 3.
Thank you so much, Gideon, as we are going to take a look at the finale of this highly anticipated matchup. Drafts already coming in hot, already committed into. We're going to get an Assassin Showdown to close things out as we enter our final game in this best-of-3 series for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters.
TLID versus Onyx from the Philippines.
Zeta, ladies and gentlemen, into the land and down we go. Fabian back on the Ling. Type 1 in the chat if you guys think the Ling will work in game number 3. Type 2 if you think Onyx Peach are going to get it done again against the Ling. Brusco, man, that sustain is so deceiving. And you see it again. The deceptive healing sustain gets them first blood.
Miscalculations. That's what healing offers, right? And looks like they do have a little bit more of an advantage. Okay, a little pickup here coming through, but Super Friends is still able to get out. Meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at the emblems.
All right, nothing too crazy. Everything really just the same thing as well. The war cry from Fabian, the killing spree for Hanzo. It's different, no longer Suyo killing spree, but it's a Hanzo killing spree. It's something we did see in game number 1. Didn't really work out too well for King Kong, but it was up against a Suyo. Now it's up against a Ling.
Why do you think
different?
The Fabian, why do you think the Ling doesn't do well on killing spree? It's always been just war cry for Fabian.
You deal more damage with the war cry, yeah, right? Like right as you deal consecutive damage, you will be able to dish out more. On the killing spree, I think a lot of times for the Ling in the early game, if you want to look for snowball, you gotta go for war cry. If you play in ranked, I think killing spree would be the better option. Again, because you should be able to snowball in ranked a bit easier. Up against Onyx PH, especially with the sustain, you need the additional damage over just, you know, the killing spree that you get because you don't deal enough early.
There are a lot of stoppers right now. King Kong.
Yeah, there you go. Forcing out types of blades. And that's the early Ling for you, man. Not enough damage. Definitely needs help for the emblems. And Onyx PH, I think with that, they get a free turtle.
That's the types of blades already taken right before they go for the neutral objective, but it looks like TLID are still committing to this.
Look at that healing coming down as well. Picked up a Lantern Flare, but it is a win overall for Onyx PH. They are able to fend off from this purple buff. Fabian has got the purple buff as well. Super Friends will clear out the wave to set up for the turtle.
Exactly, but on the other side, it looks like TLID are also buying a little bit more time maybe for TLID to come back. I guess the call is on Fabian now. Do they want to go for the 50-50 against King Kong on the Hanzo?
Whoa. Diving in on Super Friends. Lantern Flare coming in as well. Aran's doing a lot there, but will be chained. Sanguine Claws bringing him back again. It's going to be King Kong with Soul Snatch. Should be able to pick up the kill. Aran taken down. The turtle not taken out just yet. AOG locks Fabian down for a bit. A stun and a Tsunami Slam. Forces out a Tempest of Blades. And now King Kong walks up again. Kirk just so tanky. Brusco, wow. Following through on that Finch poise. He can jump on walls too.
He's not letting go of the Ling whatsoever. And this should be a free turtle now for the hands of Onyx PH. Despite the setup coming in from TLID. Who would have guessed Brusco Kalea being the answer towards Fabian? No fancy feat whatsoever here.
Finch poise. There's another new ability that can get on walls too. Follow it through as well. This time with a slam and a puddle.
1,800 gold lead now for Onyx. They're building up the momentum that they already have built for themselves. You can see King Kong already a level ahead of Fabian right now, and they're looking for some more.
Yeah, Friends with the flicker out there, trying to read out with his movement. Soul Snatch! Good way the Dragon defensively to keep King Kong at bay and to stay alive for Witty. But all these plays have been very reactive for Liquid ID.
Yeah, unable to look for anything on the map, and this is the big question, right? What are you going to do with the Ling in the early portion of the game? Are you supposed to try and pressure Kelra in the gold lane? Look for a little bit more standing on for Aaron Shiki, who's currently struggling in the lane as well. He's getting zoned out as the Granger, and here comes finally the rotation.
Up top, Witty walks in. Tsunami Slam from Brusco. Oh man, now it's an all-in from King Kong. He's gonna go for the Aaron. Shiki play, but no. Turns back around, goes over to Witty. Soul Snatch to take him down. That's King Kong with a corrosion scythe early on. And Fabian can only just trade on the map.
Well, that's the example of TLID being the proactive ones. The insta shutdown, the insta lockdown coming in from Onyx PH as if they were already aware of what TLID were planning in the first place.
And for the fight, types of blades used up. Super Friends actually caught overextending there. Finally, a Lantern Flare there for Kirk. That's the way the Dragon locking him down as well. Kirk, oh, that's the same with the taunt too. One last hit should do it. Up top, Kelra gets a kill out of nowhere.
That's a kill over. I don't think it was a solo kill. I think Super Friends was in, sorry, King Kong was in the vicinity. But Brusco and Weedy in a 1v1 situation right now. King Kong is on the way. Weedy.
Tsunami slam down to the ground.
Boom.
Soul snatch Witty. Cut down by King Kong in the Hanzo.
He's at 0-3-1 already in the first 5 minutes of the game. So he hasn't been able to scout as freely as he would like usually on the show. And they are playing and they're working on with the lack of information that they already have. A little bit of, damage onto Kelra.
He's good. Fabian wants to go for the dive, but look at the response from Onyx. Kirk with the AOG preemptively. King Kong holding on to the turtle earlier. Gonna be a retry battle as Fabian walks up close as well. King Kong in the shadow form. Retry battle. Here it goes. It's King Kong who wins it. Witty with Wade Dragon over, but it's only onto the shadow right now as the sustain comes in. As Fabian jumps in. That's a shutdown for Yehezkiel. Kirk staying alive in the team fight now with Revitalize as well, but it gets picked up. Lancer Flare still able to survive. Kirk gets saved by Kelra.
What? What is that sustain? What is that healing as well coming through from Onyx PH? Again, miscalculations are happening all over the board for TLID, and it's not as clear-cut and simple in these team fights because of it. Sure, the trade does come in. Aran gets taken down, but King Kong as well. But for the most part, Onyx PH are still holding onto the gold lead, but we do see a little save and grace coming in for TLID with the fact that they were able to trade in for a permanent structure in the top lane.
Onyx PH down to a 900 gold lead. It was looking really good from them in the start, but Liquid ID getting some solid shutdowns here. Great targeting from Witty to set up, facilitating that kill on King Kong. And a good eye too from Yehezkiel to just jump in with the Crimson Beacon. We're seeing Yehezkiel finally get online, something we didn't get to see in Game 2, unfortunately, due to the Suyo. But now that the Suyo is out of play, yeah, he's online, man. 3-0.
3-0-0 KDA already with one item, an Elegant Gem to boot, so a little bit more for him to utilize in this early portion of the game, but it's not a crazy gold lead that we're seeing between these two teams. If we take a look at it earlier on, it's still very equal on the board. But the problem is, for Onyx PH, they have the Sicilian, so TLID are working against the clock here. The longer this game goes, the more Onyx PH has in terms of damage. And we've seen the tools are there for them to help Super Friends on the Sicilian as well.
Look at this, Kirk. He's gonna be poked down by Aaron Shiki. Takes a good beating. Regens back up. Gold lead basically non-existent at this point. Both of the assassins fighting. And this time, Fabian actually getting the dub in the skirmish, forcing King Kong to rotate over to the team right now. Fabian continuing this push in the bottom lane. And King Kong will just have to go back to the orange buff. The Ling doing work in Game 3.
That's a good thing about the Ling, right? Really good rotations, high mobility, especially with the purple buff, so you are always able to have a little bit more pressure onto the far lane, and that's exactly what they're utilizing to their advantage here for TLID, considering, again, no Moskov on the board, so that is something they have above Onyx PH. That turret goes down, and now Onyx PH have to do housekeeping. They send King Kong back down, should be able to come back into the fray real soon after he gets that purple buff.
Ooh.
Does Fabian have purple buff?
No, not yet. He's gonna go for the orange buff, and he's actually gonna rotate down below without the purple buff.
Huh.
Wants to have it by the time the team goes in. Onyx PH are hesitating to go for the Lord right now, and it's giving, again, Fabian time to set up for the wave in the bottom lane and to go over the purple buff. So no force error from Onyx PH. It's actually a force error for TLID, but Yehezkiel does get poked down quite a bit. Wave slow pushing the bottom lane. That's the engage. Aran gets out of it. Brusco wasn't able to go for the Tsunami Slam. Now it's going to be Witty jumping in with a Jikundo. Kelra taken out by Aaron Shigi. Seven to Blaze. Fabian diving in, getting them all over Aaron Shigi to clean them up.
What? A 3-4-0 trade now, ladies and gentlemen, in favor of TLID, as they are going to be the ones to be able to pick up the Lord to boot. Everything went perfectly for TLID in that team fight. Fabian, again, when he gets the space, when he gets the momentum rolling, he's always able to make these groundbreaking plays. In addition to the damage coming through from Aaron Shiki as well. Now, 3-1-0 in the 10th minute of the game.
Uh-oh, King Kong. Ooh. So able to get the orange buff there. Gets the golden staff, third item. But Liquid ID have taken control of the game, and it's through The Aaron Shiki 3 stacks on Sky Piercer. Tsunami Slam. And the taunt coming down. Aran should be down. There you go. Finally, a successful Tsunami Slam into a pickoff.
Which is great for Onyx BH, right? Because now TLID have to function this siege with one less member that they can utilize to their advantage. Sure, that that second tier turret in the top side does get taken down, but it's damage control for Onyx BH and not the best of scenarios for TLID.
No, fortunately not. The Lord advantage, I think, will go towards Onyx PH with this one. They'll be able to take back a bit of what they lost, but TLID do have a bit more control on the map now, and that's going to be great. Look at Fabian, a complete different, I mean, almost 180 from what we saw in Game 2. It was a 5,000 gold lead for King Kong. Now it's a 1,500, a respectable amount of gold that Fabian has over King Kong on the Ling. And it's been because the Ling has been able to clear out the waves in the side lane better. Better side control equals a better farm. Oh, that damage though. Winter Crown already. Fabian wants to go for the dive. Doesn't have that witty. Forcing out the Purify. Kelra with his Bond Force putting down damage now as Fabian dives back in. Steps the Blaze. Now used up. The Tsunami Slam not enough to take him down. Barely enough to get him out, Fabian. Whew.
But this is the turnaround point, right? This is the concern. The longer this game goes, the more Onyx PH will be able to get to that power spike. And we saw from the items reflected earlier that King Kong already with the Holy Trinity, right? We see Kelra already with the Holy Crystal as well. So TLID, they've been able to find that much success because they have earlier power spikes, right? With Fabian, we have Aaron Shiki as well. But the longer this game goes, the more difficult it is for TLID. And I think Onyx PH have been doing really great at holding their own, only limiting it to a 3,000 gold lead after 12 minutes.
Oh, Fabian go for the solo on King Kong, has the shadow to keep him alive. King Kong gets him out of there. 20 seconds though on the Lord. 12 minutes in and Liquid ID are gaining the momentum. Fabian about to hit his final item, that's the GDS as his 5th.
But what do you think about that? Like, what do you think about the timers for both of these teams?
Timers of the power spike?
Yeah.
I think it's great for TLID. They have a 3,000 gold lead right now in a 12-minute. For Onyx PH, they still have to wait up a bit for Kelra. He has the Holy Crystal, but he is going to have to get the Divine Glaive perhaps right now to deal with Aran. He's been such an impressive force, just walking up forward, soaking in the damage of Kelra. And again, getting space for Yehezkiel. Once you get CC'd by Yehezkiel, it's going to be tough because you're going to have to bait out the Purify. Oh, Aaron? On a tough spot. Oh, that's an all-in over to Aaron Shiki! Brusco finding the angle, getting the conceal on as Kelra gets the Demand Force to burst him down with King Kong.
1-0 trade already. Aaron Shiki out of the picture, and this is not looking great for TLID this time around. Perfect opportunity for Onyx PH to step on the gas. You see King Kong.
Play the Dragon to lock him down. That's going to be the Shadow already dealt with. Recalls for Onyx PH. They got to deal with this Fabian Ling up top. And it will be Super Prince sent to deal with it. Kelro's Demand Force coming down. It's still going to be, wow, Aran soaking in all that damage. Getting a kill in the process. Walking back in the bush and surviving. Buying so much time for the team. Fabian has the Retribution. King Kong is down, the Lord very low. It's going to be Aran still finding a way to survive for quite a bit, landing or not, getting away from the bad impact. Now Aaron Shiki looking for the play onto the Lord. Fabian retrieves it, comes in time to steal it away from Onyx Philippines.
And this is the way this game goes. This is where the story lies in. TLID, despite losing 2 members, have been able to trade it around with 3. Aran, despite getting taken down, bought so much time for the rest of the members to kind of tunnel vision onto him. And the rest of the members for TLID were able to keep their eye on the prize, which was the Lord that they were able to secure. This Ling, causing havoc in more ways than one. It's not just the kill pressure.
Oi!
It's a lot of damage.
Finch poise over, Tempest Blades, used up. King Kong wants to go for it again. The Shadow's right there. Fabian could have gone for it. Kirk was right there to stop him from doing so. King Kong on the back foot again. The Lord in the mid lane marching down as Fabian deals with the wave up top. They're going to have a 3-way push.
They are, and it looks like it's going to crash down really easily. The saving grace now for Onyx PH is the fact that they do still have the Sicilian to go in for the clear. They do still have King Kong for the clear as well as Kelra.
But it all depends. Can TLID look for a momentum to crack open this base?
King Kong back at it again. This time over to Aran. He does have the Soul Snatch. He will go over to Aran. The wave in the mid lane to be dealt with as well. But Witty dove a bit too deep and will get punished. TLID, unfortunately, unable to crack this base open.
That was the thing, right? The fact that Onyx PH still have Super Friends on the Sicilian. They have the range. They have the wave clear. It all depended on TLID looking for that opportunity, and I think Witty was looking for that, but it's not as simple because Kirk is still around, right? They still also have Brusco in the vicinity to properly peel for their team and be a proper protective layer for the team. So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to crack open the base just yet, but the fact is, TLID will still be able to work with Fabian on the Ling, who can cause problems on these side lanes, especially now that we're looking at Onyx PH and how they're always grouping up together.
It's really tough for Onyx PH. They don't have that side lane control that they had in Game 1. Game 1, we saw almost a comeback happen through the Moskov, having the control in the side lane. And the Hanzo, though you can try to, hold the side lane, you can never really commit onto it like the old Hanzo, right? There's a certain amount of range, and even if you get picked off, the Ling can actually follow through. Your body isn't too far away from your shadow now. So we've seen that a couple of times from Fabian. He deals with the shadow, and he pinch poises towards the real body. That's why Onyx PH now are basically going to have to wait for, I don't know, play around King Kong. But it kind of forces them to play in the box. This time they only have one box. That being Kelron as a man force, and TLID have so many ways to disengage.
Uh-oh.
Fabian. Tsunami Slam is ready! That's the Tsunami Slam, and he gets locked in! Tempest Ablaze! Oh, Fabian getting away just with 1 HP! Pitch poise! And they get baited in the bottom lane! Aaron Shiki looking for the dive, going for the kill, but will be picked up as well. 1 for 1, both gold laners fallen. Soul Snatch over to Aran. King Kong looking for the kill, won't be able to do so onto Aran, as Fabian deals with the wave in the mid lane. Onyx PH unable to get the trade that they were looking for.
That nearly was so well played by Onyx PH, right? They knew the pattern coming in from Fabian and they utilized it to their benefit, and it should have worked had Fabian not outplayed that entire situation. Aaron Shiki unfortunately was at the wrong place at the wrong time, so the collapse didn't land as perfectly as they would have expected. But again, TLID still holding on to the control, considering that they didn't lose Fabian in the process, and now the Lord has just spawned into the Land of Dawn.
Sky Piercer for Yehezkiel. Very late Sky Piercer, but better late than never. I guess that means they have 2 Sky Piercers. That's pretty greedy if you ask me. But Liquid ID have lost quite a bit of stacks on Aaron Shiki. Maybe they just want these members to die. They've been able to get a lot of these members low from Onyx PH, but the final blow has just not been revealing itself. I think mainly due to the Revitalize of Kirk and those splashes from Brusco.
And now we're finally seeing the value of the Kalea, right? In these particular skirmishes. It's been so difficult. Going with like a pick-off centric kind of playstyle or a skirmish-heavy playstyle against the Kalea is not as straightforward as you would expect. Fabian!
Another attempt. This time unable to get the Tsunami Slam in time. So he pops in a Tempest of Blades, reads out that position. King Kong walks up to Witty. Going for poke, but not much poke there. Brusco walks up, gets poked down. Kelra! Zaman Force over! Rashigi! Solo killed by Kelra! Surprise from the bush!
Best setup that they could possibly imagine for Onyx PH right now, and it looks like Fabian, understanding this, is going straight for the global pressure, going onto the side lanes, but King Kong is there. Is this a reset? Onyx PH, Shiki's not there. They don't want to step on the pedal?
So risky. Fabian can again push in the top wave. King Kong is the one that gets sent to deal with it because I think he's the only one that can. Aran walks up, trying to buy some time now, jumping over to Super Prince. Yes, Keel caught in the bad spot, has the Crimson Beacon, still holds onto it. Fabian recalling in the bush. Doesn't have the purple buff. This is an angle of attack for Onyx PH. Aran looking to open up this Lord. King Kong is in the vicinity of Fabian as well. Retreat battle coming in. King Kong winning it out. Tempest Blaze used up over to Kirk. Still the AOG to escape. Aran won't be fortunate enough to run away this time. With the immortality being popped, with him being isolated from the team, it is Kelra with a synchro vision to take Aran out with the Evolve Lord marching down below.
Big, huge advantage for Onyx PH right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the 20th minute of the game. And remember, with these pushes coming through, it is going to be heavily favoring Onyx PH. 20 minutes in? How many stacks does Cecilian have?
Not too sure right now. He's been stacking up a storm. He's only been taken down once, so not a lot of time, seeing that gray screen. He's just been popping off, farming everywhere.
And that's going to be something that TLID have to deal with in addition to everything else that's been launched at them. We see that the Lord is marching down into the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Fabian's still trying to push in that top inhibitor turret, but this is imminent. The inhibitor turret has got to go, and that's the damage now of a 21-minute Cecilian.
Look at Zaman Force gone already. Witty will lose his immortality. Super Frizz gets a bad impact. Finding Aaron Shiki. Now it's all up to Fabian, but he won't be able to dish out enough damage to take Super Prince down. Yehezkiel putting the Lancer Flare down, trying to zone them away, but Zaman Force comes back up. That's a Lancer Flare to pick him up, but Kelra's going wild again on the Zaman Force. That's another Aran falling. Fabian has the immortality, but not for long as Kirk slams down on him. Super Prince will survive, buys the winner crown in time. Yehezkiel has the Sky Piercer. That's a lot of low HP bars, and he gets one. Prince down, but it's still 4 members left to deal with. It's a jump over to Yehezkiel. This time he doesn't have that Purify, and it will be Onyx PH claiming the reverse sweep against TLID.
GG, well played. A tightrope of a game, but it's going to be Onyx PH who are able to walk away as victors in our 3rd series here on Stream A. What a match between both of these teams. The short tunnel visions, the expanding of the mine. We definitely saw a curvature, a pure adaptation within the game. A little frustrating for TLID, but I think they got the full experience. This was quite a fun watch overall, despite, we all thought the draft was looking pretty good for Onyx PH, but we saw moments of brilliance from TLID.
It was a great way to really handle Onyx PH's win conditions at the start of the game, right? For Fabian, it was all about farming, but they had such an oppressive trio. Do you call it trio mid? Trio mid's with the jungle. Usually. A trio with the XP laner instead. Aran held King Kong back so many times so that the snowball didn't happen. In the end, it was TLID who got their own snowball through, again, side control and forced errors. But, man, that adaptation, like you mentioned, Gideon, from Onyx PH was just phenomenal, man.
I think they figured out that as long as he doesn't have that Tempest of Blades, he's going to be a little scared. He's going to be, hiding with his tail between his legs. And I think they had some really good calls. I'm not sure whether TLID should have given them the space around the Lord to kind of figure that out, but at the same time, there was a good chance that there could have been a squeeze.
It was also just a tunnel visioning of TLID. At the start of the game, all the way to the late game, they only really thought of King Kong being a threat to Aaron. They forgot of Kelra. They forgot about Kelra being a threat in the late game. You saw just how Kelra was able to assassinate Aaron Shiki, I think, a couple of times there, and that was the reason Onyx PH got control over the neutral objective. With Aaron down, that's it. That's their main artillery. Remember, they only have the physical damage of Fabian and Aaron. Yehezkiel is more utility.
It's very easy to itemize. Look at the items that we are seeing through, making sure that they have plenty of armor through, and it's like, okay, sure, do we really need it? I guess not. I think Brusco was the only one to have that bit of leeway with the fleeting time as well. I definitely thought that was, again, really great matchup from both these sides. We saw both teams actually tunnel visioning at a certain degree. OP kind of knocked themselves out of his, guys, we cannot be stacking that close together in some of these fights. We can't be giving them that much value.
And that's why everything just panned down really interestingly and specifically, right? Because when we looked at the composition from TLID, we were also thinking about how things will go out in the late game, how things will pan out as they go and group up for neutral objectives. And that's why TLID had a little bit more leeway to work with. They had the link to be able to pressure in the side lanes, but at the very end of it, it all came down to timers. And I think that was what OP had over TLID, timers. The fact that it was already, 21 minutes into the game, the damage from Cecilian was already there. Harith was already full build. And then we're not even mentioning King Kong at that point.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this graph, right? 10 minutes of the game, it's like, yes, we've got everything we've ever wanted. Oh, no! It turned around pretty quick when it comes down to both gold as well as the EXP. Honestly, this has been a great match to watch in particular. Maybe not so much game number 2. The second no, sorry, I was about to say series. Just second game here in this best of 3 series, but this third one really showed the full length and breadth of both of these teams, how creative some of these teams can get, but also how quickly can you knock out of that, you know, tunneling mentality.
The crash was crazy, dude. That big crash at the end was Aaron Shiki getting picked off. They still held the advantage. Actually, a lot of the times that, you know, Onyx PH took control of the game back again, it was still TLID who held it. It was TLID who held it all the way through to the later stage of the game again, because there just wasn't any side control for Onyx PH. Yet they were able to find a way through the loophole of Liquid ID, completely forgetting Harith is an assassin once we get to a certain portion of the game. And rightly so, he's also our MVP. He got the right targets at the right time. It's a different take on the gold lane. Usually you just sit there, deal damage to the front. This guy was the real assassin this game.
The gold lane god, Keldra himself from Onyx PH, scoring the MVP in this match. I think it was a total of, what, 3 separate occasions where he first solo killed him in lane, 2 times was able to assassinate him as he was on the retreat after a quote-unquote, oh no, we're just the zoning ult, gotta stand backwards.
Oh no.
But it's just a matter of resources, and I think, you know, Onyx just a little bit more aware in these types of situations. Well done to them. Hopefully we do get to see this matchup once again. Hopefully towards the playoffs, we'll see how this group stage actually goes.
And so they've broken something, right? This time around in the group stages, TLID unable to beat Onyx. So still have not found another win against Onyx PH, maybe the true kryptonites of TLID.
So Eterna, is this according to what you said? Is this dropping the ball in the group stage so that they can do better in the playoffs?
Only time will tell.
Because I think that's what Bigatron are doing.
Look.
Right, okay.
Hey, boy, guys. If not now, then when?
If not them, then who?
Wow, I completely forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder, guys.
Hey, no worries, no worries.
We'll always remind you if you forget. Don't worry.
We haven't even brought out the big guns just yet. Okay, that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? 2-1 score line so far, and I think, you know, this SPS Mobile Masters is going to be very interesting. I've been looking at some of the other streams as well. A couple of upsets here, some pretty surprising plays coming on through. We'll talk about it once we have the graphics all ready, but in the meantime, OP still looking best in the world right now. I don't think they're going to be shaken as easily, especially when it comes down to full series. Taking the game off of them, definitely more possible in this current metagame, because I don't think we've cracked it just yet.
There's a reason why they're the tournament favorites, and we get to see why yet again. In a world in the Snapdragon Pro Series where the Kalea has not worked out, we're seeing Bruce go on this exact same pick and find success on it.
3 games in a row.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm surprised he got away with it so many times. He got away with it. He has won, he has lost, and wait, sorry. He has lost, he has won, and then he won again, just to ensure that he is by far de facto best Kalea so far on Stream A.
I gotta say though, props to Coach Why Not. That Suyo ban, I think, you know, set up for the game that we saw early, and picking the Hanzo, forcing the Ling out. It was good for a time, but again, just not giving out the Suyo to first pick. Gave the red side a win, finally.
Yeah. Hopefully, I don't know whether it's going to change their mentality, but maybe we could ask the people who played it themselves about this Kalea and some of their drafts. We've got King Kong on the line from Onyx PH. King Kong, can you hear us over there on the other side?
Hello.
Hello, King Kong. Great to see you. Looking great. Back in the default skin. King Kong, I have to ask, how was the match against TLID? I know you guys were like, don't underestimate these guys, and they pushed you to a full best of 3. How is it, and how did it feel?
The match was very, very fun. Good game, Fabian. I'm used to winning against you.
He's ready to go. He's got his little guns. Pew, pew, pew.
Speaking of the Fabian matchup against Fabian, it really seems like this meta is shaping up to be a whoever gets Suyo wins the game. Do you agree with that? Because we heard from Fabian that their adaptation against Bigatron was, we gotta take the Suyo. And we saw it from you too. Game 3, banning out the Suyo. Game 2, winning with the Suyo. Is Suyo that broken in the current meta?
I think it just depends on the Suyo user.
So is your Suyo the most OP,
Yeah.
bro? Okay. Just yeah.
So it depends.
Yeah, it depends. If it's King Kong, auto ban.
Okay. I have a question here, King Kong. In an era where everyone is currently doubting maybe your prowess, especially after your performance in your respective MPL PH, do you think you guys are back to your prime? Is this the strong Onyx PH that we're anticipating?
Personally, for me, I think we're not back yet because I think we still lack a lot when it comes to the game, when it comes to decision makings. I think we just need to be a bit more faster and more connection.
Wait, so what percentage of Onyx PH did we get to see earlier?
Since it's Fabian, I think it's only 25%.
Well done, King Kong. Well done. Always a character on the camera. A couple of questions here. I'm curious to know your opinion on Hanzo. I mean, it has got nerfed a little bit. We're still seeing it get picked up here at SPS. What are your thoughts? What are some of the win conditions you're looking for? And is it like the go-to pick now?
Hanzo is very good, especially when it comes to the late game. He can kill very tanky heroes. He can target both tanky and squishy heroes. OP.
I feel like Coach Wynos is like, just tell him it's bad. Tell him it's really good. Tell him it's really good, guys. With that being said, King Kong, please, to all the international fans who are watching you from all across the world, whether from Southeast Asia and outside of Southeast Asia, please tell your message to them. What do you want to say?
For all the fans around the world, thank you so much for all the support for Onyx Philippines. Please always support us and we'll always do our best.
Thank you so much, King Kong. Give it up for King Kong. That is the jungler. Onyx PH. Give him that last fighting pose. Yeah, there we go. That's what we wanted to see, boy. Keep it up with the clips. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. You got a long day ahead of you. I'm sure you have more games to play. We'll see you then.
Thank you, King Kong.
You gotta salute the beast.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Ooh yeah.
Look, King Kong is doing a phenomenal job with OP, but the fact is, as Leo mentioned when we had the talk in the back, yeah, they're struggling to a certain degree, and I think even King Kong has confirmed that. It's like, yeah, we're definitely going through the phases, the growing pains, of course. Whether he's going to tell us exactly what that's going to be, he can point in a direction. No way to confirm.
Apparently that was 25%.
25?
He only needed 25% to deal with TLID.
I wonder if we caught him behind the scenes just going after that game. Nice! Deep sighs, deep breaths.
Turns out it was 100.
Oh, hey, please. We got plenty of Onyx fans in the house here. With that being said, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be the final series wrap-up day number 1. It's RRQ versus Team Falcons here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll be back right after the break.
I rhyme like nursery, still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
We're finally at the final series of today. 2-1s all across the board for Stream A, but the Mobile Masters will provide you with one last series to end it for day number 1. Welcome everybody, Mobile Masters here with the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, we've got RRQ against Team Falcons Mina. Of course, we've got our professionals back onto the desk here. It's going to be Mirko as well as Leo to accompany you guys once we head on into game. But now we get our first taste of one of the international teams coming all the way from Mina. It's Team Falcons Mina 1. This would be their... You know what? I'm going to save that for later. They played a couple of games already. They're still looking for wins. And against RRQ, last time we checked the tables, they were sitting right on top.
Yep, this is us welcoming Falcons Mina into Stream A.
A-side.
We've seen a lot of... A-side, what's up? A-tap. We've been seeing a lot of Southeast Asian teams. And again, that's why the competition has been so tight. 2-1s all the way.
Quality.
These teams know each other, right? Very well. So now, this is the Kingdom saying hi to a powerhouse team from the Middle East.
I am curious to see how Team Falcons is going to play this out because again, after acquiring quite the roster in PH, they still had the funds to get one more in Mina. It's just a never-ending supply, as they like to call it. But still, their opponents today, RRQ, the Kingdom, has had a legacy of winning international tournaments and then holding the crown for as long as possible with Dyron, Sutsujin, Rins, Idok, and as well as Toy. Mirko, introduce your team. How have they been doing so far in their own local leagues?
Ooh, man, before week 3, they didn't drop a single game. They only then dropped 2 games, but they still are undefeated in matches. It's just ridiculous how crazy RRQ have looked now with Toy in the lineup. You know, again, I think we saw this in the previous SPS APAC with Toy in. It looked like they were still trying to synergize, and I thought it would take a bit longer. But no, it took real quick, man. It took no time. Kescute was able to make this team work, and again, it's through the drafts. Kescute and MM doing a phenomenal job to keep this team at a tip-top shape. Hopefully we get some more information with Dyron on the line with Rose and Kolios. How's he doing?
He was told to pick Kalia XP, but why?
Yeah, what's the power? Kekuatannya apa sih sampai Kalia tuh bisa jadi XP, Le?
Sebenarnya kekuatannya di early tuh lumayan kuat lah di laning kan. Apalagi karena pasifnya yang buat batek sama ngeheal tuh banyak gitu. Terus kayak ngeganking, terus nge-pick off juga enak gitu. Jadinya Hero itu ada potensi lah di XP.
Oh, okay. Kalia has big potential in the EXP lane, especially in the early phase where he wins by 1, I'm pretty sure, and even in the ganking later on. So it's pretty aggressive too, right? And they actually won that game, so I think we're gonna be seeing more Kalia XP in the near future.
Ya, catat ya penonton kalau mau coba pakai ya. Nah, iya nih Le, kalian kan bakal ketemu sama Falcon Mena. Mereka ini turnamen internasional pertama mereka. Kira-kira gimana nih persiapan kalian untuk berhadapan sama mereka?
Ya persiapan kita mungkin kita lebih waspada lah karena kan kita jarang juga kan ketemu mereka di scrim maupun di turnamen lah. Pasti mereka bisa jadi nyiapin hero-hero aneh atau strat-strat aneh lah. Jadi kita tetap respect ya.
I see. So since this is Falcons Menace with this lineup, first international tournament actually, they've come prepared because they are well aware that if teams are not really familiar with the international scene, cheesy picks and cheesy strats will come, so they still respect the opponents.
Terakhir Le, ada pesan nggak buat mereka semua nih?
welcome to Jakarta.
Welcome to Jakarta. Oke, makasih Lady Ren dan kita bakal kembalikan lagi ke panelis kita. Take it away.
Thank you, Kolios, and as well as Rose. Welcome to Jakarta. I'm curious to see how that welcome is going to go.
Yeah, dude. You better not batter them after saying welcome to Jakarta.
Ooh-wee. For context on the first half of that interview, they were talking about, their first ever EXP Kalia. And this has been something that I've been debating for quite a while because, yes, it has that hard sustain when it comes with her passive, but also great ganking capability as we heard into the interview. Do you guys agree with this?
I have a feeling that Kalia is just going through her growing pains. Remember when we saw XP Kaja or XP Joy?
XP Suyo.
I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds dirty. But yeah, so I think now in the early days of this hero, the newest hero in MLBB, she's just going to be tried elsewhere. Obviously, they experience a lot of success with XP Kalia, but I still think she deserves to be in the roam. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I think it fits better as roam, but again, it could be another flex situation like we see from the Ganta, the high-lows as well. Having that sustain is really good because, again, for the XP, a lot of times it's just a non-lane. You're just there farming out and then rotating over, so it technically fits. Because at this point, the meta is looking like XP is the secondary roam.
Yay! Woo! So much fun. Not as fun as the gold lane because we gotta look at Toy because he's looking to fill up some really big shoes. We talked about this in that Challenge Finals APAC Season 6. Again, he's in the legacy of both Sin and as well as Skylar, both of which brand names of the kingdom itself are RQ. And I think Toy, do you think that he has got higher potential than these two currently in the current metagame as well?
Higher potential than Sin, I think definitely. Higher potential than Skylar individually. I gotta hold on to that for a bit, right? Because for Toy, he has been performing really well at the start of his career. That's better than Skylar's start. But usually when you start off shaky, you do better later on. Like something just, you go through the hard periods of life first.
Okay, that's fair.
You agree?
That's fair. We might
Yes.
We'll get back into this topic in just a little bit because we have to introduce to you for the very first international tournament here. It's Team Falcons Mina with Orange Bob, Limi, Sensei, Boro, and Koba to fulfill the lineup. A very international roster here.
Yeah, this is not the Falcons Mina we are used to. This is a one-time MPL MENA champion franchise. This was Season 5, the season also known as the Golden Season for that region. None of these dudes were there. It was a totally different face for Falcons MENA, but what that means is it's a new hope. It's a fresh take on Falcons MENA. So who knows what we can expect.
Let's hear the opinions of Koba here as we have him on the line with both Rose and Kolios to see what he thinks about his team.
He says hello back.
Wow. Dah, gini. So, is there any Indonesian food that you've tried before?
انت جربت اي اكل اندونيسي عموما قبل كده؟
لغاية الحين لا.
Until now, no.
Oke, sampai saat ini mungkin belum ada makanan Indonesia yang udah dicobain. So, because this is your first time to going on the international tournaments, right? How do you feel when you are know that you are gonna facing against RRQ, the kings of Indonesia?
بما ان هي اول مره بالنسبه لك ان انت تلعب في بطوله عالميه هنا، انت هتقابل فريق RRQ هوشي الملقبين بكينج اوف كينجز او ملك الملوك، فبالنسبه لك انت ايه احساسك في ماتش زي ده؟
بصراحة احنا جايين عشان ناخد خبرة كبداية سنس انها أول مرة لينا كمستوى في المينا وكفريق جديد يعتبر، فإن شاء الله يكون ماتش كويس بالنسبة لنا وناخد منه خبرة كتير ونوديها للمينا إن شاء الله.
Okay, so he's saying this match for us and this tournament generally is for them to gain more experience and pass it back to MENA and get it back to MENA, and also he wishes that this tournament is theirs.
Jadi memang ketika Kolios tanya kan ini pertama kalinya turnamen internasional mereka dan mereka bakal berhadapan dengan tim RRQ. Gimana nih perasaan mereka saat mereka akan tahu mereka akan bertemu dengan RRQ, dan dia bilang karena ini adalah pengamalan mereka, so mereka bakal mencoba untuk mencari experience dan membawa experience juga buat teman-temannya yang ada di MENA nantinya, dan semoga bakal buat mereka lebih improve lagi. And last question, do you have any message that you want to say to team RRQ?
آخر سؤال بالنسبة لك، هل تحب توجه رسالة لفريق RRQ؟
أتمنى إنهم يلعبوا بأحسن مستوى عشان إحنا بصراحة عايزين نتعلم منهم ونتعلم من خبراتهم وفي نفس الوقت نقدم مستوى حلو ضدهم، فإن شاء الله يكون في منافسة قوية بينهم.
okay, he wants you guys to play with your best performance because this is the way they want to win or this is the way they want to gain experience against you.
Wow, jadi kalau ditanya ada pesan gak nih buat tim RRQ dan dia bilang bermain aja yang terbaik karena pastinya juga tim RRQ ingin memenangkan match-nya dan mereka juga ingin mendapatkan pengalaman yang terbaik. So that's all I think. Thank you Koba for the interview and let's throw back to the panelists.
Thanks, Yasu. Thank you, Koleos, as well as Koba. That, well, you heard it himself. He wants the Jakartan introduction, the Welcome to Indonesia special. RRQ is going to be giving it to them. And I don't know about you boys, but this first encounter is going to be, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Koba has what they say in Arabic, kabir dreams. Big dreams. He wants to beat RRQ. He wants to take the tournament and then use that experience to help out their region.
That's a glorious ambition, man. Like, I mean, you know, in movies, he starts off with like a dream sequence. That's his ambition right there. He's set it in motion. Now it's time to move.
It's time to manifest.
It's time to attack.
The Kingdom is not going to be easy. And honestly, this would be a pretty huge upset if they were able to steal the entire series away from the Kingdom themselves.
Or even take a game.
I think that taking it kind of depends. Kind of depends on this one. Actually, I want to double check. Well, how's the consistency of RRQ? Are they I mean, previously, not the experimental type, but
no. They're
clean.
Crisp, clean, every single game taking it seriously. There was one game where they experimented, but even then they won, so it's like, yeah.
I think they might be cleaner now than they were at M6.
Yep.
I'll say that.
Yes, I think that is a guarantee for me.
Okay, that's a good benchmark that we can play off of for now. The drafting is going to be starting in just a little bit. I am curious to know what they are playing over in MENA. I don't know if they take inspiration from Southeast Asia.
They play a normal MLBB. Like, weirdly enough, like I hate to say that because sometimes you play out of these regions that are so far off of Southeast Asia that you expect something exotic or different. No, like they hate Zushin. They like their Hyloses.
Do they like Suyo?
Oh yeah, for sure. They like they know the gold jungle trade.
Bangers all across. And don't worry, our predictions are going to be leaning into our RQ here. The expectation is pretty high for them, but let's see whether Team Falcons MENA is going to, shake things up. I don't mind being wrong on this one of all things, but we're just going to have to wait and see their default normal MLBB in the draft. Let's jump right on into it here, boys and girls. This is going to be an interesting one. I can't wait to see this. RQ Hoshi going to be on the blue side up against Team Falcons MENA on the red side, and the bans are looking good so far.
Yep, again, normal MLBB. Red side, banning Zushin, banning Fanny.
Harith.
I don't find this surprising, especially since the man behind Team Falcons MENA right now is a familiar face. That's a Filipino coach. That's Coach Link. Previously seen in the pro scene. He was previously seen with RSG. He was the assistant. He was the assistant coach to Coach Panda then.
I see. All right. So Team Falcons MENA, I wonder if they're gonna take the Onyx Philippines route of banning out the Suyo on red side. Yeah, they ban out the Joy instead. So I think this is a guaranteed first pick for Suyo. I believe on Stream A, all the Suyos have won.
They've been doing a good
100%.
job. 100%.
The winningest.
The winningest, the hardest.
I think it's always blue side too, right? It's always first pick.
Blue yo.
I want to say yes. I'm gonna double check before you. I'm gonna double check for you. So far, 75% win rate in the tournament. 6 times being picked, 15 times being banned out. This will be interesting because now I want to see how Team Falcons MENA is going to handle this. Right? Usually you would leave out the Joy in some scenarios to kind of play the duality of the jungles, but now Kalia, all right, you might just call it here, Leo.
Yeah, I'm thinking Kalia Granger. If not, they better have a plan.
Yeah.
They better have a reason why they're not picking Granger.
Because the thing is, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with the Joy ban, right? Like, Suyo gets, unless they want to go for the Hanzo, but if they don't go Granger here, the Harith is already banned out, so there's no Harith to be. Maybe they want to go, Phobius, they want to go Irith or Moscow, but then one of the other roles, like you pick a jungle, the gold lane's going to get attacked. You pick a gold lane, the jungle's going to get attacked. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. This is for sure going to be a Granger. It's a signature pick for Toy. It's something that he's been able to utilize so well. 100% win rate in MPLID.
And RQ Hoshi, I think they did their homework. They're stealing the Hylos here.
How do you know?
Just watch.
Just a hard prediction here out of nowhere from thin air as well.
Yep.
That's a great.
Whoa!
There it is.
Man, they really did their homework here. Oh my goodness, the abysmal win rate so far.
Oh man! Wow, Granger's that low.
It's pretty bad.
It's a matter of sample size. He just played a lot over and over and over again.
I suppose there are 2 other streams that are happening at the same time.
Yes,
Games
true.
happening at the same time.
That is not the response I would expect. Now, say goodbye to Moskov and Irithel, and the Alpha without the Mathilda?
I don't think it's too bad because you got Kalia to kind of support you in that sense. I suppose because again, it's like, oh, until you have your items, you're going to be that much of a threat, and then Kalia's kind of going to help buffer you till that point to sustain through until you get them.
Have a glass half full?
I'm taking the glass half full here because they're already banning Eve, and I think it's a pretty good idea.
All right, so goodbye Irithel, goodbye Moskov, that's for sure.
Which leaves them with what for the gold lane?
Beatrix.
Claude, Beatrix, Carrie.
Carrie looks okay, like pretty decent. You just have to survive the early game and the mid game, and then, you know, you melt down the Hylos.
I don't know. I think that Claude might just be a little bit better because at least you can like keep up with Kalia as well as the Infernal Pursuit as well.
Yeah, that's true. You have a bit more ways to dive in together with the team, but yeah, at the early stages, the laning phase against the Granger is definitely going to be a tough matchup to go up. I mean, to try to make work here.
No matter what you pick.
Yeah.
Well, we need to see at least the mid laner coming up from Team Falcon's meta to help that process out. If you can't win the lane because of your draft, at least have help from your mid trio. Rotate over, make it a little difficult. We saw it with Iman just getting pounded against TLID. Oh!
I just want to say this is a perfect time for RQ to go for Edoc's signature Tigreal. Because, man, we've seen him on Tigreal a couple of times in MPLID. He gets 4-man, 3-mans out of nowhere. Even up against Purifies, he's lethal. And right now, looking at it, Alpha Phobius, those are some juicy targets for a Tigreal.
Really good targets, I'm not going to lie. That could be the call here. RQ Hoshi instead.
Ooh,
Rins!
That is a Rins special.
Oh, and the Hylos Roam, the Flex, utilize CC.
Yeah, they want to...
Alpha and Phobius.
They want to answer the Phobius.
Yeah, but they also want to make sure that this Phobius is just a non-factor. You're always going to be late. You're always going to be a little low. Infernal Pursuit with like 20% of your HP is basically you're dead in the water.
So I'm wondering now if the CC is going to go for Purify, because Dyron was the first CC to go for Purify in MPL ID when he's up against Cho. Usually we see Cho as a way to beat the CC. This is Kalia, I think, quite similar in a way. You walk up, if you use Vengeance, you're going to be brought back to the rest of the team.
I think it's a good shout here. Pretty good idea so far, but a pretty high level of execution coming in from RRQ here. They didn't necessarily have to go for the Kadena, and now Team Falcons go for the Beatrix. They want to go. They want to use the Kadena. They want to use the Kalia as a impromptu Kaja or Cho. You know, bring them in, combo whip, blow somebody up.
Or, a la Ube, kind of like an Estes. Like just have her hunker down and keep firing. Again, the only real threats to the Beatrix at this point are, again, a legit threat itself is the Kadira. Like, that's the fairest way to get to the Beatrix. I think Falcons may have put up a solid front line.
I think it's all going to be based on the Kalia ult. It's going to be a huge deterrent for our RQ Hoshi. I'm going to leave it to our casters here, Mirko and as well as Leo, to lead us into this game, our very final series of today.
For the first time in history, Team Falcons from MENA will be facing off against the Kingdom in RRQ Hoshi, who, by the way, is in their best shape yet. I wonder if the high-flying Falcons from the Middle East are ready for #1 seed in MPL ID here today. They brought a spicy draft, a few heroes that we're not used to, and I can say the same for RRQ. Mirko, what do you think of Kadita's Rins? Because I'll tell you now, I like it.
It was the only game that they got against SRG. It was Rins on the Kadita at the M6 World Championship. And I agree. Anything on Rins that wants to go in is a good pick. You put him on a Yi Farsa, maybe not so good because that's not his playstyle. But Kadita, Juicin, that screams Rins.
Faramee?
Faramee?
Oh, he's that kind of... Close range specialist. Very rare in the current metagame. Here we go. Game #1 in a best of 3. Looking at the rotation so far, of course. Our player emblems.
That's pretty unnatural. Plus firmness on Toy. It's a tanky Granger. It's a... Wow. Huh. Really respecting the damage potential. Blade Surge just to poke him down with a Queller to say goodnight to that laning phase. Tyron doing a good job at zoning as well. And Sutsujin gets the XP crab.
I'm still trying to make ends of Toy's emblem build, but I guess anything to really give that Beatrix trouble. Oh no!
Breath of the Ocean. Oh, Spear of Alpha used defensively. Now gets caught on the Blade Surge again. Still able to get the sustain down, but that's first blood for Sutsujin, the mercenary.
They just dogpiled on Leave Me. He couldn't do anything. So that's mid. Definitely an advantage already for RRQ. Checking out the gold lane.
Uh-oh.
I don't see Koba crossing the river too much. And Orange Bob, oh, he's in trouble.
Oh, they actually do not go for the dive. Interesting. So, respecting Orange Bob, having the flicker, could be an outplay potential there. They go straight for the turtle right now, but Sutsujin not going to have the level lead here. We'll just start it out.
Yep. Leave Me still going for the purple here. We'll have time to contest. Secures it, and Rin's just putting up a wall using his body.
Spear of Alpha used defensively again. Tyron shoves him back. Free turtle, no retribution used. Orange Bob trying to go and open up a bit there. As you can see, Boro jump back.
RRQ Hoshi, despite just the first blood kill and the rotations that they're doing on the map, nothing spectacular, nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary, are dripping with aura right now. I feel like Team Falcons Mena,
they're farming.
Or yeah, are intimidated by that. Something tells me, because you saw that defensive Spear of Alpha, right?
Twice.
That just spells out, oh, I don't want to fight.
He wants to leave it.
If you leave it, then when do you fight?
That's true. On the Alpha, you would expect the early, with a Vexana, Alpha, Kalea, Phobius.
Right?
This would be the timer to usually go in. Hey, you're talking about that common MLBB. I think right now they're playing it a bit too safe, Leo.
Yep.
That, the lack of experience on the international stage for this roster.
It's too conservative.
Way too... Oh, that gets Tyron. He will be able to pop the Vengeance, and that's a Tsunami Slam to bring him back. Finally, there you go. That's the proactivity.
Yep. Miracle, they were just waiting.
Patient.
I think they heard us and took it as a challenge. Up top, the 1v1 kill.
That's
Toy.
a solo.
On Koba.
Toy. Doing a good job up top. Getting that kill. Leveling things on the board at least. So not too much of a punish. And look at Rins.
I'll tell you now, that wasn't leveling, bro. That's a better trade.
That was a solo level.
4 dudes. Oh, 4 dudes were sent to take down 1. Literally, Toy just did his job.
Solo.
Leveled. Songjin.
Wow. Hey, man.
1300 up.
Oh,
Rins hunting down Koba.
That was an interesting one. Koba with the Nibiru's Passion. Great knockup from Boro with a punish. Toy up top. First item, Skypier? No. That's just how fast he got it. He got the entire turret gold, plus a whole wave, plus a kill. That's an early Skypiercer.
All right, second turtle up. Let's see if Toy can make the most of this early advancement.
Glorious pathway, the Spear of Alpha used up. Sutsujin able to claim it just like that. Edok gonna be able to survive as well. Sutsujin gets caught very low, taken down by Koba as he walks in forward. These awkward clashes favoring Team Falcons Mena.
Yes, in the short term, but look at the gold lead, Mirko. 2 turtles going over to the kingdom, 2 turrets as well, top and bottom, and then approaching the 2K gold lead. I think the kingdom have figured this out. The kingdom have calculated these trades and are happy with the results.
They're very, very happy. It's a 2,000 gold lead. I think this is still the optimal lead that they want. And again, Toei has a Skypiercer.
Yep.
It's uncanny to see a Skypiercer so early in the game, and for him to get a solo kill with firmness and tenacity. Usually you would see like a Master Assassin, maybe Thrill coming down as well.
Again, I think it's that emblem diff. The fact that he could take punches when Koba couldn't. That means every 2 or 3 bullets Koba throws out, Toy throws 1 out too. Okay. And then he just outlasts him. It's attrition. Look at this. Edok from the back. What's the plan here?
Interesting move from Edok. It's covering the Eternal Guard. Edok! There too with Rhapsody. Now it's going to be time and pulled back by the Tsunami Slam. A big win for Team Falcons Mena. 2 for 0.
RRQ Hoshi not respecting Team Falcons Mena's damage output and their capability to just clump up and deny the pickoff. Again, the question stands. I'm still going to ask it out loud. What was Edoc's plan? Why was he taking that angle so far in without his teammates nearby?
It was a lone stallion, it was a
little awkward.
It was very awkward. Maybe it's just the awkward nature of a lot of these team fights getting to Edoc. He's like, where are the brawls? Usually they meet me head on, man.
They're not used to this.
They're not used to it.
It's too peaceful.
It's too, like you said, MLBB.
Common MLBB.
It's common MLBB. Team Falcons Mena are out commoning Araki Hoshi. But still, the objective battle has just looked amazing for Araki Hoshi. Perfect turtle claiming it again. Glorious Path going to be used up. Now the blade search as well. Orange Bob going to be taken down. Leave me. Araki will leave him.
Because he left them. Again, another defensive maneuver from Team Falcons Mena.
Hey.
Off camera. Watch the angles, because Koba might get caught once more. He's at half health.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think they're making a play for the purple and then the turret.
Okay, Syzygy comfortably taking away the purple buff.
Oh, wow. Again, even with Team Falcons Mena slowly crawling back in, I think they're still intimidated. They didn't even fight for that buff, bro.
I'm telling you, man, RIQ, they're aura farming. Edoc, look at the... They're going to try to go for the steal. I think Toy got that, and leave me a bit late to the retry. Got the small green camp, and you know, you did say they were going to play Ube, but I feel like it's a bit too early to go for the full stack in mid when, again, the side control is just so good for RQ.
Yep.
I think that might... A free tier 2.
Yep. And this is the price you pay when you Ube. You lose out on EXP. You lose out on economy. Wherein you should be splitting up, autonomously farming your lanes, taking your resources. Instead, you're all clumped up like this. And I don't blame him. Again, Team Falcons Mena, together strong. But when you split them up, like, you can't. Because that's where Rins is happy. That's where Toy is happy. That's where Suchis is going to get you.
Koba up top. Clearing the wave.
He's doing good, by the way, for a team that's struggling with almost 4K down. 3-11.
Wait, an all-in onto Edoc. That's the roll. Oh, the Spear of Alpha. Miscoordination. Rins with the rough waves in the back, finding the Petrify. It's a double for Rins. Syzygy gets the kill, and there you have it. Falcons Mena. Oh, man, leave me. Left the team.
This is the perfect situation for Araki Hoshi. Again, Team Falcons Mena, it's clear as day. They want to Ube. Edoc drop the glorious pathway. Nuh-uh. To get to your teammates, you got to cross this line. If you can't, you're dead. Either way you try, you're going to die. They lost so many bodies along the way. 6K gold lead now and counting. Leave me struggling to take care of his lane, protect his turrets, take his buffs. Look. I don't see Syzygy anywhere nearby, and this purple, this orange is gonna go.
Oh, man. Oh, a free Lord as well. Leo, I don't know if you saw that earlier. Edoc was Tsunami slammed to the team. The Spear of Alpha brought him away from the team. They gotta synchronize a bit better here.
That's a Nambo.
That was playing pickleball.
That was an anti-synergy. A hot potato with Edoc.
Oh, man. Now it gets tough because they're still sticking together. And slowly but surely, oh, Petrify, Breath of the Ocean! Rins gets another onto Sensei, and Toy is looking for the kill there. In the back, it's going to be Syzygy cutting him down. Still, a knockup from Boro. Look at Edoc! He's just walking him down. The DOT, not enough to take him down. Koba, he still stays alive. But look at his friends, look at the base, look at the game. 10 minutes in, Ibu's Passion coming down as well. Breath of the Ocean and Syzygy takes him out. RQ with a quick 9:59 finish.
Under 10 minutes, a single attempt at an inhibitor into a wipeout. Something tells me the few times that RQ Hoshi stumbled, they were just limit testing. They were just seeing how much they can get away with. And they got away with so much.
They got away with everything, Leo. Let's be honest here. Those kills that went over to Team Falcons Mena should have been more value to Team Falcons Mena. They should have been able to find more value. Those kills,
no conversions.
Tempo, but like you said, they were intimidated by the aura.
That's it. Do you agree, Gideon? You saw the aura farming that RQ was doing?
Hey, after after what Rins did in the gold lane earlier, I was like, hey, what happened to respecting them? What was that? And RRQ, they got away with it. And honestly, these guys are the Kingdom's being a little slick right now.
Yeah.
There definitely was moments where Falcons Mina, they clearly know how to press buttons. They know how to team fight. They've got a rough idea. However, when the going gets tough, and especially when RQ just decided, you know what? We're not gonna keep respecting them. We're gonna double down. We're gonna multiply the pressure to see where is the breaking point, and they found it rather quick.
Did you see Edok just walk down the face turret? He didn't even pop Glorious Pathway. Mans was just walking.
So disrespectful, dude.
Man.
And he got away with it too. He didn't die.
He didn't die.
Actually, it was Koba who almost died to the DOT.
About an inch away from his fountain.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Look, it's clear that Falcons are a little rough around the edges, but they've got a couple of good fundamentals. They've got a couple of good ideas.
But again, when your concepts crumble in the face of, you know, the simplest of attempts, then there's a lot of work to do.
Hey,
again,
I mean, there's a reason why Southeast Asia has had this dominance. We've been in this scene for a lot longer. We've gone through that phase.
Yep.
MLBB did not look the same during M1.
I'll tell y'all, even the Philippines look very different than M1.
Yeah.
Right? So, Team Falcons Mena, Koba did say in that interview with Coleus and Rose that they wanted, and Coleus and Yasu, that they wanted experience. So here's that experience.
Absolutely.
Welcome to Jakarta.
As Dyron said, Mr. Lek Dyron.
Ah, boy. I do want to see Team Falcons really start taking advantage of RQ Hoshi. Because again, there were some botched attempts. And I didn't feel like they clapped hard enough to be like, no, stop it. They didn't whip out the belt.
Yeah,
Stop it, man.
It's a little messy. There was a little bit of mess. It was messy, tough love.
Messy.
It was tough love. You know, they were making it messy. They were jumping in. That Petrify earlier, like you said, Gideon. Petrify waiting a solid 4 seconds before popping the breath of the ocean. And then getting the Viru Passion. It was an interesting sight to behold for a team like RQ again, who just looks so clean.
Don't worry about it. That's supposed to be toy.
Okay,
we're giving respect where respect is due. 80% kill participation. Keep that.
There you go.
Okay.
Look,
I was like, wait, was it swapped?
Even at 1-0-8, the game ended on Toy's lane.
Yes.
The game began and ended when Toy said so.
Yes.
Dude, he got the Sky Piercer. He got that solo kill, and that's it. No Sky Piercer stacks at all. He ended the game with a solid 0 stacks.
Yeah, just one, literally.
They didn't even get one. No one was
he bought it after. He bought it after.
Oh, bro. Look, it's clear that there is a lot of inexperience coming in with Team Falcons Mina. At the very least, you could see that they don't know how to judge certain situations. They don't see the scale.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of reps.
It is.
And if, am I not mistaken? Like, don't Sky Piercer start with some stack? Like,
no, I don't think so. You start with 0.
Start with 0. All right.
You get a kill, and that's 10. So
it's at 0 then.
It's
all right.
0.
Just pain. Just pain.
No, I mean,
8 assists.
You're just trying to go from great to best. All right. Like this was.
And then maybe you'll be greater than ever.
Good to great.
Yeah. RRQ was this close to being greater than ever. They didn't even get the.
They just got to the top.
They really did. I don't know. I honestly watching this game in the back, and I was like, okay. There was definitely a moment when I looked at it, I was like, they don't need to take this fight. And also, they don't necessarily want to take this fight. I looked back, went to the bathroom, came out, oh boy! It's going to be an endgame angle here. The decision-making isn't going to be as clean, but that's why Koba is saying, hey, we're going back. We need this experience. It's super important to them. And so far, this is the quickest victory we have seen from RRQ Hoshi in the entirety of the SBS, amongst all 3 streams.
Yeah, see, this is why Stream A is the most must-watch stream in all of Mobile Masters. You see, like, the longest games, you see the longest series.
And the shortest ones.
Yeah, and the shortest ones. Like, the most, like,
sweet and sour.
Polarizing.
You know, fun fact, RQ are also the holders of the record of fastest game in MPL ID, and it's faster than this match. It was 9:40-ish.
Oh, what? Who are they up against?
Oh my lord, it was up against TLID.
Oh, wow. Hey, no. Falcons, PH, and Onyx ID have experienced, you know, their equal share of fast game losses, so.
Hey, it happens. It happens to even the best of us. But at the end of the day, I do think that there's got to be some adaptations here. A couple of things need to be changed. We'll discuss it behind the scenes while you guys are going to go on a short break. And when we come back, that's where all the action is going to happen here at the Mobile Masters. We'll see you right after the short break.
Halo guys, gue Sutsujin dari Arati Hoshi sebagai jungler. Gue sekarang bakalan bagi tips ke kalian cara main Hayabusa. Oke guys, sekarang kalian bisa nentuin startnya dari mana itu lihat turtle-nya guys. Kalau turtle-nya di atas, biasanya gue start atas biar nanti bisa turtle-nya gampang. Kalian start biru pun kalian bisa rotasi ke gold lane juga nantinya biar bisa bantu gold kalian. Nah pas start jungle gini kalian bisa suruh roamer kalian buat bantuin jungle biar lebih cepat rotasi. Kalau enggak midnya kalian bisa suruh freeze hero di mid kalau nggak mau bantu jungle. Pokoknya Haya harus 2 buff dulu guys biar bisa biar bisa ganking enak, nyari level 4 biar bisa ada ulti ya. Nah kayak gini guys, kalian bisa suruh tim kalian kayak aduin aja terus nanti kalian datang geng. Sambil scroll map juga kalian bisa lihat limit. Kalau posisinya kemajuan gini bisa kalian bunuh guys. Jangan lupa skill 2-nya harus kena ya guys. Biar makin sakit. Di menit 2 turtle ya guys. Kayak gini musuhnya out of posisi, bunuh lagi. Kalau udah snowball kayak gini kalian udah gampang, kalian tinggal masukin buffnya. Masukin jungle-nya, jangan main di jungle kita terus. Ya pokoknya kalian kalau main Hayabusa kalian rotasinya harus bareng trio mid kalian. Terus juga kalian harus ganking kiri kanan, lihat yang mana bisa di kill. Terus sama maksimalin skill 2-nya sih biar shadow-nya itu harus kena guys kalau mau main Hayabusa. Soalnya stack pasifnya itu penting banget biar bisa ultinya tambah sakit. Udah sih gitu doang guys. Oke guys, itu dia tip dari gua untuk main Hayabusa.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
It's already nighttime here in Jakarta. The sky is dim and dark with the lights showing you what is to come. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with our final series of the day, RRQ versus Team Falcons Mina. And so far, the Kingdom is given the Jakartan welcome we were all looking for with the fastest game we've seen so far in all three of the streams, making the A side the best side. Go and make sure to leave a comment down on the A side of every other stream you see.
A side.
Wow. 77% win rate?
Dear Lord.
And it's like pick every match or banned.
14 and 18. So 100% contest rate, 77% win rate. The numbers don't lie. If you can pick Suyo first in blue, do so, or else just ban it.
You're trolling it for not.
Oh man.
Honestly, it leaves Suyo with a really bad look. It's getting to the M6 Bruno level of please get rid of it, dear God.
Without the Granger to answer for it, or the Layla in Kelra's hands. Like there's no equivalent.
There really isn't.
How do you stop a Suyo?
Pray to whatever deity you believe in.
Yeah, that too. And ban it.
Yeah. I mean, banning it is the simplest answer. But God, this is going to be a rough one because now we do see that a couple of adaptations have been made here. It looks like Team Falcons Mina going to expedite the banning process with the Lo Yi and also getting rid of the Badang alongside it with RRQ Hoshi now getting rid of the Jushin. I'm curious to see whether they're going to let Team Falcons Mina play Kalia one more time.
I think they can. They can do it again, right? I mean, again, the Harith is also... Oh, wow. They just had to ban it.
But mind you, Harith, Granger, Mathilda are open.
Yeah. Knowing the Alpha was picked up earlier, I think the Mathilda should make its way as first pick. There you go.
But here's the thing. Is Mathilda Alpha really better than, like, Joy Granger? Would you say that that's a fair trade? Because right now, Alpha feels like he belongs in, like, the B tier.
Well, it really depends. Hey, sometimes it's not just the plane, it's the pilot. It's so important that the pilot is able to, you know, really max out the capabilities of their vehicle mode of transport. Oh boy. Now, RRQ, man, I really don't want to spoil this, but we'll see the next two picks coming in real soon here. And I think that RRQ, with how much they got away with game number one, game number two, it's kind of up to them.
Dude, RRQ Sutsujin just did a tutorial earlier on a specific hero.
It's this one.
And we're going to see it. We're going to see it on his hands here. A Hayabusa, not a Joy, together with a Harith.
La Mercenaria.
La Mercenaria.
Team Falcons Mina, what's the answer to this right now?
I mean, just commit to it. If you're going to do the Alpha Mathilda thing, if you really believe in it, Coach Link, by all means.
Boom, there you go.
It's a free world.
Yeah, it's not a Granger, but an Aerith though.
Why?
They're overthinking it.
You guys can't see it right now. Leo's upset. He's crossing his arms right now.
He's angry.
My gears are grinded. Like
my gears were grinded when I saw a Joy ban and then an Alpha pick.
Hey, not everybody Southeast Asian level. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I'm not saying they have to do these things, but if you overcomplicate and you discombobulate, then you end up flummoxing the gear capacitation, you know?
That's it, Sherlock Holmes.
Dude, I love Tom Cruise.
just the best. Cecilia going to be the final lock-in here for RRQ Hoshi as we move on to the second phase of the band.
So here, they respect Tangerine Robert enough to ban his Phobius. He was one of the closest threats earlier.
Tangerine Robert 50.
Woo! We have fun here. We have fun here on the A stream.
That might have been one of the key picks. Like, imagine if Falcons Mana got their Alpha Mathilda combo with a Phobius. Like, that's infinite re-engages.
I mean, that's one way of taking it. Yes, sure. But I do think the mid laners need to have a closer look here for the side of Team Falcons. Because at the end of the day, what are they going to do? What are they going to do to stop it? Unless this is going to be a Mathilda flex. Then
no way! Oh my God!
Mid Mathilda? Oh, that's some Super Friend stuff,
bro. How epic would that be?
Dude,
that would be
so epic.
That would be pretty epic. That would be Sensei level epic.
I bet Coach Link couldn't wait for the press con to try and explain why the flex happened. Because, all right, folks, just beside the fact that we know where drafts could go because of certain ways that the meta evolved, like there's no reason to flex when the way is clear.
Hey man, some people believe in what they believe.
Exactly. Hey man,
I tell them to think otherwise.
That's true, man. You gotta see the glass. Just see the glass.
Yeah,
you don't even need to see it half full, half empty. Look at the glass.
There is a saying that love is blind.
That's true. Got the Kacha gets banned out as well. That's an interesting one. With
they're just protecting the back line here.
Okay. In case they dive in, but Falcons Mena, XP. Well, what's left for Mr. Man Tangerine, or are we gonna go with Orange Bob? Orange Bob.
We just go way back at the time. I'm allowed to call him that.
Oh, okay. I just want to say.
Wait, what? Like we're waiting for a ban.
No, listen. RRQ, when they beat TLID, fastest game in MPLID, it was Edoc on a Franco.
All right. In the long line of legacy roamers that
Rins on a system line,
that RRQ have built up, there it is, following in the footsteps of Vin, of Naomi. Edoc is here to prove himself.
Some of the greats from the kingdom who has made a name for themselves. But this does mean that Team Falcons Mena could look for some counterplay. They've got high mobility on their side. They just got to be a little careful of when that Bloody Hunt is up in terms of cooldowns, and more importantly, so the distance. Are they comfortable understanding the distance of that Iron Hook?
Whoa, Farami!
With another realm? All right. So now we're cooking. I just don't know if what follows through in the EXP is going to be worth it, because now this confirms and, of course, denies the flex, thank God. So there it is. I think we will see here the pick for EXP. Is that what we want?
I think that's okay, because this is, again, I mean, I'm going to say this, that at least for Onyx PH, this is the go-to blind pick of like, is there anything else to play? Edith, because Edith is the Swiss Army knife of the EXP, brings a lot, is able to buy a lot, and not to mention the ultra sustain that Team Falcons Mena have with their mid duo alone. But RQ Hoshi responds with their own highlights. They want to go fast, they want to go hard.
Solid draft, honestly, from RQ Hoshi. This is, again, dude, glimpses of what they did to TLID. Sicilian, just to put into perspective, got a triple kill at the second minute of the game.
It's very possible here, because at the second minute, or what, the third even, you're pushing it, NetherRealm isn't online.
Yeah.
So the full alpha combo in and out is just not ready.
Well, we'll see about that. Maybe Team Falcons Mena could surprise us against the Kingdom and bring it to a 1-1. With that being said, as we head on over to game number 2, I will leave you with the voices of our professionals, Mirko and as well as Leo. Please take it away.
Away we shall. In just a few moments, we'll be heading into the Land of Dawn for possibly the last game of this series. Again, RQ Hoshi at match point up against Team Falcons Mena, who, you know what, I'll have to admit, had a solid second half of the draft. That was so much better than the first, despite all of the flex that they did not have to show, but instead went for anyways. The Faramis and Edith are good coverage for that EXP and mid lane high initiative frontliners.
All right. So also no Purifies on the board. Rin's already stacking up, getting 2 on the Sanguine Claws. Oh, Orange Bob 25. Edoc's walking for the hook. Will be able to find it. First blood to Dyron.
Bob! That's what I was hoping for, actually. I was still pretty shocked at the lack of Purify. I was expecting Sensei and Boro to at least have it.
So, are we going to tally up the hook rate for Mr. Edoc here? So far,
what is he
1 of 1.
So 100%.
100%, 1.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to be looking for the Edith again in the bottom lane. Look at this. You don't usually see people play for the high-low. Scoba up top has a sprint. So Sejin could jump back, and he does. Scoba, okay, gets away in time. Toy doesn't go for the flicker. He might be able to. No. Koba respects it.
Oh, wow. Sutsujin, the mercenary, didn't even need to have level 4. Didn't need Shadow Kill to threaten the kill. He was willing to do that. Just Quad Shadow, slap, Quad Shadow, kunais. But again, now he just got it. Could confirm kills now. Oh. Still sitting at a... Oh, wow! The 2 chunky boys. Did he throw a hook there?
I think so. Right?
We'll call it 2 for 2.
Walk up into the bush. 2 for 2. DOT. That's what's very underrated in the kit of high-lows. Early game pressure. Oh, 3 of 3. Lining out to Leave Me. And Leave Me is going to leave them. Not going to go for the Spear of Alpha.
All right. Luckily, he can just help farm here, clear the mid, take his purple, come back. Very mobile with guiding winds here. If he calls for Boro to go ahead. Boro keeping tabs on Dyron.
Leoman. They're giving Franco the entire XP. And they got level 4. This is a very, odd thing to see. A roamer level 4 with the first turtle. RQ are going to get it for free, and there's nothing Team Falcons Mena can do about it.
Edo can just bite down on whoever he so desires. That is the Mercenary scoring. Clean first turtle of the game. And with very little action happening, Miracle, they're building up to a 2,000 gold lead.
There you go. First miss of the game, 3 of 4.
All right. Currently 75% on the Iron Hook rate. He's Edok. Can work on it. I'm surprised he actually left XP. I thought they were going to just try to take down Orange Bob all game.
Maybe they want to take Orange Bob down 25 times. Edok, instant with the Bloody Hunt. Oh no, not enough time to go for the Netherrealm. Rins picks up the kill. That's going to be the guiding win. Believe me, cannot take it. Under the turret, Rins gets a double. 3 minutes, and it's 5-0.
It's as if the players were hearing us talk about that throwback to that moment RQ Hoshi had against TLID. What was it again? A triple kill, a double kill at 2 minutes?
Yeah, triple.
Yep, Riz tried. Riz tried. Currently, 3.5 minutes in, 0 and 5, 3,000 between RQ Hoshi and Team Falcons Mena, and there's no signs of slowing down from the King of Kings.
Oh, up top, Toy in a 1v1 against Koba.
All right, here comes the backup. Koba calling for some friends.
Oh, RQ have got friends as well. Leave Me with the Spear of Alpha defensively. Koba trying to dodge, does get away. That's 4 out of 6 now.
Thanks for keeping tabs.
Yes, sir.
3,400. RQ Hoshi, that's the gold lead. And again, this is natural response to the aggression that RQ Hoshi are putting out here this early in the game. They're just ubeing up. Mirko, look at this. They're clumped up in mid.
Jin. Oh, Koba doesn't spot it.
He's going hunting.
No, Koba! Don't walk in the bush. Jin's there. Shadow kill. Koba taken down by the how do you say it?
La Mercenaria.
La Mercenaria. Bloody Hunt and the claws. Edok gets another. We're going to assume that's a hook. That is 5 out of 7.
All right, keeping tabs, folks. Please do comment it in chat so we know that we can follow through. And if the stats are correct, then we'll check in later. RQ Hoshi converting through the roof, chunking down the gold shields in mid. Up top, though, what's this? 2v1?
Uh-oh, Toy's going to win it out, it seems. Here in 2v1, Leave Me! Unable to get the damage down. Boro left all alone. Up top, Toy. Oh, Edok. Not again, not to Koba. Okay, Koba's good.
Toy was toying with them, man. I'm pretty sure he had that calculated.
Oh, no! Leo!
He's cornering him!
What do you do?
Edok. That was a dangerous game they were playing. Netherrealm here forced out of.
Oh, Orange Bob trying to go for the flicker, Earth Shatter. Rins reads through it.
Sensei, I don't know what Sensei was thinking. He used it for himself, off camera. Sutsujin popping the turtle. And Edo, did Edo pick up a winner crown?
I think he did. That was the first time to win a crown. Oh, Iron Hook landing over to the back. That's going to be Boro taken down. Zaman Force used up as well. Koba still able to escape. Say goodnight to Orange Bob 25.
Good night, Orange Bob.
Oy.
Turtle down. Purple down as well. The Mercenary is a monster, a menace.
Le Mercenaria.
To Team Falcons Menace resources. And look at this. At 5.5 minutes, they already call it. All right, you know what? Koba, just switch it up. Let's see if they attack you just as hard down there in the EXP. There's still a turret at least there, and then we'll try to recover. I'm guessing that that's the game plan here because RQ Hoshi have currently been farming out of their minds both bodies, resources, and lanes.
Leo.
They're netting, what, 1,200, 1,300 per minute.
Leo, that's a 6-minute Haas Claws first item on the Aerothel.
He's starved. Famished.
That's it. I think it's appropriate to ask for Fs in the chat.
Oppressed.
Wow.
Put it in, fellas. F's in the shot.
F's in the shot, indeed. Toy really just, oh man, he's in all the space.
He's toying with whoever comes across him. And Koba's gonna try. Koba's gonna give it his old Boy Scout try.
You got it. Got the clear. But there's another wave that Toy can toy with. Oh no, Orange Bob getting caught in the claws. Another tier 2 falls. Uh-oh. So Tajin, oh no! The shadow kill does connect into the back. Sensei forced very low. Koba as well. He took 2 shots, Leo.
And he's put it half.
Oh my lord.
We haven't even seen Sensei use that saving Netherrealm. I mean, he used it like once or twice. One of them to save himself. So they still need to work on that. So it's clear that there are communication bridges that they need to build amongst themselves.
Wait.
Not to even deal with the kingdom. Oh, Spear of Alpha.
Oh no, another round coming down, but it's a bit too early. And there you have it, the damage to burst, a shadow kill into the back. Sutsujin assassinating everybody. Getting the double. Sensei now up against Sutsujin, the mercenary, unable to get the kill, but at this point, they don't even need Turtle 3. They're going to wait for Lord. The 8th minute, the Lord will spawn in the game. RQ want to get it quick.
Yep, here we are.
Wait.
That is the gold shield shattered down bottom, so no holy shield pop. The wave will crash through. Same happened in mid. And yeah, you're right. It's the Lord evolving. There it is, up top.
Free Lord should be. There's no way they can test for it.
No
if they do,
way.
If they do, it could be an 8-minute game, Leo.
I mean, they can try. And they have what, like a 5% chance that they steal it, but the rest of that just spells doom.
I mean, there's oh man, Sutsujin level 13 on level 13 in 8 minutes is something. It's a Suyo stat. It's an alpha stat. It's a Yi Sun Shin prime stat.
Yep, he has been farming dudes though. 4 kills, 4 assists, on his way to BOD.
Solo.
Yep, like a
shadow.
Shadow
Farming.
Like a Shadow. He's an S-class. He's hunting down Team Falcon's Menace members. And you see how far he went into the base earlier? He went unpunished.
Yeah. And now RQ is looking for the end, dude. At this point, 9 minutes. They're trying to top the MPLID record. Again, it was 9 minutes, 40 seconds-ish. 3-way push going to be coming down as well. Edoc on the Franco. Looking for the hook.
Last we checked, well, it was 5 out of 7.
I lost track.
Oh, here we go. Glorious Pathway.
Oh, Tyrant just walks away from the Earth Shatter, walks against it now. Still, oh, look at the damage. The Mod Force coming down with the Holy Crystal to Orange Bomb. Taken down. Sutsujin with a double. Only 2 members left standing. Enoch flickers forward, gets the kill for Sutsujin. 9 minutes and 30 seconds in game 2.
Another record shattered here in Mobile Masters. Back-to-back games for RQ Hoshi taking the sweep.
I think we can all agree this is one of those moments where RRQ the Kingdom has welcomed them to Jakarta. This is the Mobile Legends, the level that they play at. Resources equal objectives. Bad moves will be punished. You cannot get away with anything when the Kingdom is watching. Boys, thank you for the cast just now. It was really rough, really rough. You could definitely see that Edog definitely aura farming at a certain degree. You could feel his killing instinct, his presence, shooing away the members of Team Falcons, too afraid to actually deal with him.
And this all began in the draft. Again, how can you deal with something you don't even have the tools to comprehend?
It's really painful. 0 to 18 here. 9 minutes, 3 seconds for a 2-0 victory for RRQ, a legacy team that has been with Mobile Legends since the very beginning.
Wow, 0-18. They failed to do it against TLID to get a perfect stat. I believe it was 1 kill over to TLID. But now they've done it, right? They literally saw game 1. They were like, oh, wait, we have a chance to break the record that we have in MPLID. 940-ish it was. Now they broke it with, again, Sicilian and Franco. Seems to be always the formula for RQ to get quick games.
It's perfect. It's the best mix of range, of confirmed kills, of scaling. But with these two, again, this would have been very difficult to achieve, especially the 0 kills from Falcons Mina.
And you definitely can see that even with Toy, he understands it. You don't have the items. There is no way you can beat me 2v1 in lane as well, even if you commit absolutely everything. It's tough to see, of course, and definitely a devastating loss coming in from Team Falcons MENA, but they're going to be walking away with at least experience from this. All right, what exactly happened in this game? Where did we go wrong?
It's only a true L if you didn't learn. And I'm hoping that from the draft all the way to the early game rotations, to the mid game, the potential comeback, and to the conclusion, there are notes that Team Falcons can take.
Absolutely. At least coming into this game here, there's a likelihood that RQ just outplayed you more so than they've completely disrespected you, like in game number 1 here. There was a lot more cleanliness in their decisions, the way that they decided to kind of make the calls and push on in. And obviously, give it up for our MVP here. Rin's doing a phenomenal job.
Oh yeah, no, actually, in the contrary, I think by being the best you can be and playing the way RQ did is the best way to respect your opponents.
I agree. They just went all in. They didn't hold back. I believe in game number 1, we did see a little bit of that, right? They were having fun. They were enjoying the game as well. But here, they wanted to get the job done. It was just, it was business.
It was all business here. Oh, there's a lot of things that Team Falcons MENA can take away. At the very least, they need to understand some things just do not work. A lot of key concepts, especially when you're holding on to key ultimates and how your draft works all together. Not to forget the amount of vision you're able to obtain on the map. There is no fog of war here in MLBB that is per se visually seen when you play the game. You just got to know the angles.
Yep, technically we do. The fact that you don't see certain parts of the map is that fog of war, and Koba did not expect Hayabusa to be there, for Sutsujin to be there, and that's why he walked into it. Oh my god, playing it back in my head. He walked into it, allowed a couple of free basic hits, and then the shadow kill. So, you know, fundamentals like that, like, I don't know where the Hayabusa is, so I better check first, I better ask, and then, but, you know, case it out for the next match.
Something to think about. Definitely something to think about. I'm surprised that there wasn't a lot of Sky Piercers being purchased from the side of RQ Hoshi. They definitely could have gone for it if they wanted to, but no. They made sure standard items all the way through, show them what the real oppression is going to look like. I don't have to execute when you low. I just need you to recall, and that's more than enough.
One question though. What do you think of that Winter Crown?
I think it was great. Again, when you're snowballing that hard, you already got the fleeting time. I think he went Winter Crown first and then fleeting time, right? So when you're already snowballing that much, might as well go Winter Crown. Flicker forward, start biting on your target, and then Winter Crown.
Deny the kill, deny the clap.
Deny the cancel.
Well, with that being said, we do have an interview with the mercenary himself, Sutsujin from RRQ. Let's welcome him onto the line here. Sutsujin, hello, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine.
It's great to hear from you once again. You've been working with RRQ for some time now, and it feels like the team is complete. It feels like RRQ is coming back to that standard that the fans expect of y'all. In your opinion, Sutsujin, what was the main difference from last year compared to this year?
I think we just learned to play more calm.
More calm. So
it's all about composure.
I see. That makes a lot of sense here.
So a calm RRQ is a cleaner RRQ. Sutsujin, I have a question for you. Again, congratulations for the win. You beat Falcons MENA clean 2-0. They said in the interview they want experience. They want to learn from you. So can you give tips to Falcons MENA?
Tips?
Yeah.
Advice.
I think just watch our replay.
Just rewatch it, go through the VOD.
It's all there.
But Sutsujin, I want to ask right now, RQ, you hold the record for both fastest game in MPLID and now fastest game in Snapdragon. You just beat it. You already got it with game 1. Game 2 was even faster. What's the secret behind these early game, very quick victories? Do you plan for these 9-minute 30 games, or does it just happen?
I think because casket draft. OP.
I agree. Casket is the key, man. That's my GOAT.
Caske's the coaching GOAT.
My GOAT.
Oh boy. So Sutsujin, before we send you off, I'm curious to know who are you anticipating to be your biggest challenge coming into the SPS? I know you guys are looking to be champions, but are there any teams in particular that you want to take on? It doesn't just have to be Onyx PH, of course, but are there any other teams besides the world champions?
For now, I think we want to meet Onyx Indo.
Oh, interesting, interesting. Yeah, hey, he's got a lot of options to choose from, still coming in from Indonesia as challengers. Well, with that being said, Sutsujin, plenty of fans across the world are watching RRQ. Do you have anything to say to them?
Buat Kingdom, tetap support kita. Kita bakalan kasih yang terbaik buat di ESL Snapdragon ini. ESL Master.
Thank you so much, Sutsujin. You've had a long day. Please take your well-deserved break. Once again, Viva RRQ! Big shout out to you, Sutsujin. Thank you.
Jaya, Jaya, Jaya.
Jaya, Jaya, Jaya.
Dude, if it comes down to Sutsujin, dude, I am all in Kingdom, man. I love that guy.
You love that guy?
He's good. He's a mercenary.
Over Hazel? Would you choose him over Hazel?
Dude, I don't know Hazel, all right? I don't know. I have a relationship with Sutsujin. He's my boy. I don't know Hazel yet.
Yet. Wait until
Kingdom don't know. Like, I just know Sutsujin. I'm gonna know.
He's just cool with him, you know? He's cool with him. They worked out together or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we did. We did.
There you go.
When are you gonna start the Sutsunatics?
If they win.
If they get the MSC.
Oh,
that's how it works. That's how it works.
That's how it works. Back to back.
The Mercenary Fan Club.
The Mercenary Fan. I like
Mercenatics.
I like that a lot, actually. We might make that a thing. But back-to-back record here. RQ sets yet another fastest game at 9 minutes 30 seconds versus Team Falcons Mina. Round of applause for this guy. Stream A breaking records.
A-side.
Taking names.
A-side.
Make sure you're dropping capital A in Stream B and Stream C. Let them know we're the best side.
Capital A. Just hold A.
That would be a good way.
Oh, boy.
That definitely, you know, displays how dominant we are. It's the best stream in the world.
It's not even about the games anymore.
It's not even about the
stream pride, baby.
It's stream pride, and the stream monitors are going to be so mad at us later. They're going to get a clip of this, and they're like, these guys,
No wonder we've been seeing
flame moderately. Responsibly.
Once again, this does conclude our very first day. We got a little taste of everything that we had to see here at Mobile Masters. A really cool way to kind of kick things off and to get this group stage even more excitedly. Now, the standings. This is where it gets so very important. Because in Group A, it looks like Onyx PH still sitting on top at 5 points, Supermassive at 4 points, CLID at 3 still, and it looks like Influence Rage 3 points, as well as Yanbin at 2, Bigatron
Hey, what's that?
What? Hey, whoa. Not all the streams have finished their games just yet.
Look, what is that?
What? What is what?
Why is BTR just...
Oh, no, it's all good. We're saving strat for M7.
Bro, they played 5 games
not
so
even
far.
MC.
We're saving strat for M7. This is a classic, you know, heroes lose at the start to win later on.
You were in the meeting to plan this out. Like,
yeah, I was in the meeting. I heard my boy Captain Luke say, Mirko, yeah.
Yeah, Mirko looks like the kind of guy who's just like, guys, he's in the writer's room. Boys, what if we lose early? What if we have the ultimate uprise of all time?
It'll be a great story.
It'll be huge. But now, let's look at Stream B. And keep in mind, Group B, Stream B and as well as C still have games currently going on. So we will update that as it goes on with the final conclusion soon enough. But RRQ currently sitting on top of the perfect score of 6 total points. The maximum that you can get so far, with Falcons at 4 points, Aurora Turkey at 3 points, Onyx Indonesia, Onyx Esports at 2, as well A7 and Falcons Mina currently 0-0.
What makes it scary is in day 1 alone, after a good chunk of best of 3s, you already see who is in place to score first seed, or even to lock in top 3, because that's who moves on.
Definitely. Again, looking at these teams, it just feels like we were expecting Group B to be a bit more competitive, but I think we just didn't get to see the matchups. I mean, RRQ versus Aurora Turkey later on, RRQ versus Falcons, and Onyx, something that Sutsujin was already, you know, kind of foreshadowing, saying he wants to meet this new version of Onyx ID that unfortunately in MPL ID we didn't get to see yet. It was still the Res and CW version.
Whew, honestly, that would have been a great matchup to watch, actually. Right? But hey, still, we're at Mobile Masters. We got to keep the locals to the locals. This minor international, about to be a major international real soon once we get to the playoffs, is going to be a good time. Keep in mind, everybody, you can follow us on our social medias individually or even for the ESL on all 3 of the platforms, of course. And don't forget to fix your sit, boys. All your broken backs can be fixed simply with the chain from Anthros. Guys, don't forget to support your favorite team. Scan the QR code up on your screens and make sure that you are going to be supporting your favorites. And of course, if you're in Jakarta, buy some tickets because the playoffs is going to be just as exciting. You're not only going to support your favorite teams, you're going to watch them live. You're going to see everything happen in real time. Look, Leo, he's there right now. Oh my goodness. Oh, is that Sutsujin? He's walking across the stage. No way.
I'm too comfy on my Anthros. I don't want to leave my Anthros, bro.
He's not leaving the.
We got it in Jakarta.
I'm on my Anthros.
Oh, they do have it in Jakarta. Look, with that being said, this is the very first day of Mobile Masters, the Snapdragon Pro Series. Again, thank you again, Miracle, and as well as Leo. For a big shout out to Eterna as well off the screen. She also thinks that you guys are cool here at ESL for bringing us the Mobile Masters. My name is Gideon Q, signing off for tonight for date number 1. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, bye-bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Tell me you're feeling love.
Watch me go, you can't touch this, just peep my flow. Simon said, put it all on the floor. All hears turn when I walk through the door. They know I'm hot, better yet ice cold. Heart full of chrome, you can tell when it's on. They can't stop me when I get in my zone. I don't even answer when they call on my phone. Baby, myself, I ain't like no wrongs. Here with me, I don't condone. I'm way too up, but I'm so far gone. Here with me, I don't condone. The man down doing up, beating up the beat till it's going up, chewing up, picking me, look at how the machine tickle me, riddle me, looking good, got the remedy, in me, deep pulse energy, complimentary, they can never be jealousy, when they stare at me, they like legacy, gotta leave them white, when I feel like I'm no watch me, you wanna tell me, so I was just
I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Power. Power. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Power. Power. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power.
You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang. Tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one night before the